I declare open this meeting of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past and present. These are supplementary budget estimates proceedings, and the agencies heard during these estimates are those which have been nominated by the various senators. The committee has fixed Friday 10 December 2021 as the date for the return of answers to questions on notice. The committee's proceedings today will examine the communications and the arts outcomes of the infrastructure, transport, regional development and communications portfolio. I wish to remind senators and witnesses that we are operating in a COVID-safe environment, which puts limits on the number of people allowed in the room and the number of senators which can be seated at the table at any time. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure these hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person, with some witnesses connecting via video conference. Thank you in advance for your patience with any technical issues we may encounter along the way. Those participating via video conference are reminded to mute their devices. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. Officers and senators are familiar with the rules of the Senate governing estimates hearings. If you need assistance, the Secretariat has copies of these rules. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by a parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions of matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of 13 May 2009, specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. I incorporate the public immunity statement. Officers called upon the first time to answer a question should state their full name and position for the Hansard record. And witnesses should speak into the microphones. Okay, with that out of the way, I now welcome Senator the Honourable Jane Hume, Minister for Superannuation, Financial Services and Digital Economy, representing the Minister for Communications, Urban Infrastructure, Cities and the Arts, and portfolio officers. The committee has decided that we will not take opening statements today, so we'll ask those to be tabled and we will go straight to questions. I'd also like to welcome Mr Simon Atkinson, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications. And we will now move to general questions from the Senate committee members. And I'll be doing 10-minute blocks this morning. So, Senator Sheldon, you have the call.
Good, thanks, Chair, and good morning, Minister, and Mr Atkinson, good to see you again, and Ms Stacey, and also Mr Wadney. I refer to the following exchange between the Minister Fletcher and a journalist at a press conference on the 18th of February 2021. And the journalist asked, "Are you comfortable with NBN Co paying out $80 million bonuses during the pandemic? Is that within the government's expectation of these matters?" Minister Fletcher responded, "Can I make a number of points? Firstly, a substantial proportion of those bonuses were paid to frontline staff. Now, that's a bit of a clanger, isn't it, by the Minister Fletcher, based on advice from the department? Minister.
Oh, sorry, who are you directing the question to?
Minister representing.
It's a bit of a clanger. Well, can you just repeat the last part of your question?
It's a bit of a clanger by Minister Fletcher regarding based on advice from the department.
My understanding is that there is a portion of NBN's remuneration which has always been at risk. That is the way that they restructure their remuneration, that it isn't in fact a bonus, it is an at-risk proportion of their remuneration. And that the way that NBN's remuneration structure is established is part of the way they are established as a GBE, which is the way that the Labor Party established NBN in the first place.
Well, I can say, Minister, it still goes to this question of whether Minister Fletcher was being truthful. A substantial proportion of those bonuses were paid to frontline staff. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, NBN will be appearing later on tonight and they'll be able to outline exactly who was paid what.
Well, I'm going to then just go to the department because we'll be able to deal with some of these aspects of it now, and I'll ask you again, Minister, for a comment. Did the department provide Minister Fletcher with any advice about the number of frontline NBN staff who did receive a bonus?
I'm not aware of that, but Mr. Winnie may have more detail.
Senator, I'm not aware that we provided specific information about frontline staff. We may have, but I'd have to take on notice, provided information about the number of staff who were paid, who that pool of money was paid to, but I'd have to take on notice.
Yeah, I appreciate you would have taken on notice. You've said that you don't know. Obviously, there's been an extremely controversial issue about bonuses during COVID. I hazard to guess there hasn't been advice because the Minister has made a statement. If you had that advice, you'd be able to give it to us today.
It was also the Minister's claim, not NBN Co's claim, that it had gone to frontline staff.
Sorry, Minister, Senator, I can't understand you.
It was the Minister's claim, Minister Fletcher's claim, that a substantial proportion had gone to frontline staff. NBN Co had not made that claim, and nor would they, because it was not, in fact, largely true.
I'm sorry, is there a question?
Right, data and evidence supplied by NBN Co showed only 179 out of the 1,761 NBN employees earning under 100,000 received a bonus in the financial year 2020. That is roughly 1 in 10 frontline employees. Does that, again, raise concern for you, Minister?
Well, I think that NBN can possibly answer those questions far better than can I this evening when they are here as witnesses.
Yeah.
And they can clarify exactly
Further-
who received what in the way of withheld remuneration or varied remuneration for performance.
Now, furthermore, I'll just keep going on this because it's hopefully the Minister will make some observations. And furthermore, despite compromising nearly 30% of total employees, this cohort of 1,761 staff received less than 2% of the $78 million bonus pool. Do you think that's fair, Minister?
Well, again, Senator, I would say that remuneration paid by government business enterprises is always going to be a matter for that enterprise, for that respective board. And as you well know, and as we canvass at these estimates often, NBN Co and Australia Post both operate in competitive environments.
We're not here to quiz NBN Co because it's the Minister that made the claim that that NBN Co had rewarded frontline staff.
Well, I think the Minister's comments were specifically referring to the fact that this is an issue for NBN Co.
No. The Minister said a substantial proportion of those bonuses were paid to frontline staff.
And NBN Co, I'm sure, will explain exactly who those bonuses or that withheld remuneration, that performance-based remuneration, was
why
paid to.
Why can't the
this evening.
department outline now why the Minister is right? They can't because the Minister was wrong.
If I just ask this question, the 2%, is that an accurate figure of the $78 million bonus pool? As I described before, that 30% of total employees, this cohort of 1,761 staff is 2% of the $78 million bonus, correct? Being paid to those workers to...
May I clarify, Senator Sheldon, where is this analysis coming from?
The minister?
Is that right, Senator Pratt? Is
Well,
that
the
right, Senator
minister
Sheldon?
claimed...
No, sorry, I just want to know where Senator Sheldon's analysis is coming from, because it's very hard for us to answer a question on an analysis for which we haven't got a source.
So have you done the calculations in the Minister, have you?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
If you're going to be asking the witness to talk about a document, it'd be helpful, I think, if you table the document. If it's a public document, hopefully.
So, I think it actually comes from last estimates, because Senator Kitching asked a question. A Senate question on notice, question 13, states 179 employees earning less than $100,000 in the financial year of 2020 received a bonus. The NBN co-CEO said at a subsequent Senate hearing that they employed 1,761 people in that salary band. And so Senator Kitching asked, how are we going on the band $0 to $100,000? And Mr Rue answered, I don't have the $0 to $50,000 and the $50,000 to $100,000. And Senator Kitching said, I'll just take $0 to $100,000. And Mr Rue said, there were 1,855 employees that had a base salary of less than or equal to $100,000, and for June that number was 1,761. We know that from the same information that 179 employees in 2020 received a bonus in that financial year. Roughly, and it's our analysis that that's roughly 1 in 10 frontline employees, and only 2% of the overall bonus pool, because we've had to do those calculations. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So are you going to table that?
You will get a copy of it.
Okay.
It's actually from a press conference that the Minister did here in Parliament House.
Okay, we might make that available to the witnesses as well.
Well, Chair, I would suggest that even if the document is available, and I thank very much Senator Pratt for detailing where those numbers came from, that any issue around remuneration of NBN staff is an issue that should be directed to NBN and neither the Minister or the officials at the table. We know from numerous estimates, every time NBN this occurs, that NBN employees are all employed under very different remuneration arrangements and enterprise agreements and employment contracts and commercial arrangements, and all of that is a question for NBN because they are a GBE, and it is their business and their board's business as to how they pay their employees.
Okay, thanks, Minister. So we invite you to ask those questions in detail to the NBN when they appear later, and invite you to proceed with any other questions you have for the...
Well, this is actually not a question for NBN, it's a question for the government in terms of how did the Minister get to the point of saying a substantial amount of employees received a bonus when in fact the number that received it is 2%. That is the point. And so our position would be that the Minister made up those figures during that press conference, but we will continue to proceed because
Which
obviously...
is why we're asking you where the Minister got those figures from, because it was only 2% of the roughly $78 million that went to frontline staff. Minister, can I ask, is 2% a substantial proportion?
I'm not entirely sure whether the number of employees or the dollar amount
That's the dollar amount.
of the remuneration is what was being
It's
discussed.
1 in 10?
I think that this is possibly a better question directed to Mr Rue, who will then tell you exactly what proportion of frontline staff had remuneration.
Minister, are you smart enough to tell me whether 2%
I beg your pardon, Senator
is
Pratt?
a
Order.
substantial proportion of 100%?
Senator Pratt, I'm not entirely sure whether maths is your strong suit. I'm not entirely sure where any of
Clearly
those
it's
numbers
not
came
yours.
from. So I suggest that these are questions that are far better directed to Mr Rue when NBN appear tonight, because it's about NBN's remuneration. NBN, as a government-owned enterprise, was set up by the Labor Party so that its board and its executive had entire control over all remuneration associated with NBN employees.
That's not the
Order.
issue, but
Senator
nice
Pratt,
handball,
Order the
Minister.
Pratt, Senator Pratt, I don't know that we have any other questions at this stage, so we'll
That's fine.
leave you
We'll just
with
move
leave you to proceed with your questions. Thank you. Senator Sheldon.
Even though this is a substantial amount of money, that you may not be able to have an answer to this, because it appears that you don't have much of an answer regarding what's happening with Minister Fletcher's comments and the role here. Minister, can you confirm from NBN Co and Australia Post have paid out $296 million in bonuses since the pandemic began?
No, I can't, because remuneration for NBN and for Australia Post, both as government-owned enterprises, is entirely in the remit of their board and their executive.
So she doesn't know.
So you don't know?
I don't. You can ask both Australia Post when they arrive very shortly, and you can ask NBN when they arrive this evening.
Are you concerned about the use of taxpayers' money?
Generally,
Well, I'm certainly saying specifically regarding, obviously, these bonuses.
well, I think that Minister Morton has made it very clear that government-owned businesses also have to meet public expectations and government expectations about appropriate compensation. And that's why the government released very recently new guidance for all Commonwealth entities for the appropriate use of performance bonuses and other at-risk remuneration incentives, and that will apply from the year 2021 and 2022 forward.
Minister, this might help focus an answer. Given the status of parcel delays, because I appreciate you saying that any question that the government has made comment about, that's really a matter for the department, that's actually inaccurate. We're asking you questions about comments that have been made by the Minister. Given the status of parcel delays, the debacle that was the alternate delivery day model with Australia Post, and the never-ending cost blowouts at NBN Co, do you consider that $296 million in bonuses delivered value for the Australian taxpayer?
I'm not entirely sure whether delays in your parcels turning up, Senator Sheldon, can be associated with remuneration. In fact, NBN has had an extraordinarily successful year. Around 930,000 additional premises have been connected to the NBN in the financial year ending June, and revenue for the year was up $4.6 billion, which was 21% higher than last year. And in fact, NBN Co achieved its full-year corporate plan revenue target, generating that $4.6 billion. Capital expenditures are down from 45% from last year to $2.8 billion, and now that the network is built. And earnings before interest, depreciation and tax amortisation has increased to positive $1.35 billion for the year, which is a $2 billion improvement on last year. I think that sounds like exceptional financial performance for the NBN organisation, and I would imagine that if there were proportions of staff's remuneration that was at risk and that was dependent on the performance of NBN, then those milestones potentially have been achieved, and staff should be rewarded appropriately.
So that's running in conflict then with what Mr Fletcher said, because he said that the bulk of the money was going to frontline staff. But I'll just move from that.
I don't think
during
that
the
was what I said
pandemic,
at all.
as mentioned, there's $296 million have been paid in bonuses. The government made it clear about its position regards bonuses during this period. Is it an appropriate amount of money to be paying? I mean, this is a pandemic where we've found, pandemic, and we're finding everyone using online. But lo and behold, you just have to turn the electricity on, and there's going to be an opportunity to make money if you're an online business. Now, if
I think most online businesses would dispute that, Senator Sheldon, but...
Well, the reality is the demand is there.
That sounds like a man that's never actually run a business.
The demand is there, Minister, isn't it? So you're saying to me the demand
All
didn't
you have to do is
increase.
turn on your electricity and you make
So
money.
you're
if
saying to
an
me
online
that Australia
business. Is that what you're
Post
saying?
created
During
the
the
demand
pandemic?
during the pandemic?
No, but Australia Post certainly lifted their game, didn't they? I mean, Australia Post were a foundational, critical organisation during the pandemic, without whom we wouldn't have been able to online shop, we wouldn't have been able to have so much of our lives run as smoothly as they did. And the fact that they have been able to pivot, for want of a better expression, that very favourite COVID expression, their business to parcel delivery, I think is demonstrative that they are an organisation that has become innovative, that has become agile and is serving the community appropriately.
So it wasn't particularly appropriate for the alternate delivery day model, was it, with Australia Post?
Well, Australia Post will be able to answer that for you in less than 40 minutes, Senator Sheldon.
All done?
On that bit, yep, we've still got more questions for the department. Do you want me to keep going?
Well, you're
Yep.
the only people that have
Yeah,
questions,
no
so
worries,
feel free to
okay.
exhaust your line of questioning.
All right, thank you. So, Minister, they're in an article on the 24th of October this year, 2021, I'm a year ahead of myself, Sophie Ellsworth said that the federal government has or will impose a new funding formula on the ABC. And the article states, Ms Buttrose also criticised the federal government over a new funding formula she claims has been foisted upon the national broadcaster in recent months. She then went on to say, this year we've been told that there's a new funding formula and it's no good us going outside whatever that formula is going to be. And you know what? We haven't heard back from them, so we don't have the formula yet. And the article then concluded by stating that Communications Minister Paul Fletcher would not comment on the matter. Minister Hume, is the Minister planning a new funding formula for the ABC?
So, Senator Urquhart, the budget for the next triennium for the ABC is commencing in 2022.
Sorry,
the budget for the next triennium, which is commencing in 2022-23, hasn't yet been agreed. And that would typically be announced in the May 2022 budget.
So that doesn't
the
really
answer
answer.
is yes?
That doesn't answer my question. My question was: is the minister planning a new funding formula for
Well, if
the
it hasn't
ABC?
been agreed, how can I confirm?
So well, you're saying no, then he hasn't.
Well, if it hasn't been agreed, how can I confirm
Okay.
it?
So why wouldn't the minister comment to deny the matter? Why would he not comment on that matter?
Because the new triennium is yet to be agreed.
But why wouldn't he say that? What was the purpose that he would not comment on the matter?
I'm afraid, I think that I can't comment to his state of mind, Senator Urquhart, but what I can tell you is that the
State
budget
of
for the next
mind.
triennium for the ABC,
Goodness,
which is
that's a-
commencing
that's a funny way of putting
22-23,
it, his
hasn't
state
yet
of
been
mind.
agreed, and that would typically be announced in the May 2022 budget.
So does it suit Minister Fletcher for people to think that he's imposing a new funding formula
Again, I
on
think
the
that
ABC?
that's
Is that
very
why he
strange
wouldn't-
speculation and impossible
Sorry,
for
I haven't
anybody to
finished
answer.
asking the question. Does it suit Minister Fletcher for people to think he's imposing a new funding formula on the ABC by not commenting?
I don't know why he would need to comment, because the standard practice is that each triennium's budget is agreed to at particular milestone dates. So the next one that commences in 2022-23 hasn't yet been agreed, and typically it would be announced next year at the budget in May 2022.
So do you acknowledge that creating uncertainty about funding arrangements for the national broadcaster makes it difficult for the ABC to plan ahead, but also risks perceived and actual political interference?
Well, the budget papers of 2021 actually contained the forward estimates for the financial years through to 2025. In fact, the ABC is possibly, a broadcaster with its most certain revenue stream out of any broadcaster in Australia. So these forecasts that are included until the next triennium funding is agreed, the forecast suggests a decline in funding for the ABC because they reflect an assumption of a continuation of base funding, but they don't include additional enhanced news
So you've got
measures.
Ms Buttrose criticising the government over a new funding formula, but the minister wouldn't comment on it. He wouldn't say, that's wrong, it's not correct, we are or we aren't.
Well,
so
I'll
how
comment
can
on it
Australians
now.
trust the minister who claims that there are no cuts to the ABC funding that was found by fact check to be misleading?
Because there are no cuts to the ABC's funding. The 2021-22
And the
budget
fact
does
check
not include a
found that to
budget
be
cut
misleading.
to the ABC. The ABC has more funding certainty than any other media organisation in Australia. Taxpayers fund the ABC with more than $1 billion in funding every year. This is a very substantial investment of public funds in our national broadcaster and enable it to provide the television, radio and digital media services in line with its charter.
Senator
It's a
Hume,
very good line,
ask,
Senator Hume.
may I ask Did the minister convey to the ABC chair that he's contemplating a new funding formula?
And the government and the chair would know that the government has started considering the funding arrangements for the next triennium, but no decisions have been made.
Mr
But can I just clarify, on that basis, why would the chair of the ABC have conveyed thoughts that they had? How was this done?
You'll have to ask the chair of the ABC that, Senator Pratt.
Why wouldn't the minister clarify that he had not done this if they weren't doing this?
Well, I think we can clarify now that the triennium funding period concluding at the end of this financial year, the funding arrangement has not yet been announced and there is no certainty for the 3 years ahead, but it is currently being discussed and decisions have not yet been made. But
So the answer could be yes.
Mr
well,
Atkinson...
you'll find out in the budget in 2022, which is when the triennium period
That's great. Okay.
will commence.
Mr Atkinson, has the department briefed the minister on any new funding formula for the ABC?
The process for the triennium, as the minister pointed out, would go through a normal ERC and then budget
No,
considerations.
that wasn't my question.
Anything that we would be putting together would be to go to ERC considerations.
Has the department briefed the minister on any new funding formula for the ABC? It's a very straightforward question. It's either a yes or a no. You have or you haven't.
Well, sorry, Senator, I would have to check the detail about whether or not any cabinet documentation had that sort of thing in it.
So you don't know if you've briefed the minister on a new funding model for the ABC? You can't sit here and tell me that you haven't, that you don't know that, surely.
Sorry, what I can say is that as part of normal budget processes, we will be working with the minister on consideration of the ABC's triennium funding for next year.
So I could almost read that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth because that's not me, but I could almost read that to say, yes, you have briefed the minister on a new funding model for the ABC, new funding formula.
That's not what I said, Senator.
I know that's not what you said, but I asked a very simple question, Mr Atkinson, and my question was, has the department briefed the minister on any new funding formula for the ABC?
And my answer, Senator, is that consideration of future ABC funding through the triennium would come forward as part of the budget processes through ERC and Cabinet, and we can't talk about any of those considerations.
Mr Atkinson, do the 2021-22 budget papers assume the resumption of indexation for the ABC over the forward estimates? So we know that the government paused indexation a few years ago for the ABC funding, and that's created that budgetary shortfall for the ABC,
There
which
is no
we would
budgetary
call the
shortfall
cut.
for the ABC.
But
Senator
am I
Urquhart.
correct in thinking that the resumption of indexation is in the latest budget papers?
Yes, Senator.
It is?
Yeah.
Right, so you're resuming the indexation?
The existing, based on the existing decisions, the forward estimates are based on that, which includes the resumption.
Right, so you can confirm that the resumption of indexation is in the budget papers?
Yes.
Right, okay. Minister, the ABC funding for the enhanced news gathering program for regional Australia was extended. That's correct, isn't it? It runs out next year.
I think that is correct. I will check, Senator.
So it is, Mr Windier,
It's a measure that...
it will be extended?
No, Senator, I can't comment, as the Secretary's already pointed out, in terms of existing decision-making processes around funding for the next triennium. I was going to say, confirm you are right, though, the way it is, you would read it in the budget papers at the moment, is a measure that concludes at the end of this financial year.
Yes, it ends at this financial year, but will it be, will that funding be extended?
So that's a question that is part of the triennium funding consideration for the next period. And
But if it runs out mid-next year, when is
It's my
that?
understanding that it will be extended, Senator.
Sorry,
It is
Minister.
my understanding that it will be extended, yes.
So it will be extended. Okay. I've just got some questions around the RISE funding. Yes, I've got the right officials. Yep.
Yeah, we might just switch. Stacey.
Okay, great. Oh, they're in the room though?
Yep.
Terrific, thank you.
Dr. Arnott's.
So I just want to ask about the remaining funding for the RISE fund. We know it's the $200 million funding overall. How much has actually been spent and how much is still to be spent?
Thank you, Senator. So 160 million has been announced, which means $40 million remains in the fund
Still to be spent.
to be committed.
Yep, great, thank you.
And in terms of what has been spent, funding paid as at 22nd October, 139.7 million
Great.
of the
Thank you.
160 committed.
Thanks very much. How many of the planned events that were allocated money under the RISE fund were forced to postpone or cancel due to the COVID lockdowns?
Yeah, I do have that also, Senator, if you just give me a chance to find the right briefing, which I think is number 5. Sorry, just give me 2 seconds to find the right document. No. So, okay, so of the projects announced to date, which is 387. As at the 27th of September, 91 projects have been affected by COVID-related matters. 11 of those 387 have been cancelled, 2 partially cancelled, 2 partially rescheduled, and 76 rescheduled.
Right. So what happens to the funding if an event has to be cancelled? I mean, obviously those that are postponed would just reuse that, I guess.
Yep.
What about the ones that have been, the 11 that's been cancelled and then the 2, did you say part cancelled? I'm not sure how that-
Partially cancelled, yes.
How-
So
how-
elements of them may have
Oh,
had to
I
have been
see,
cancelled,
yes.
but some may have been able to proceed.
So what happens to the RISE funding in the event of a cancellation?
So the RISE funding remains with the recipient
Yep.
because it's the case that they will have spent the money on what they should have spent it on, even if the actual performance or project
Right.
couldn't proceed. So we don't recover RISE funding if
Yep.
projects are impacted
Okay,
by
so the money
COVID-19.
stays as if the event went ahead. Okay. So the program's not due to close until May 2022, I understand.
That's
Is
correct.
there any chance that all funds would be exhausted before then?
It's too early to tell yet, Senator. That'll be a matter for the Minister to decide how much to allocate across the remaining
Right.
time period.
What happens, what do you plan to do if those funds are exhausted?
Well, that's going to be a matter for the government. So that's how much is allocated to the program currently, and our job is to allocate that funding through.
Okay, so there's
in
40
accordance with
million
the
left,
guidelines.
so-
40 million, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the RISE fund, and that's almost as much as the Australia Council's annual budget, isn't it? Yep. Is a discretionary fund where the Minister gets to make those funding choices. I know we've had these discussions before here.
Yes, I know.
The money's been used in many instances to help support commercial events and arts. Is this a funding model that you would expect to persist beyond the scheduled end date of the RISE fund, so May next year?
Again, Senator, I can't say that would be a matter for government to consider what further funding decisions it takes through budget processes.
Okay. Do you know if it's intended to return to the arm's length and independent funding model of the Australia Council?
Well, the Australia Council continues to receive its $200 million allocation and continues to allocate its funding through its legislative mandate and its
Right.
arm's length assessment process.
So you don't know, it's just the government would make a decision on how that was...
Government could make a decision to continue it, but at the moment it's scheduled to end.
Yeah.
It's a COVID measure.
So last estimates, you told us there was no cases of the Minister overruling departmental recommendations for the RISE grants recipients or suggesting recipients which were not recommended by the department. Is that still the case?
Yes, that's still the case, Senator.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a few on online safety.
See if Senator Hanson-Young, do you have questions for these witnesses?
Okay, well, let's...
Would you want to exhaust or?
No, I'm happy to share if you've got some for around RISE or whatever.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Senator
That's fine.
Hanson-Young, you have the call.
Okay, thank you. And yes, so you've just been answering some questions in relation to the RISE funding. I'm wondering whether there's been any progress on any type of insurance mechanism for live performance in particular. We know there's legislation currently before this committee, but I'm more interested in what work is being done within the Minister's office and the department to resolve this problem.
Well, Senator, I think I don't have much to add from what I gave as evidence at the inquiry into the insurance bill. We continue to deliver the government's COVID-19 funding programs. We continue to consult closely with the sector, and we continue to see that thanks to vaccination and venues opening up, activity is starting to, arts activity is starting to recommence as we would hope and anticipate, and the funding programs are doing their job.
Okay, so despite pleas from state, local government and key industry players, there's just stubbornness from the Minister's office on this. On to some more detailed questions about the RISE funding. I'm interested, there's been a few questions raised about those that have been able to access the program. So I want to know whether an organisation's track record has been taken into account before money has been handed over or approved.
Yes, Senator, it's certainly one of the things we look at in terms of making funding recommendations.
So there's been questions raised over where the RISE funding is actually going. One of the examples, I'm sure you're aware, Dr. Arnott, is a couple who own a spa retreat. Mudstone Spa Retreat. They had no track record in the arts at all and have received $621,000 to run a weekly music night for an audience of 200. How was that approved?
Senator, that grant application was assessed in the normal way as part of Batch 5 in RISE funding. The project is delivering significant outcomes in WA with employing 288 people and an audience of more than 15,000 people. The grant money will be spent on performers and artists who will be taking part in the event, and I understand the event was strongly supported by the community of Manjimup in WA. Okay.
Are there other examples like this where you've got organisations that have not had a track record on supporting the arts or putting on live performance who are getting money over and above those who have actually lost their jobs because of COVID?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator. I mean, we look at the employment of artists, and we look at the employment of arts-related workers, and we look at audience numbers as some of the things that we consider, and obviously those projects that attract large numbers of people and employ large numbers of artists are competitive.
Yeah, and so out of that 620,000, what percentage of that actually goes to the artists?
I'm not sure I have that precisely to hand. I don't have the budget here, so I can.
Could you take that on notice?
Yeah, I could answer that this evening.
Great.
At the art session.
That would be helpful. Thank you. And I think you've already given the total figure that's been requested through the RISE program, or have you only given the figure for what has been committed?
Yeah, I've given the figure for committed and spent to date.
Could I have the figure for what has been requested? Because we know it's been oversubscribed.
It has been a very popular program. I don't think I have the total numbers of applications received. Yes, I do. So I can, have they given me? So the total number of applications received up till the end of batch 5 is 1,548. I don't have the amount of money that was requested, so I'll have to take that on.
If you can come back to us tonight on that, that would be
And of
helpful.
those 1,548, 387 have been funded, I believe.
Thank you. Why is it that it's the Office of Arts that continues to assess these applications? Why haven't we worked out a more, streamlined process of having it go through Australia Council, even seeing as, seeing as you seek their advice anyway, which is what I've been told previously.
Yeah, so the guidelines of the program require that the department, the Office for the Arts, conducts assessments, the Australia Council conducts assessments, and the Creative Economy Task Force is consulted, and through that process we formulate our recommendations to the Minister, who makes the decision on the grants. But the Australia Council does provide advice on the RISE grants.
We're more than 12 months on, or we're 12 months on basically, since the RISE fund was first
Yeah, a little
announced.
over. It
Just
was
over.
announced in June 2020.
Yeah. And I understand that in order to get money out the door quickly for the first round, why you do it through the department. But I am starting to hear the legitimate concerns of people in the sector who are worried that this is a step towards more direct control by the Minister and the department, as opposed to through the independent process of the Australia Council. And surely over time that is going to undermine the ability of the Australia Council. So I'm just putting it on the table. That is what people are concerned about. And if that is not the objective, then we need to hear some more justification as to why it's at the role of the Minister as opposed to the independent organisation that has been doing this type of work for, forever.
So I might just add a couple of complex things more broadly on it. I certainly haven't heard any conversations that there's any suggestion that the Australia Council's circumstances would change because of this. These are COVID measures, and as with so many, like we have 130 programs or more, and a lot of them are administered through the department. Certainly all the other COVID measures are done that way. And so it's not an unusual thing for us to do those. If RISE continues on its current decision and is implemented, then RISE would cease, and the existing model would continue through for Australia Council.
Okay.
I don't think there's any thought beyond.
Okay, I think that's important to articulate because there is a growing sense of concern, and we know the arts industry has been just smashed over the last 18 months, and I think we don't need any more unnecessary stress. So
Yeah, certainly
thank
right.
you for putting that on the record, that if this was to merge in the new budget process into a more a permanent type of arrangement, that it would be done through the more appropriate body of the Australia Council. That's what I'm hearing from you.
Certainly there's no decision to extend it, and if that's the end of that, then the Australia Council is the continuing function, and there's been no conversation about changing that.
Okay. Thank you. just a couple of last ones before going back to the opposition. I know you were asking some questions, you were answering some questions in relation to the ABC funding, and I understand, Minister, you've confirmed that the enhanced news gathering funding will be continued. Is that correct? I just want... Minister?
Sorry, forgive me, Senator.
That's okay.
Young. Can you just repeat the question?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just wanting to clarify that comment that you made, and I'm sorry, I was walking in from another committee, in relation to extending the enhanced news gathering program and the funding. If you could just clarify that for me.
That's exactly what I want to clarify. That's very good. So
Thank you.
I think I may need to correct the record to confirm that no decision has actually yet been made at that time. That was my misunderstanding, my fault, forgive me. What is in the forward estimates in the budget papers is a resumption of the indexation, but that's not a decision, it's an assumption in the budget papers.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just add, as Mr Windy said, it'll be a key consideration in training is the continuation of that.
Yes, and talks are currently underway. I just want to, every time I ask these questions, we hear that, you know, it's going to be announced at the next budget. I actually want to know whether, when we say talks are underway, are they actually underway or are they planning to happen? How far down the line are we?
So there have been discussions with the ABC, but the actual Cabinet and ERC budget discussions will happen in the lead up to between now and next budget.
Mm-hmm.
And the last point that it could be made would be an announcement in budget.
Mm-hmm.
But government could make decisions and choices at any point before that as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can I ask about SBS? Is they're obviously coming up for their a budget review and new budget as well. I understand they've submitted their requests for what their budget wishes are. Of course, one of the things I'm concerned about, and it happens every year, is this gap of about $9 million because of the foreseen wishes to be able to put more advertising from the government, and it creates a shortfall of $9 million. The Parliament is not going to accept. The Senate is not going to accept it to put more ads on SBS. You know, for the record, I don't think there should be any ads on SBS. But you know, we are where we are. Can we have a
last question? Can
we have a commitment from the government that $9 million gap is going to be filled so SBS can continue on?
So, Senator, obviously in advance of the actual decision around the future funding, I can't make a commitment on behalf of the government.
But for this financial year?
What I can say is that the issue of that gap is well understood as part of that decision making, but I can't make an announcement on behalf of that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But
Okay,
you're
thank you.
alive to the issue.
We need to rotate the call.
Thank you.
So, Senator Pratt, you have the call.
I'd like to ask, please, in relation to the Media Bargaining Code, can you advise, please, what the government's doing to remedy the situation where Facebook's refusing to do a deal with SBS as a national broadcaster under the code?
I might get Mr Windier to kick off on that one, if that's all right.
Thanks. Thanks, Senator. Look, we are aware of the situation, and at this point, obviously, we would be. We understand that the desire for there to be an agreement reached between SBS and Facebook. The role of the government in this, as you would understand under the code, is the government has the ability to designate a platform.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess
and we haven't.
You haven't taken any action
We haven't
as
got
yet.
to that. We haven't got to that step yet, but that obviously is the tool that is there for.
Okay, has the department outreached to Facebook to remind them you've got the power to do that?
We've certainly talked to Facebook reasonably regularly, yes.
Has the department briefed the Minister or the Treasurer about that matter?
So, Senator, we'd brief the Minister rather than the Treasurer, and yes, we've certainly briefed the Minister on where the situation is and what the
And has the
what the
Minister
options look like.
contacted Facebook about this apparent refusal of Facebook to do a deal with SBS?
I'm not aware, Senator, but I could take that on notice.
Thank you. What does the Minister what's the department intending to do to remedy this situation? The Minister lauded the bargaining code as an example of sovereignty, stating, ultimately, as our experience with the news media bargaining code has shown, the global digital giants will accept the rule of law if they're doing business in Australia. Is the Minister intending to make good on that?
Senator, as I've said, we've briefed the Minister. The government, I think, would be well aware of the scheme that has been established and the tools they've got available. So I couldn't comment on what the next step might be or when the next step might be taken, but it's certainly the case that the code has delivered a number of agreements, which is a very positive development. It would be nice to see more agreements in place, and I can't add much more than that at this point, I don't think.
Thank you. I've got some questions now about misinformation. On October 7, there was an article by Paul Karp citing both the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister flagging a crackdown on misinformation. Has the government yet given ACMA formal statutory responsibility for misinformation yet?
So what the government's done, consistent with the response to the Digital Platforms Inquiry, is ask the ACMA to work with the industry to develop, in the first instance, a voluntary code, which the industry has done. We're still in the pretty early stages of that code. I think the last components of it, which went to the complaints mechanisms under that code, only came into effect somewhere within the last month or so, or certainly last maybe between 4 and 6 weeks ago. So the intention was always to give the industry the chance to make the voluntary code and consider what further steps might be necessary. So at this point, nothing. We haven't moved beyond a voluntary code, but we are watching. We are watching closely.
Would you
how it goes.
Characterise a voluntary code as a crackdown if the industry is doing it for themselves?
I think what I would say, Senator, is prior to the Digital Platforms Inquiry and the government's response to it, and the ACMA putting out a position paper indicating what they thought might be necessary within the code, there was no movement in the industry to develop a code. So I think there have been the efforts of the government have caused the industry to move and move reasonably significantly. And in the Australian, Australia is one of the few jurisdictions that has actively taken steps in this place. The Europeans have also made steps. But
I understand that. Can I ask, in that context, though, you've said there was no code before, so call that a crackdown if you like. But as I understand it, ACMA's website in June 2021 shows that they provided their report to the government on the adequacy of a voluntary code, as well as the broader impacts of misinformation in Australia. But the government has not yet released that report, which would give some weight to, I guess, what you're arguing if it were released. Can I ask, have you seen ACMA's report? Does it recommend a formal statutory role for ACMA on misinformation? Does it find a voluntary code to be adequate?
Senator, I'm not going to go into the contents of the ACMA's report, which has been provided to the Minister and is currently being considered. The one thing I would observe is that I would just make the point that I made earlier, that actually there are some elements of the voluntary code that have actually only just kicked in. So the very code that was developed included a complaints mechanism, which is quite an important component of it, which was always on a delayed start. So some aspects of what the industry has said they will sign up to and deliver, we haven't yet probably had enough time to see how effective they are. But the report from the ACMA is currently being considered.
So when will that report be public?
I couldn't give you a time on that, Senator, but it is with the Minister and it's being considered at the moment.
Well, I consider it somewhat urgent, given there's a federal election coming up. Australia is in the midst of a health pandemic, which has been characterised by misinformation. We've got the bushfire season coming up, which has also been marred by misinformation. Can the government not table that report now as a matter of urgency so we can truly see the state of the landscape in relation to misinformation?
Senator, all I can say is that I think the question of misinformation is certainly one that's being taken seriously in policy circles in Australia and is being given serious consideration by the Minister. I couldn't give you, unfortunately, I can't give you a timeframe.
If it is being taken seriously, surely taking it seriously would involve the tabling of this report so that we're able to assess legitimately what the issue the government's responding to, surely.
That report's currently going through a cabinet process, Senator, so...
Why is the Minister stalling? What does the Minister have to
Because it's currently
hide
going through a
on
cabinet process, and I
misinformation?
don't think that the Minister has anything to hide on misinformation. In fact, in addition to passing our Tough New Online Safety Act in 2021 and backing our online safety initiatives with record
We'll
funding
get
of
on to that
125 million
shortly.
over the next 4 years, the Coalition Government has tasked ACMA with overseeing the development of this voluntary code on disinformation and news quality. This is an exceptional leap forward. The code was launched in 2021. Twitter, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, Adobe, Redbubble and TikTok have all adopted the code, but as private corporations, major digital platforms have terms of use that govern how users and others
That
interact
wasn't
with
my
their
question.
services
My
and
question
committed
was
to
in
enforcing
relation to
use.
the tabling
Australian
of the
government
report.
expects platforms
Minister,
to
you
have
said
and
it's
consistently
subject
enforce those
to...
terms.
She was answering an entirely different question, not the one I asked. In relation to you, Minister, you did say that it was going through a cabinet
Yes.
process currently. When
Yes.
do you expect it to come through the other side of that
When
process?
it's finished through cabinet.
Any further questions?
Yes, can I ask now, in terms of the classification review, advertising review, privacy review, there are a range of reviews on foot in response to the digital platforms inquiry, but the government's running late on all of them. The digital platforms inquiry released in December 2019 stated that a review of advertising rules and restrictions across all delivery platforms would commence in 2020. Where's that up to? What happened to it? Where did it go? Did anything happen? What's the status of it?
Under the Pauline Sullivan, First Assistant Secretary, Online Safety, Media and Platforms in the department, in the government's response, the review of advertising restrictions was going to be in a stage. The government's response was setting out basically a roadmap, a pathway of staged reform, and the advertising review was going to be in the second stage of that. The first stage included the classification review, which I presume we're about to get questions on, and also the first stage of media harmonisation, which has currently been the focus for the last year, such as the release of the Green Paper and the steps with that.
Okay, the classification review, which is needed to inform the implementation of the codes of practice under the new Online Safety Act. Mr Neville Stevens delivered that report to the Minister over a year ago.
Correct, Senator.
So is that just another report the Minister is sitting on? When will it be released? Why has it been taking so long?
It is a very comprehensive review. The classification system, much of the implementation of changes to the classification system are not completely within the remit of the Commonwealth Government because it is a cooperative intergovernmental scheme.
Has the Minister and the Government therefore started talking to the states about this issue already then?
Not at the moment, but
Right,
there
so
will be
you're saying,
discussions.
yes, it's complicated, but we're not doing anything to overcome the complications of making progress on that issue because the Minister is still sitting on it and is sitting on it without doing anything.
I'd characterise it.
I might just... Do you want to answer the question or say something?
I would just observe that there are elements, in a sense, as you pointed out, there are elements that were tied up in the review of classification that were then picked up in the new Online Safety Act. So, as Ms Sullivan said, it's a comprehensive review that covers an awful lot of territory, some aspects of which have been progressed in the context of the new Online Safety Act. There are other aspects of it that require further consideration, which is currently being given, and as Ms Sullivan says, will require ultimately consideration and agreement by the states and
Yes, but
states and
if
Okay.
no
I
one's
just- at
talking
this
to the
stage,
states yet,
I
it
just-
sounds like it's just sitting
Order.
on the minister's desk.
Sorry, Chair, can I just clarify that those conversations with the states and territories are currently underway, so nobody's sitting on
All right,
anything,
that's
but we
what I
do
was
need agreement
clarifying.
across all jurisdictions.
Order. So just a couple of things. Firstly, it's my understanding that Labor senators wanted to move to AusPost at 10 o'clock. Is that still the case? And we might put our additional questions on notice. I have some as well. I'm happy to put on notice. Yep.
Senator,
Okay.
we will be coming back to this content area under the outcome, so you don't need to
Okay.
take them on notice.
So thank you, Senator Pratt. I may also just seek the committee's agreement to allow the media. No objections? Okay, we just remind the media just to observe, to stay inside the tape and not to film any papers. Okay, all good. We will now move to the Australian Postal Corporation. So welcome. Yep. Yeah. So I welcome the Australia Post via video conference. We welcome the new Group Chief Executive Officer, Managing Director, Mr. Paul Graham. We will waive our general prohibition on opening statements to allow you to make a very brief opening statement on the basis of it being your first Senate estimates. So we invite you now to go ahead with your opening statement, Mr. Graham, and then we'll invite questions from the senators.
Thank you, Chair and Senators. So my name is Paul Graham. I'm the Group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of Australia Post. It is a privilege to appear before the committee for the first time in this capacity, leading an organisation that connects our people within our shores and beyond. Australia Post is a loved national icon that I have long held a deep respect for, and as an organisation it's more vital now than it has ever been. I've spent my whole career in large, complex organisations and service industries, from logistics and retail, agriculture and technology. The common motivation across all these roles has been ensuring people are safe and feel connected, and this will remain a key priority for me at Australia Post. Over the past 18 months, while we have faced more than our fair share of challenges, our people have worked harder than ever to keep Australia connected. In August, Australia Post released its full year 2021 results, announcing record group revenue of $8.27 billion, boosted by the continued growth in e-commerce brought about by COVID-19, with parcel and services revenue up 17.7% to $6.48 billion, with Australia Post branded parcels volume up 27.1%. We announced a profit before tax of $100 million, despite disruptions to network operations, additional resources to support lockdowns, and significantly reduced transport capacity. The profit result was tempered once again by the continued decline in addressed letter volumes, which were down 11.6%, with letter revenue down $202 million. We all know that the pandemic has changed how we have lived, worked, and even socialised, but has also permanently changed the Australian e-commerce landscape. August and September were some of the biggest months in our 211-year history. With some 15 million people in lockdown, online shopping surged. In August alone, e-commerce grew 24% year on year, and over 5.7 million households bought something online, more than half of all Australians. At the moment, it feels like we're setting new records each month. Last December was our biggest month ever, yet into September just gone, we were up 40% on that again. And each week we're consistently delivering well over 10 million parcels per week. Senators, this changing landscape presents us with both opportunities and challenges. We are on a journey to becoming a modern mail, e-commerce, digital services and retail business. Whilst our $450 million investment in the future has served us well, with the opening of new facilities in Sunshine, Western Victoria, and last week the opening of a new parcel facility in Adelaide, we have further plans for facilities in Bayswater in Victoria, Western Sydney and Botany, New South Wales, and also have announced a new Perth parcel facility to come online next year. The lack of flights across both domestic and international routes has been an ongoing challenge for us through the course of the pandemic, but we have chartered additional freighters to help carry the record volumes coming through the network. A recent report from Deloitte found that 2/3 of businesses say Australia Post has been vital in helping them survive COVID-19. That same survey found that Australia Post is more than a delivery service, it's a community service. We are not just delivering mail and parcels, but providing that friendly community interaction, including checking that elderly lady 2 doors down to make sure she's okay. Almost half of those surveyed strongly agree that Australia Post helps them access essential services during natural disasters or the pandemic, and 54% of consumers believe that the Post Office contributed to community resilience. Through the most challenging of times, our people have been fantastic through it all, and we look towards Christmas, which we expect to be our busiest ever. We're adding a further 4,000 people to our teams across the country to sort and deliver mail and parcels and help customers with their queries. There's no doubt that border closures, restrictions, freight capacity and complying with necessary COVID-safe measures have created significant challenges for our network. I want to take this opportunity to thank our customers and all Australians for their patience as we've tackled these challenges. But our priority is keeping our people and customers safe, and we are complying with all government and local health directions as we have done throughout the pandemic. As restrictions reduce and domestic flights return, we are confident of further improvements to speed and reliability. Our post offices, which have remained open through the pandemic, continue to be more important than ever, acting as a vital local hub for Australians, particularly in rural and regional Australia. Our frontline teams and post offices across the country have helped communities stay connected to important services, including our Bank at Post offering. In closing, I would like to thank our incredible 64,000 strong team for their dedication, focus and commitment during a demanding period for the organisation. I am very proud to represent them today. Despite so much change, one constant has been the focus on the safety of our people, something that I will ensure continues to be our priority, not just the physical safety, but the mental health of our people too, who have worked tirelessly during a difficult time. From our posties and drivers to our post office team, including our fantastic licensee post offices and our support office team. They have kept businesses afloat and they have helped Australia get through this moment in history as they have done many times in the past. As I've begun to make my way around facilities, albeit only in New South Wales for now, I've been humbled by the pride that our people take in all that they do. They have kept Australia moving and helped us stay connected, something that should not be overlooked. I look forward to working with all stakeholders to help move Australia Post forward and doing so in a sustainable way that contributes to invest in our network and further broadens our offering of essential services, particularly in regional communities where they are so vitally important. Chair, the Australia Post team stands ready to take your questions.
All right, thanks, Mr. Graham.
Chair, could I ask Mr. Graham to table his opening statement?
Yeah, can we get a copy of your speech, please, Mr. Graham, to be tabled? And
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Certainly, Chair.
Could you do you have that electronically, and you can just email it through, so we can have it now.
Okay.
Yes, we will email it through.
That's happening.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks very much, Chair. And Mr. Graham, it's good to see you again. Look, Ms Davies, seeing as Mr. Graham is new to the role, and again, I'd just like to congratulate you on your appointment, Mr. Graham. I'll direct the next few questions to you. Your annual report says Star Trek volumes increased 12.1% in the last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's been a good year. Would you describe it?
It's been an unusual year, Senator.
Sorry to intercede.
I'm not quite.
Sorry to intercede. Just because we have a lot of people on the video conferencing, it's looking a bit like the Brady Bunch here, in a good way. We do need people to state their names for the Hansard record, so my apologies for the reminder on that, but it's very important that every time you speak you do say who you are. Sorry.
And Chair, just to clarify, I'm suggesting that it has been a good year on the increase in income. Obviously there's been other challenges. To you, Ms Davies.
So, just take a step back. Susan Davis, Executive General Manager of People and Culture. Yes, it's been a challenging year. It's been an extremely busy year. I'm not quite sure what you'd term as a good year, Senator, but I think for everyone it's been extremely challenging.
Good, thanks. I'll just go to another question, but I think 12.1% the last year means there has been a good year in income terms. Your overall remuneration increased from $794,000 to more than $1.5 million. That's an increase of 92%.
Yep.
Your base salary also jumped by about 12%. Does that sound right?
No, that doesn't sound right, Senator. That's not correct. The Australia Post executive last year, which it was widely communicated and reported, the Australia Post executive took a pay freeze along with the all Australia Post employees, and the executive actually took a 3-month pay cut of 20% last year. And we also forgot the bonus payments as well. So it's not true to say that any of the executive have had an increase. Certainly, if you're talking about my salary in particular, Senator, then no, it hasn't. That's incorrect.
Ms Davies, hi, it's Kimberly Kitching. Could I just ask, but you did receive bonuses not in the around the start of the financial year. You received them a few months after that?
No, we didn't, Senator. We didn't receive any STI payments last year at all. From an exec point of view.
Yeah, in the 1920 financial year.
So in 1920, so in 21, we just, as is documented in the remuneration report and the board report, the incentives, the STIs have been paid out this year.
Okay, so sorry, they were paid in 2021?
Yes.
Rather than 1920. So you did receive bonuses or STI payments?
We received STI payments as reported in the annual report for 21.
Yes, and I've had a look at that chapter of the annual report.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
So just clarify, over the last 2 years, the bonuses you've received and your salary increases. I want to be clear about that. What was your salary increase?
Are you talking about mine personally, Senator?
Yeah, I'm talking about yours, Ms Davies.
Yeah, so last year I did not receive a salary increase. Last December I did not receive a salary increase. The year before, I believe the exec received a 2%, but let me confirm that for you, Senator, for clarity.
Now, I'm asking about your increase from 794,000 to more than 1.5 million. Is that correct, a 92% increase?
No, that's not correct, Senator. I'll state that again. That is not correct. So if you refer to the remuneration report, it's very transparent. We report all our salaries. If it's mine in particular that you want to look at, then that's reported in the REM report this year and last year. And the stretch part of my salary, I have a base salary and I have a short-term incentive component to my salary, and that has not increased. Whether that was achieved or paid is a different question, but my salary has not increased.
Did you achieve your stretch?
Yes.
And what was that?
So again, all of this was reported in the REM. So if you look at the numbers that have just been reported, then there's a base. We, as an exec member, there is a 70% payment of STI on target and a 30% on stretch. There is a very detailed scorecard, very transparent, and there's a lot of governance around that scorecard, and there's a lot of governance around the Australian Post remuneration policies. And so scorecards are set individually. I have my scorecard. A bulk of the scorecard is on enterprise financials, 50%. That's 25% on revenue and 25% on PBT. And then we've got core objectives within that scorecard of consumer NPS, business NPS, service levels, DIFOT, employee engagement, and of course, importantly, safety.
So just taking into account your overall package, what was the bonus? I'm just not quite clear about the actual figure, Ms Davies, that your bonus constituted how much money?
So my short-term incentive is at 100%. So if you look back on last year, if my salary was at 757, then my potential to earn is at 100% at stretch. So 70% at target, 30% at stretch.
So when Senator Sheldon said, I think the figure he quoted was a 90% doubling on the baseline, and you said no, in fact, according to your contract, you did achieve those milestones, and he was correct.
Well, no, the question was, did I get an increase in my salary? No, I didn't get an increase in my salary. Last year we were not paid STIs. This year we were paid STIs. So it's not an increase, it's just that we actually paid the STIs this year, we didn't last year.
I'm not asking you, but I'll just then go to your overall remuneration increase from 794,000 to more than 1.5 million. You said that's incorrect. What is the correct amount in dollar terms? Actual dollar, hard, cold, cash.
So on my base salary, there was no increase. If you're talking about
your remuneration, Ms Davies.
So your package.
It's clear. So I think it's clear in the REM report, and I think I've stated what my package is, and that's a base salary with a short-term incentive up to 100%, 70% at target, 30% at stretch. And the question was, have I had an increase from last year to this year? No, not on the actual salary. Did I receive a payment this year that I didn't receive last year? Yes. So if my full earning potential what I achieved this year, then yes is the question. I'm not trying to be difficult, Senator. I'm just trying to answer the question correctly.
Senator, if I could clarify, in simple terms, the number you quote is correct. As Ms Davies said, she has a base salary that has not increased based on a target and then a stretch performance that is exceeding obviously that target amount. Then she would have got 100% of her base, which equates to the figure that you mentioned. The subject of remuneration is an important issue and is getting some attention, and there are a few points that I would like to make. Australia Post is delivering a vital service today in the face of enormous challenges. My commitment is to ensure we have the right workplace models to deliver this sustainably.
Mr Graham, can I just interrupt you for a second?
Certainly.
I'm not asking a question about that. We have a limited amount of time, Chair. I was directly a question to Ms Davies. I'm still trying to get a figure out of Ms Davies regarding the amount, the actual financial amount of net increase over the last...
It's 100%.
Can I just to intercede? So I think, Mr Graham, if you have a brief statement to make about this, and then Senator Sheldon is correct that he can pursue his line and pursue an answer. But I think, Mr Graham, if you have something to add briefly, I think you should be entitled to do that.
Thank you, Chair. So, as I said, my commitment is to ensure that the workplace models delivered this are sustainable without being a burden to the taxpayer. I'm conscious that every dollar we spend is a dollar that belongs to the people of Australia, and I intend to use it wisely. The framework for remuneration is determined by the board. It's clearly set out in the annual report. It's externally accountable, simple and transparent, fair, equitable and motivational, strategically aligned and performance linked, shared responsibly and personal accountability, and there's a clear remuneration governance. But in direct response to Senator Sheldon's question, Ms Davies had 100% of her base salary rewarded as a short-term incentive based on achieving a stretch target for the group's results.
And so what's that? Can you just do the maths for me? What's the total?
1.52 million, 1.4. I can actually look it up specifically in the annual report. But at 754 times 794 times 2, so 1.48, 1.5 million, Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Mr Graham.
We need to rotate the call. We'll come back to you. Okay. Senator Small.
Thanks, Chair. And good morning, folks. I'll just address my questions broadly, and whoever's best placed can answer them. And I wanted to ask about what impact the first strike by the TWU had on the Australia Post business.
Thank you, Senator Small. I will refer that comment to Rod Barnes, who's our head of our national network and operations, and directly involved in obviously providing that service to our customers. So, Rod.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Senators. Rod Barnes, Executive General Manager of Deliveries for Australia Post. At the first period of industrial action that we had some weeks ago, I think approximately 500 to 600 staff chose to participate in that action that day. We did have some delays. We recovered all of those delays within 2 business days, and Victoria was probably our most challenged. We did suffer some impact to some critical shipments we weren't able to isolate, and a pretty challenging period, but we got through that after about 3 business days, Senator.
Thanks, Mr Barnes. Can you outline exactly what you mean by that sort of business impact? How many parcels were delayed? And when you said critical shipments, what were you referring to?
Medical shipments, Senator, and foodstuffs, so items that traditionally consigned by business, such as pharmaceuticals, medicines, and items for hospitals and so forth. The items in question delayed, and I'll take the exact number on notice, Senator, it was about 74,000 parcels in Victoria and approximately 13,000 parcels in New South Wales for that day.
So does that mean that union guarantees to exempt medical deliveries and other critical deliveries from the industrial action were not in fact able to be delivered?
Senator, the union did make some commitments during the industrial discussion, shall I say, around protecting and working with us to try and isolate those shipments. That's particularly difficult when you have trailers, many trailers coming through with up to 2,000 to 3,000 individual articles in those trailers. So unless we're able to actually identify the shipment being medical, which isn't always done, it becomes quite hard to do that. We did argue that we would like to have had those trailers all processed, and if that had been the case, we could have been in a place to identify the receivers and hospitals and move that product. In some cases, we were able to do that. We were pre-positioned, we've been able to, with the time we had, pre-communicate with customers. But once that's not the case, it makes it very difficult for us to identify those shipments amongst that sheer volume.
So just to be very, very clear, medical shipments were delayed by the industrial action?
Yes.
Thank you. When we come to the second round of industrial action by the TWU, what business impacts did that have?
A little bit reduced, Senator. We only saw, in our Star Trek premium business, for example, we saw less than 20 staff take action. Across our Star Trek Express business, it was about 450, but I can get the exact numbers on notice, Senator. Again, Victoria was probably our most challenged area. This particular time, the business caught up in the day. We did suffer, again, delays to some of those shipments, but all businesses. And as I say, with the Saturday and the weekend recovery and using the Australia Post network, we were able to mitigate some of those challenges.
And that is impressive mitigation, Mr Barnes, but if the TWU continue with industrial action, do you foresee an impact on Christmas deliveries? And I guess specifically impacts on retail small business customers and the like who are relying on your services to be able to fulfil both deliveries to customers and stock which they need to trade and employ people?
Absolutely, Senator. We've made significant progress in the last year by allowing our products across the Australia Post business and the Star Trek business to be managed on all machines. So Star Trek now fulfil even a greater role in assisting not only the Star Trek business, but the Australia Post business, and also reciprocally. So any industrial action from Star Trek will impact the Australia Post business.
I guess a final question on the back of that. I understand that some 30,000 Australia Post staff have accepted identical EBAs, each with a 3% pay rise each year over the 3-year life of the agreement. So can you offer a view as to why the TWU won't accept that same agreement applying to the approximately 3,000 Star Track staff that's good enough for 30,000 Australia Post staff?
It's difficult for me to make a statement on what the TWU feel on that offer. It is also difficult for me to understand the nature of claim. We've gone from claims of pay to super to job security, and now we seem to be back to pay again. I've not been personally involved in all of those Star Track negotiations. I was involved with the Australia Post. Ms Davies may be to add further detail in relation to that question, Senator, on the EBA outcomes.
Yeah, I thank you, Rod, and I'm delighted to say that we worked extremely hard with the CPU to reach an agreement with the Australia Post EBA, which covers 31,000 of our employees, as you say, Senator. And that's a 3-year agreement with a 3%, and 3% and 12% super, and a range of commitments around security and employment ongoing. I guess one of the more important parts of that EBA negotiations was really to reach a term of reference agreement with the CPU on working forward on the rollback of the 3-day delivery, the change of reg relief into rolling forward back to a 5-day delivery, but really importantly working with the union and our employees over the next 3 years to come to a sustainable delivery model for Australia Post that delivers for our customers and the community and keeps Australia Post sustainable.
Thanks for your honesty, folks, and I think you're being very polite by calling that a negotiation. It certainly sounds like something a little more thuggish. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Small. We will go back to Senator Sheldon for the next rotation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to clarify something, Australia Post went to the Fair Work Commission in an attempt to prevent your workers being from taking protected industrial action on the basis it would disrupt medical deliveries, including COVID-19 vaccines. Australia Post lost that case, and Commissioner Cambridge said, and I quote, "On any realistic and objective assessment, the level of any such threat would be accurately described as being of very low order." That's a pretty clear verdict, isn't it?
Well, Senator, I think, if you look at any loss of delivery of a pharmaceutical or a product that is important for someone's health, surely one delivery missed is important to that individual. We attempted to prevent any disruption to our network, not only to ensure that urgent medical and pharmaceutical and healthcare items were delivered, but also we are and were in the middle of a pandemic, a lockdown of the 2 most populous states in the country. And as a network, any disruption has a significant roll-on effect across our network. So we were ensuring that we looked after our customers and kept our people safe, and we respect the judgment as it was given and continue to negotiate with the TWU in relation to trying to reach an agreement that we can all accept is good for our team members, good for our customers, and good for the sustainability of the business.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. I just want to then just say this: if it's a very low order of threat, there were suggestions made that there was a substantial disruption, and I just want to draw to your attention that Commission's decision that it was only very low. Now, thanks. So I understand, from the evidence given now this morning that the figure of $1.5 million for overall remuneration package is correct, and the actual payment made. I want to turn now to your workers. Is it correct, and this is to Ms Davies again, is it correct that Star Track workers employed under your National Enterprise Agreement have not received a pay increase since December 2019, whilst you're on $1.5 million?
It's correct that the whole Australia Post group, of which Star Track is a wholly owned subsidiary, took a freeze in pay last year. Star Trek nationally didn't take that full pay freeze for the whole year, and New South Wales an even smaller pay freeze. But it is true to say that we all in the during the year that was last year in COVID took a pay freeze across the organisation. So your statement is correct, Senator.
Thank you. So it's essentially, for the bulk, it's for essentially the workforce. It's for the last 2 years, Star Trek workers under your national EBA received that there has been no increase, received pay increase except in the terms that you just described for some isolated groups. So the vast bulk of the workforce has not received it, but at the same time there's been massive bonuses paid. When this comes to a critical issue, massive bonuses, remuneration packages, and a comparison with what's been paid to Star Trek employees. Is your intention to pay those Star Trek employees from the period of last year when there was substantial and from the expiry date of the agreement?
Well, as you're aware, Senator, that is part of the ongoing EBA negotiation with the TWU, which we are still working through and bargaining in good faith, and that's something that we're working through.
So at this point, you can't tell me that those workers that deferred wage increases because of the general public concern, including the workforce, about what the effect of COVID pandemic would be. As it turned out, in the last year, it's been a 12.1% increase in volumes. Substantial bonuses have been paid, and yet these workers still have not received a pay increase offer from that period. Is that correct?
I will point out, Senator Sheldon, that we made an offer in July. We had made the same offer to the Transport Workers Union and to our Star Trek employees as we'd made to the other 31,000 employees in Australia Post, and that is a 3-year agreement with a 3% increase for each of those years, maintaining the super at 12%, and some significant movement around commitments in the form of outside hire and agency labour with regards to job security, which, as you know, is obviously the key drive in the EBA negotiation.
Thank you, Ms Davies. Ms Davies, could you confirm that the previous annual pay increases in EBA prior to this freeze was 2% per annum?
It was 2% per annum with a 1% incentive linked to performance.
And that.
But last year in the pay freeze, we did actually pay all of our workforce in EBA, so the 31,000 plus the Star Trek employees, plus our contractors and our licensees. We paid a 1% thank you payment to everyone for their hard work that they put into last year with COVID.
But the average.
But yes, that's correct. It was 2% plus a 1% incentive.
And thank you. So the average increase has been 2%, and there's been some isolated low volume bonuses that have been paid, not 100% bonus paid to them, was it? As was paid to you? When your remuneration went to 1.5 million, that's almost, that's at least double.
I'm not sure where that question is going, Senator. Clearly, someone within an award or within an EBA is paid on a very different structure to someone on a contract.
Right, so executives can get bonuses which almost double their income to 1.5 million, and workers haven't received anything beyond 1% bonus payment. It seems inappropriate to me.
Does your bonus increase the more you hold wages back inside the organisation?
No, it doesn't, Senator.
So I just want to sorry, yes.
So, are you proceeding with your
Yeah, I am.
line?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Star Track workers have had a pay freeze in 2021, pay freeze in 2020, and before that an annual pay rise of 2%, which would barely cover inflation. And in that same time, your business has grown substantially, both in volume and in profit. There's a serious question of equity here between what's paid, as you say, to award employees, because they're award employees, and what's paid to executives, isn't there?
I think, Senator, we have to also take into account the situation in relation to the fact that we have an industry-leading award and pay agreement on the table today. Our Star Track team members are paid at the higher end of the award scale in terms of the EBA that we have negotiated. It is, like any organisation, a situation where you have team members on award rates and award agreements, and you have executives on contracts that have a high proportion of the package, in this case 100%, or that is at risk. We compete in a very dynamic international marketplace and domestic marketplace. 80% of our revenue today is in a market where we have significant competition, and we have to ensure that we maintain a competitive remuneration package that is established by the board to enable us to attract and retain talent.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. The TW has recently been bargaining with 8 major road transport companies, including Star Track. Ms Davies, do you know how many of those 8 companies have reached an agreement?
I understand from the media coverage that all have reached an in-principle agreement with the exception of Star Track and FedEx.
So Star Track is only of 2 organisations holding out. Is it correct that the TW has been attempting to bargain with Star Track since October 2020, more than a year ago?
Well, that's not 100% correct, Senator. We entered into discussions with the TW in October to talk about an MOU, entering into an MOU, as we did with our other union, the CPU, that covers 31,000 people. We wanted to do the same with the TW, but unfortunately we could not agree on the terms of that MOU. And so we commenced bargaining in April of this year.
And Senator, I think it's also important to note that the payoff we have on the table of 3% over 3 years is a higher rate of pay being offered than those 6 agreements that have already been concluded by the TW.
Okay. I need to write up the call so we can come back to you.
Yep.
I believe, Senator Antic, you have some questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I do. I'd just like to turn to a couple of operational matters, if I could. Australia Post has a system of postmarking letters. I think it's a system that records when and where the letters are sent, dates and times, that sort of thing. You often see it at the top of the letter. It's come to my attention that letters going out at the moment are using the phrase "be safe and vaccinate" with great big thumbs up. The question I've got is, why is Australia Post giving Australians medical advice?
That's a good question, Senator, and I may refer that to Nick McDonald, who's our head legal counsel. We do encourage people across our business and using the mediums that we have in many things, whether it be mental health and well-being, whether it be celebration of things like our Indigenous past. But I will refer that question to Nick McDonald, our head legal counsel. Nick?
Thank you, Paul. My name is Nick McDonald. I'm General Counsel and Corporate Secretary of Australia Post. So thank you for your question, Senator. I am aware of that postmark, and it is certainly not something that constitutes medical advice on the part of Australia Post. What it does is it encourages people to consider vaccination in a way that we consider is consistent with public health messaging and messages from other organisations.
Well, I'm sorry to be glib about this, but you say it's not medical advice, but you're telling people to go and vaccinate. How could it be anything other than medical advice?
Thank you, Senator. I don't agree that we're telling people to get vaccinated. What we're doing is promoting vaccination as a means of responding to the COVID pandemic that we're all facing, and as an organisation, as are many other organisations, we took the view that it's appropriate to encourage our team members and our extended workforce, as well as our customers, to consider vaccination. But I don't agree that it's medical advice.
You don't agree that telling people to take a medical procedure is medical advice? Who makes the decision to do this? And is it part of a policy position or platform that Australia Post has?
So my recollection is that decision was one that was discussed by the executive team, and it is not part of a particular platform or program, Senator.
Yeah. And does Australia Post give out any other medical advice? Do you tell people to go and take blood tests or have endoscopies or angiograms or any other invasive medical procedures?
As I said, Senator, we don't consider that particular postmark to be medical advice, but the organisation's not in the practice of giving medical advice, Senator.
So it's just this one-off?
Well, as I've said, I don't consider it medical advice.
Do you think it's appropriate advice, or do you think that's a matter between a person and their general practitioner?
The decision about whether to get vaccinated is a personal one, but I nevertheless think it's appropriate for us as an organisation to encourage people to consider vaccination, and that is the intent of that postmark.
And will Australia Post mandate vaccinations for its employees, and will it have any other vaccine mandate policies that it spreads out throughout its operations, its centres, its post offices?
Thank you, Senator. Like many other organisations, we're considering matters of policy around vaccination in our across our team members, and we've got an extended workforce, as others have mentioned, in terms of contractors and licensees. So those are matters of live consideration for us as an organisation, as they are for other organisations. We're also subject to various state and territory-based requirements and restrictions, and obviously we work within those as we're required to do so.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Okay, thanks. I might, just because you have 5 minutes remaining, do you want to take the balance?
If that's with your indulgence, Chair.
Yeah, all good.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just have some questions on, I believe Australia Post has made some arrangements with 7-Eleven recently. Is there any official that could help me out with that?
Yes, Senator, I'll pass you across to David McNamara, who looks after our post office network and has been directly involved with that 7-Eleven contract. Dave?
Yeah.
Well, I just am after a brief description first, what exactly that is. So, yep, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. David McNamara, General Manager of the Post Office Network. So, Senator, we have an arrangement with 7-Eleven to use their 7-Eleven lockers. Those lockers are whereby our customers who use our MyPost account have the ability to use that location to actually have their items delivered to. So those articles are delivered by Australia Post personnel, whether it's our contractors, whether it's our postie, or whether it's our post office staff, into the locker. That locker then sends the information to the customer. The customer then gets the same information they would get from a red locker, which is the Australia Post locker, and the 7-Eleven, and they come and pick up that item. If the item's not collected, our Australia Post staff will actually then take the item out of the locker, and then it will go back to the local post office whereby it's collected. So no different to how we operate our current process. All we're using is the infrastructure at 7-Eleven to provide more coverage for Australians to pick up articles from those locations.
Will this have an impact on the business or revenues of licensed post offices, and have you assessed that impact?
So, Senator, yes, we've assessed that. We offer for our licensees the ability to load those lockers like we do with our red lockers. So no different to how we actually undertake the current locker process, whereby the licensee has the ability to load and unload those lockers. So we're operating it in the same mechanism we do for our entire parcel locker fleet.
So you don't expect any reduced revenue at all, or any substitution away from the licensed post office that would reduce their revenues as a result of this contract?
So because it's a parcel collect and it's an addressed item, no. So basically there is another area where LPOs receive remuneration from carded items. This is around where customers are actually selecting an address to get their item, which is different to other revenues received from LPOs.
So there may be, or I mean, I'm only asking if there may be an impact on LPO revenues as a result of this decision. Will it depend on customer behaviours and responses?
It would depend, yes, Senator, it would depend on customer behaviours, but what we see is it tends to actually increase the volume that goes to those areas.
Fair enough. You've obviously made an arrangement with a third party here, and it seems to make some sense to provide that flexibility to Australians. Can licensed post offices make arrangements with third party postal delivery services like Toll or Amazon or other companies to handle their packaging, especially in rural or remote or regional towns where Toll or others might not have their own footprint?
So the arrangements we have for Toll or for others is around for our PO boxes. We have PO Box Plus, where Toll can actually, if a customer is paying for that, can actually provide that into a PO box. But from a provision of having Toll go directly into a post office, no, it's outside, because obviously the parcel service is a core element, and under our agreement, we don't allow competitors into our network, whether it's corporates or LPOs.
But this is sort of my point here. It seems an unbalanced agreement that you, as the licensor, can make arrangements with third parties that will potentially reduce revenue streams for your licensees, but the licensees don't have the same flexibility.
Senator, we actually, as I said in my previous answer, we do allow our licensees, as we always do, to be the first point of actually offering those services for our parcel lockers. We see just the infrastructure at 7-Eleven, just the expansion of our Red Locker network, the same as it would be for Woolworths. So there's no difference in how we do it. We always offer our licensees that option if it's in their locality.
I'll move on, and this one hopefully won't take too long. Just can you give an update on the Bank at Post negotiations, especially where you are with, I think, Westpac and ANZ? Have you finalised, that might be a different person, sorry, but have they finalised agreements with Westpac and ANZ?
Senator, I'll refer you to Gary Starr, who's Head of Commercial and is directly involved in those negotiations. Gary?
Thank you, Senator. Gary Starr, Executive General Manager, Business Government and International. So we have signed letters of intent and working through agreements with the National Australia Bank and the Commonwealth Bank, as we previously communicated for 10 years. Westpac remains committed to the Bank at Post service and has an existing contract with us to the end of 2022. And we're working with them on a longer term commitment, which includes discussions about future services for their customers. They executed on a 1-year extension that was built into the original contract and was always an available option. And we're speaking regularly with the Westpac team and expect to extend that arrangement in due course. And with ANZ Bank, yes, we have had discussions with ANZ and we've agreed to ongoing discussions but haven't reached any agreement at this stage.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Canavan. We've got post for another 12 minutes. I'm just trying to see whether or not we're going to need to. Okay. Well, I'm just getting a sense of whether there's any other. Okay,
And
so we'll hand it to.
This is a forum really for the opposition, so it would be good too. Yeah.
No problem. I'm just trying to get a sense of timing.
Yeah.
So, have you expired your line? Or are we coming back to you, Senator Shaw?
More questions.
Okay. Well, why don't we'll hand the call to Labor senators and you can work through your questions.
Thank you.
Good, thanks very much, Chair. Now, we've just received evidence about the massive footprint StarTrack has through Post. Is it true that dragging out delays in a new agreement produces a financial benefit for StarTrack? Because it means you've managed to go another year without any pay increase? Ms Davies?
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat that question?
Is it true that we've got 6 out of 8 companies which have said to us have reached agreement? Is it true that dragging out and delaying a new agreement produces a financial benefit for StarTrack because it means you've managed to go another year without any pay increases?
Well, that's certainly not been the intention of this agreement. And as I said previously, we started this negotiation in April and we put a pay offer on the table in July. It's absolutely the point that the longer this continues, then employees do not get their pay increase, and we are extremely keen that employees do get the pay increase. The Australia Post, the other 31,000 employees got their pay increase the first pay period in September, so we're extremely keen that that's passed on to our StarTrack employees.
So you're saying that you're offering the same percentage that was paid to Australia Post? Is that what you're saying at the same timelines? Just want to be clear.
I'm saying that we put an offer in July. We put an offer on the table of 3% over a 3-year period to our StarTrack employees. And we're currently working through, as you know, Senator, we're currently working through the negotiation, still negotiating in good faith and trying very hard to get this to a conclusion.
Ms Davies, can you understand my just concern that we've got 6 out of 8 companies that have reached agreement? Australia Post and StarTrack, through its Australian Post operations, is making substantial amounts of money and has a dominant position in parts of the market. You're still not saying to me, is there a offer made for the 2-year that many of those workers have suffered a wage freeze, even though bonuses have been paid, in your case, double the income, and we've had a 2-year wage freeze, and over 12% increase in volumes. Do you describe that as fair?
Senator, I think, as I've said before, the current conditions under which StarTrack are paid are industry leading. So we certainly are very much focused on ensuring that we put the additional salary in their back pockets. That's what we want to do. There is no intention or no interest in us saving money. We want to spend that money by investing in our people. The offer that we have made is above, from a pay scale, the 6 agreements that are already being concluded, which I believe were a variance of between 2.5 and 2.75%. Our offer is 3% a year for 3 years, and therefore we feel it is a more generous offer than those that have already been concluded, and would like to see this EBA concluded as quickly as possible, because we want to ensure that our people have that additional money in their pocket to reward them for the work that they have done both during this pandemic but as well as in the past.
Thank you, Mr Graham. Ms Davies, it's been 2 years since StarTrack workers saw a pay rise. Given the lengthy delays, is it reasonable that the wage claim in the new agreement is backdated to the expiry of the previous agreement in December 2020?
So, as I said, Senator, that is a point that is currently being negotiated in the EBA, and we're continuing to negotiate in good faith, and probably not appropriate for that negotiation to carry out in the Senate. We are meeting with the TWU again, and we're hoping to bring this to a conclusion. There are a number of things that we have put back to the TWU. As Paul says, we've actually positioned the highest wage offer in these 6 organisations. We've put some considerable assurances around job security, which is what the TWU have positioned extremely strongly from day one. So, as I say, that's part of our negotiation, and we continue to bargain in good faith.
Thank you, Ms Davies. In 2020, when you were budgeting for the 2021 financial year, did you budget for a situation where your workforce at StarTrack would not be receiving a pay increase over that year? Or were you budgeting for a pay rise?
May I refer to Rodney Boys, our Chief Financial Officer, Senator Sheldon. I would expect that, given that we had an EBA in negotiation, we would have allowed in the budget an allowance for an increase, but I'll specifically ask Rodney to confirm that it was considered in the budget for this financial year.
Thank you, Paul. Rodney Boys, Chief Financial Officer, Australia Post. Thank you, Senator, for the question. So in the FY22 budget, we have allowed for the increase across StarTrack and Australia Post. And as Ms Davies says, we've concluded the agreement with the Australia Post employees, and they have been paid, and we're very pleased that we've commenced the payment of those from the first pay period in September, in line with budget. And we look forward to being able to pay our StarTrack employees as soon as this agreement can be concluded.
So it's been budgeted, but hasn't been paid. I just want to.
It hasn't been agreed. Sorry, the employees have been paid, and we look forward to being able to pay them at the conclusion of this agreement, in line with the agreement when it's reached. So the sooner the better for the employees and for us.
And of course, the sticking point is about the money that's been budgeted that hasn't been offered to the employees for that period at StarTrack. So I just want to go to another question. Minister Fletcher described StarTrack workers as, I quote, the worst kind of old-style union thuggery. Is there anything that's been said this morning that intimates to you that there's thuggery has gone on?
I think that's questions, but probably better directed for Australia Post, who were subject to the behaviour of the TWU.
Well, it's a comment from Minister Fletcher. It's not a comment from StarTrack.
All I can do is reiterate the fact that Minister Fletcher did indeed say that.
Right, so he's inferring violence. Can I just ask StarTrack, was there any thuggery infers violence? Can I just ask StarTrack, was there any violence involved in any of the disputes so far, or foreseeable?
Senator Sheldon, not to our knowledge.
Thank you. Just using the general language of thuggery, has there been any thuggery?
Well, Senator, I think that's a word that has many meanings to it. Our discussions with the TWU are robust, and they are certainly done on a professional basis, but they are robust, as one would expect. Whether they have any other description, I think, is up to other individuals to ascertain. Not being directly involved in them day to day, it's difficult to ascertain that, but my experience tells me that they're usually quite robust.
I think we can safely say, though, Senator Sheldon, that whatever your definition of thuggery, the Australian population would see taking industrial action in the middle of a pandemic is responsible, to say the least. Millions of Australians are relying on StarTrack to do their shopping online, to have their vaccines delivered, and their vital supplies. And so that is, I think, a definition of thuggery.
Senator Hume, in light of your statement you just made, you're saying that this is all on the backs of the StarTrack workforce, owner-drivers, thousands of workers that have accepted a wage freeze because of concerns about what might happen in the pandemic. Substantial increases have been paid as bonuses to executives. We've seen an increase in well over 12% of increase in volumes. And you're saying to me that, that this somehow is a inappropriate claim, and you're describing people taking industrial action as a thuggery. So industrial action in your mind is thuggery, is it?
When the entire country is relying on their services, I think that there is a level of significant irresponsibility in industrial action. As Australia Post have outlined today, StarTrack employees are being offered a 3% pay rise per annum each year for the next 3 years and superannuation of 12%. The same offer has been accepted by nearly 30,000 other Australia Post staff represented by the CEPU and the CSU, and the onus is on the TWU to explain why a deal good enough for nearly 30,000 staff represented by other unions isn't good enough for StarTrack workers.
Okay, we are due to take a break.
I've just got one follow-up question, if that's okay.
Okay, so we'll go to this last.
Last year, there was not payments made, Minister, and there was a wage freeze. So you're saying that those workers not being paid for that period is appropriate?
I think now it's up to the TWU to answer the questions as opposed to Australia Post or indeed the government, because that sounds to me like a good deal.
Well, Minister, it takes, the old saying takes two to tango, doesn't it?
Well, it takes an entire organisation, an entire union and a workforce to tango, clearly.
And you recognise the fact that 6 out of 8 companies have reached agreement?
30,000 other Australia Post staff have reached an agreement, yes.
6 out of 8, you are aware that 6 out of 8 other companies have reached agreement? Evidence was given to that effect this morning?
Well, my understanding is that now the ball is in TWU's court.
Okay, it's now 11 o'clock, so we are going to break. We're going to need Australia Post to stay with us because I think Senator Kitching has a line of questioning, so we'll break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
I think you had longer.
Committee.
Why you think something?
Yeah.
Keep a longer period of time.
Okay, the committee will resume from the tea break, and Senator Kitching, you have the call.
I'm actually, Chair, just going to go to Senator Sheldon, just because
Senator
he's got
Sheldon, you have
a
the
few
call.
extra questions.
Good. Thanks very much, Chair. It's to you, Minister. I've had an opportunity to look at the definition of thuggery in the Oxford Dictionary. It says violent behaviour, especially of a criminal nature. Minister, can you explain what violent behaviour has taken place at Star Trek?
Senator Sheldon, thank you for that question, but I think, as Mr Graham said, the word thuggery can be interpreted in many different ways. I'm positive that Minister Fletcher didn't check the Oxford English Dictionary definition when he made his comments, but I think I can reiterate that he stands by his comments that those actions taken by the TWU and Star Trek workers was in fact irresponsible.
It's a very serious accusation to make that people have engaged in thuggery, and quite clearly the community view of thuggery is very close to the definition of the Oxford Dictionary, and that is that there's violence involved or stand-over tactics. There's been no evidence to that effect. Now, this is a very serious accusation. Do you have any evidence of violent behaviour, or are you just going to retract your accusation?
I am not going to retract Minister Fletcher's statement. In fact, he stands by that statement. And what I can say is that I do feel that holding an entire nation to ransom during a pandemic at a time when they relied on those Star Trek workers is in fact an act of thuggery.
So a legally protected industrial action where there's two parties that are not reaching agreement. Star Trek, certainly correct me if I'm wrong, a company that's had broadly a history of good working relationships. When there's been hard disagreements, they've come to conclusions and got on with the job. No more so than during this pandemic. So it's completely irresponsible. Just another example, the Morrison's government, total disdain for unions and the workers they represent, plus exercising their legal industrial action.
Well, you may say that, Senator Sheldon, but I think what it is in fact is the Morrison government standing up for all Australians who rely on the work that Australia Post has done, who rely on the work that Star Trek employees are doing to deliver their parcels, to deliver their vaccines, and at a time when the world is suffering from a pandemic, when Australia is relying on those employees to hold this organisation and to hold the public to ransom over a pay deal which 30,000 other Australia Post staff represented by the CPU and the CSU have agreed to is in fact irresponsible.
Well, I certainly wouldn't be describing, and I'd find it very difficult to say that anyone would appreciate your comments regarding thuggery when you're saying to Middle Australia that are fighting for Middle Australia wages that they're carrying out thuggery by pursuing a fair arrangement with their employer. Legal arrangement, it's quite clear that it's deeply concerning. I just make this observation, you may want to make a comment. If those workers, a number of those are owner-operators, they run their own small business, they're under bargaining agreements. with the TWU. There's also, of course, a number of employees. You know, people that you'd find in any neighbourhood, any neighbourhood that I attend around Australia, very middle class. They've got, if they get their partners, wives, kids, grandparents are being called thugs, do you think the rest of their family would be concerned about it, or their community?
Senator Sheldon, I could point out to you that that is a very well-spoken argument for the Secretary of the TWU, which of course is a position that you have held. But as a senator for New South Wales, your responsibility extends beyond simply those workers to all the people of New South Wales who are relying on the Star Trek employees to accept the offer that is in fact industry leading. And in fact, it's for 3 years, whereas everyone else is for 2 years. And as I reiterated before we went to the break, the ball is now firmly in the TWU's court.
Miss, I'm not negotiating with you, but because of one of time.
That's because I'm not in a position to negotiate.
I'm not in a position to negotiate with you either, Minister, and I'd certainly stand by every question that I have asked this morning, including the questions to you, Minister.
And I stand by every answer.
Okay. Senator Kitching.
Thank you. Ms Davies, I looked at the 1920 annual report and the 2021 annual report, so I'm in the remuneration table. So in 2019, your base salary was $703,826, and in 2021, your salary was $766,659. So that's an increase. I'm just going on the figures in your annual reports.
So, Senator, just for clarification, these are...
Sorry, Ms Davies, how are you clarifying the annual report? I note there's no footnote at the bottom of the tables, but I'm interested in your clarification of your salary.
Please don't overtalk.
Well, if you
the
let me
witness.
finish, I can give you that clarification, maybe, Senator. If you look at the annual report,
which
and
year?
I'll go back to
Which year?
Well, look at any year on the annual report, and the way that the remuneration, I don't have a copy of what you have in front of me at this moment in time, but the way that works, and I'll say it again, there is a base component of salary, and then there is an at-risk component part of that salary. And when you're looking at the REM reports or the annual reports, it is what is being paid. So when you ask a question of, did your salary increase? Did the REM payment increase? Well, there was probably, this year, if you look, there is a REM payment that has been, an STI payment that is being made that wasn't made last year.
Yeah, so Ms Davies, just to look at your base salary, so in the first column, and I'm sure that you'll be able to avail yourself of your own annual reports, your base salary in 2019 is $703,826. In 21, your base salary is $766,659. So that's an increase. That is an increase from 703 to 766.
The witness is trying to answer the question.
That is an increase. That is an increase.
If I can speak, Senator, absolutely, that was an increase from 2019 to 2020. Yes, it was.
Thank you. I don't know why that was so hard before. When I go to your total package in 2019, that was $1.264 million, so $1,264,460, and your total remuneration in 2021 is $1.525329 million. So that's an increase as well. Yes, that's an increase as well.
You're asking a question?
That is an increase as well. Question mark.
It's an increase, Senator, because there was a bonus paid, there was an incentive paid in the last financial year. So it is an increase because it wasn't paid the prior year. That's correct.
So hang on a sec. So what is that you, Mr. Graham, speaking?
It is.
Yes, it is,
yeah.
Senator.
Okay, so because it wasn't paid last year, there's been an increase in the at-risk payment this year to make up for not getting it last year.
No, that's not correct.
Well, that's what it just sounded
Please
like.
don't overtalk the witness.
That's what it
No,
just
that's
sounded like.
Please don't overtalk the witness.
It's disingenuous to explain it that way. As Ms Davies had explained, there was no bonus paid the prior year to anybody in Australia Post.
I wasn't talking about the bonus in the prior year. I gave you a 2019 total remuneration package and a 2021 total remuneration package. If you are bringing in the 2020 year as well, you are suggesting, Mr Graham, whether you mean to or not, you are suggesting, and the fact that it leapt to your mind is, oh, we didn't get any bonuses last year, so we'll make up for it this year. That's what it sounds like.
Looks that way.
Well, I think that's totally incorrect, Senator.
Then why did you raise
as I-
it? Why did you raise it, Mr Graham?
Because I was trying to explain the difference between the numbers that you were discussing.
And I gave you 2019 and 2021. And now you've brought in 2020 when, oh, poor you didn't get any bonuses.
Senator, I think the tone is not appropriate. I think that
Mr
we are
Graham,
trying to explain.
Mr Graham.
Order.
Chair.
Order. We need to
Chair,
maintain the
on a point
order. Order.
On
We
a
need to
point of order,
maintain-
so you must take my point of order. On a
we
point
need
of
to-
order, Mr Graham can keep his comments about me to actually to zero. I was going to say to a minimum, but to zero. And if he wants to talk about tone, that is not his place.
Thank you, Senator
That
Kitching.
actually is your place, Chair.
Okay.
And the fact that Mr Graham doesn't understand the standing orders of the Senate is actually, I know you're new, Mr Graham, but perhaps for estimates next time you can have a look at the standing orders. Or get someone who is probably quite well remunerated to look at them themselves and inform you.
Thank you, Senator Kitching.
my apologies,
Sorry,
Senator.
order. Thank you, Senator Kitching. We should maintain the high standards that we expect. I expect the witnesses to answer the questions that have been put by senators in a respectful way. And equally, I ask all senators not to overtalk witnesses. So I invite you to proceed with your line of questioning. Senator Kitching.
I am going to come back to some more bonuses, but could I ask, could Australia Post confirm how many Australia Post employees are on the EBA?
Senator, the one with Star Trek or the one with the Postal Union?
All up.
33,000 team members, or we can get the exact number and take those notes, but 33,000 team members is the general figure.
Could you ask someone, or if someone's watching estimates from Australia Post and is able to get the exact figure in a timely manner, as in sort of now, that would be very helpful.
Yep, we will do that, Senator.
So, could I ask how many you've got? So it's 33,000. Do you think it's slightly up from that?
We're getting the exact number as we speak, Senator, but approximately 33,000, maybe upwards of 33 to 35.
Sorry, 33 to 35, something like that.
We'll get the exact number.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to that as well. Now, could I ask you to refer to your 2021 annual report? So can you confirm for the record that Australia Post paid out $79 million in bonuses for the financial year ended 1 July 2021?
That's correct, Senator.
That's correct. Can you confirm that over the course of COVID-19, from March 2020 until today, Australia Post has paid out $171.4 million in bonuses?
I would ask,
Senator Kitching, can I, or Chair?
Mr. Boyes.
Apologies.
Yep.
Rodney Boyes, Chief Financial Officer, Australia Post. Senator Kitching, thank you very much for that question. Australia Post, over the 2 years, it pays salary at risk STI payments. So across those years, a sales incentive scheme and also bonuses, the thank you bonuses that we've referred to several times. So, and as per the annual report, and the provision set down in the annual report, there was, I'll just turn to that page. Now, in the annual report, 92.4 million in FY20 and 79 million in FY21, and the payments would have been approximately those same numbers. And I think we have responded to your question on notice for FY20 and FY21 to that effect.
Okay, thank you. It's not quite 2 years though, is it? It's March 2020 until today, sort of a year and a half.
I've quoted you the numbers as per the annual report for the full year FY20 and the full year FY21. We did not, we would have only paid a very small amount. I would need to check that in the period between March 20 and 30th of June 20.
If you can come back to me, that would be very helpful, Mr. Boyes. Mr. Graham, do you have that exact figure yet?
No, we're just chasing that figure up, Senator.
Sorry, what was that, Mr. Graham?
We're just chasing that figure up. It's just being compiled
Oh, okay.
now. I'll get it for you as soon as possible.
I'll go, Chair, I think Senator Pratt might want to, just because she has an appointment.
We can, you want to keep the witnesses, we can keep the witnesses here for...
Yeah. Oh, well, just...
Do you,
yes.
okay. Can I just get an indication of time, because we have some other agencies waiting, so what are your thoughts on timing?
I think we should be done very
A few more lines?
shortly.
10, 15, 20, just...
Maybe 15.
Okay.
I would like before Australia Post finishes to have those figures. Oh, actually,
Okay,
Mr.
well,
Boyes,
Mr.
Boyes, if you're able to get me that figure, but not in 30 days, if you can get it to me as quickly as you can
So
today.
the request is to post that you provide the material so that it can be discussed in this hearing. Is that is that something that you can do?
Oh, well, I think that Mr. Graham's going to be able to get me a figure quite quickly.
I'm just checking.
So, Senator Kitching and Chair, if I may just go back to the question from Senator Kitching, just so I'm aware of the exact request. If it's for payments made between 1 March or 31st of March and the 30th of June on bonus or STI payments or incentive payments, then the amount will be very, very small. It'll be for our sales incentive team. There will be no bonuses and no salary risk payments between that period.
And are you going to give me a breakdown as per your table where you've got bonuses and STIs? And okay, thank you. That would be...
We've provided that already as a question on notice for the full year FY20,
Yes.
and I believe
Yes,
it's either been provided or it's on its way for financial year 2021.
And I think actually you answered all of my quans within the time, so thank you.
We have been working hard, Senator.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Thank you for recognising.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Boyes. I hope so.
Hang on. Order. One person at a time. So we're now going to go to a line of questioning from Senator Pratt. In the interim, Post can assemble the information, then we'll go back to Senator Kitching and we'll aim to release you within 15, 20 minutes, okay? Senator Pratt.
Are you aware, Mr. Graham, of who the alternate unaddressed mail providers in Australia are who can deliver unaddressed mail product at scale?
I am not aware in great detail, having been in the role in just over 4 weeks, but I will refer that to Gary Starr, who I know is directly involved in that product and service for our customers.
Do you have any knowledge about the IVE group?
Again, I'll refer it to Gary to respond to that.
I
Gary?
apologise, Senator, I was on mute. Gary Starr, Executive General Manager, Business Government and International. Yes, we do. am aware of the IVE group. Yes, we do have a relationship with them and we do work with them.
Okay, so they acquired Salmat in January 2020. They were previously the largest player that I know of in the unaddressed mail market, and they had customers like Woolworths, and I think they remain customers of IVE. Are you aware that they're headed up by Executive Chairman and former New South Wales Liberal Party President Jeff Seelig?
I'm aware of who the chair is, yes.
According to the New South Wales Electoral Commission, Blue Star, one of the brands under the IVE umbrella, was a major printing client of the Liberal Party and worked during the 2019 election campaign. And Blue Star won more than $600,000 of work from the New South Wales Liberal Party, including posters, flyers, how to vote. I understand this is not core business for Australia Post, but I'll get to the point. They've been a member of the Liberal Party's Federal Forum for a number of years. The company acquired Salmat Marketing Solutions, who are the second largest provider of unaddressed mail other than Australia Post. The Public Register indicates I've donated some $55,500 to the Federal Liberal Party in 2019. It's also reported that IVE Group received $18.3 million in contracts from the scandal-plagued iCare, a contract that was not subject to competitive tender, and Dominic Perrottet, then the New South Wales Treasurer, oversaw iCare at the time. So I'll get to the point, Mr Graham. What do you think would happen if Australian businesses and political organisations were forced to rely on the IVE Group for delivery of unaddressed mail? Does that sound like a healthy thing for Australia's democracy?
I can't comment on that, Senator. Our role is to provide services to our communities in which we operate, to provide services to a wide range of businesses, and we do so on a commercial basis.
Okay, so you are nevertheless a government-owned organisation. If Australia Post were to exit or curtail your unaddressed mail service, where would that business go?
I'm not aware where it would go. We have no intention of curtailing or cutting that service. It is an important service to our customers, and we have every intention to remain in that business going forward.
Okay, I'm very pleased to hear that with an election coming up. Have IVE Group approached you for any meetings since you became the CEO?
No, they have not.
Minister Hume, may I ask, has Minister Fletcher received any donations from the IVE Group since 2019?
All donations would be on the register, Senator Pratt, but I will take the detail on notice.
Thank you. Mr Graham, in the third quarter of 2020, several Australia Post executives worked up a plan to degrade the unaddressed mail service that Australia Post provided. I understand that these issues were discussed with board members, some of them at least, when senators questioned company executives about these discussions late last year. And there was no denial at the time. So now instead we received a series of bizarre explanations about why Australia Post began examining the future of UMS. Have you been briefed about any internal deliberations regarding UMS?
No, I have not. They've came up in general discussions with our business around the range of products and services that we provide. And as I said, we have no intention to reduce those services. They are important services for a range of our customers. Like all commercial outcomes, we review our products on an ongoing basis in terms of their suitability, as well as the fact that they are important to our communities. So all our products are continually reviewed for suitability and ensuring that we have the ability to deliver to our customers' needs. But UMS is no different to those products.
Okay, so is there, or are you flagging now, you can assure us that there will be no changes to UMS before the next election?
I can assure you that there would be no changes. We have currently none planned. As I said, we continue to review all our products and services on an ongoing basis, but at this point in time, no changes for UMS have been brought to my attention, and I therefore can say that before the next election, it is highly unlikely that any changes will be made.
Highly unlikely, but you can't rule it out. Will you rule it out for us now as a service to Australian democracy?
Well, we recognise the importance of UMS, particularly at the time of elections, and therefore it would not be appropriate to make any changes to that before the next election, so I can rule it out.
There was a push inside Australia Post by executives who were strong advocates for the alternative delivery day model without transparency to Parliament to degrade unaddressed mail such that businesses and political parties stopped using it, switched to other providers, or switched to more expensive addressed mail products. I'm assuming, given what you've said, you won't tolerate any willful degradation of UMS?
Well, as I said, and happy to refer to Gary again, it is a product that we provide to a broad range of customers, and we recognise the importance it has to those customers. We have various commercial arrangements in place with those corporate customers. We continue to review those arrangements as part of any normal commercial discussion, but I'll pass to Gary, who's got far more intimate detail in relation to the product than I do. Gary?
Thank you, Paul. Senator, we do continue to provide unaddressed mail services both commercially and for government customers, and we are currently delivering UMS as normal across the country. There are clearly at times delays with COVID, but we work to mitigate those. But we are committed to delivering for all our customers, including the 10 elections that we've had through the COVID period, both local, state government elections, where unaddressed mail is an important communication tool. So we've delivered 10. There've been 10 elections that we've supported across the country since COVID commenced, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you, Chair. Hi,
Sure.
it's Kimberly Kitching. Did you have any complaints or any, where there was redress that you had to make for not delivering mail in council elections? Because my understanding is that there were some complaints from a variety of tickets in some of the Victorian local government elections. Because in fact, for example, how to vote mail across different parties, which is obviously an important piece of mail in an election, were not delivered in time. In fact, they were delivered in some cases 2 weeks after the close of the ballots.
There are, from time to time, there are issues raised, and we work closely with MPs and the electoral commissions to address those issues.
Sorry, not MPs. I'm talking about local government elections, so they would be councillors.
For local government elections, I beg your pardon, Senator. So yes, in all the cases that I mentioned, the 10 election events, we work closely with the electoral commission and with councillors or MPs if they're state elections, and where issues are raised, we address them quickly and make sure that we do deliver. But there are, from time to time, there are issues with delivery, and we work through those.
So are you able to, just on notice, give me an anonymised sort of list of complaints for all 10 election events?
I'd have to check with. I'd have to check what we can provide, Senator.
Yeah, and I'm happy.
Certainly the intent would be to give you the information that you're looking for. I just need to understand how we would draw that information out in an anonymised way and provide it.
Yes, yeah. No, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Senator?
Yes.
Sorry, Chair.
I'm just trying to get a sense of where we're up to now. So,
sorry, I think
do you want to say something?
I know we've got to run out of time, and I've got some other key things.
So I think someone...
Hang on. One of the... Sorry. I'm just trying to get... maintain an orderly approach here. So, did one of the witnesses want to say something in addition to that?
Chair, it's Paul Graham.
Yes, Mr Graham, yeah.
I was just wanting to provide Senator Kitching with the numbers that she requested.
Okay.
So, if I may, Senator Kitching, in terms of the total number of team members who are covered by EBA agreements, we have 32,541 in Australia Post. We have 3,366 in Star Trek, and we have 357 in a business that we have called Decipher.
Called?
Decipher, D-E-C-I-P-H-A. It's a payment business that we own.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Mr Graham.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr Graham, I just would want to be able to understand with relation to UMS. You've said very clearly you won't tolerate any degradation or downgrading of those services.
I've said that we recognise the importance of those services to the communities and customers that we serve. Those services, like all our products, are regularly reviewed to ensure that they are suitable and consistent with the expectations that our customers have.
Yes, but that is, you know, it's suitable that we have a regular delivery at an affordable price of unaddressed mail, particularly in the context of an upcoming election. You're not thinking of changing anything, you know, you say you've had 10 elections, you can commit that nothing else is going to change, including the price between now and the next election?
I would not expect that to be the case, correct.
We have you had any direct reports recommend that Australia Post increase prices for unaddressed mail?
No, I have not.
Great. Are you aware of what the consequences for regional Australia would be if Australia Post ever exited the UMS market?
Well, as I say, Senator, I've had it brought to my attention the various products and services that we provide and the impact that they have on communities. You know, we review those products and services to ensure that we are fulfilling both the obligations that we have and also that they are fit and appropriate for our customers and the communities in which they operate.
Okay. So in relation to preparations for the upcoming federal election, has Australia Post been complying with its regulated service standards for mail delivery frequency and mail delivery timeframes?
I will refer that question and the detail of that to Rod Barnes, who is our Head of Network Operations. Rod?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Senator. Rod Barnes, Executive General Manager for Deliveries. Very aware of our CS obligations, which we managed to achieve last year. The situation at the moment with the relevant COVID challenges does make that particularly difficult, and we are doing our best in some locations. So that service is varying depending on the traffic lane and the conditions we face. And we're operating under 8 different state health orders and requirements to comply, and we're doing our best to work that through. I can send you in detail, Senator, I'll notice the specific performance by month across the products, if you like, and that'll show it. We are looking towards improvement in recent events, not only in New South Wales, but with changes in Victoria. We are confident we'll be able to recover that service, Senator.
Okay, so in the context of...
Can I just ask at this juncture to get an indication of additional lines of questioning?
No, just this, and then we're done.
You're going on notice?
Mr Boyes will be very pleased. I'm going to put some more questions on notice.
Okay, so this is the last.
Yeah,
line
this
of-
is the last line
Thank you, Senator
of
Pratt.
questioning.
Please proceed.
Sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. It's not your fault.
My apologies.
No. In terms of those standards, you've just given me an answer, but we understand there have been discussions in AusPost which included General Counsel that the company did not need to comply with regulations until the National Audit Office undertakes an audit towards the back end of the financial year. Is that a view you share?
No, Senator, we track our performance every day.
So that's terrific to know that your reported performance in terms of preparation for the election and problems with delivery times in terms of postal ballots and postal vote applications and that material getting from one end of the country and to remote communities and back again. Do you envisage any issues with people being able to have their vote counted?
Senator, we'll be doing our very best as always. I think we've been, as Gary's explained, quite successful with the elections we've already run and also the national census, which was a considerable volume of mail to manage and collections. And the recent election in WA, we were also trialled new services such as voting in post offices and getting to those communities I think worked very well. We will plan in those areas, clearly with the lack of passenger flights, which we expect to improve in changing logistics in each region. We will plan closely, and we do work closely with the Electoral Commission. I'm very comfortable and very confident we'll be able to provide a good service to the public for the election.
Okay, are you able to, do you do a report at the end of any election to kind of see whether there were any particular electoral impacts? Do you talk to the Electoral Commission about that?
Yes, we do, and we have regular reviews, as we did with the census, where we had a regular fortnight and 6-week catch-up at a senior level.
Are you able to table the review from the last election, please? Federal election?
To Gary's previous question, the information we have around those performances for local council, we'll find that information we have. We also have feedback from those relevant commissions as well that we could share, Senator.
And I'd be interested in any feedback from the WA election, noting the size of the state as well, please.
Okay.
Certainly.
All good.
Just very quickly on miscommunication, does Australia Post draw, with respect to the unaddressed mail service, any article that contains text which does not meet current community standards may be refused. Australia Post reserves the right to examine a sample of the article, and you reserve the right to decline to offer the service if it believes appropriate to do so. Have you withheld any information, and what link does Australia Post draw between community standards, as outlined, which is your powers, and misinformation?
Senator, may refer that to Mr McNamara in relation to what we do in relation to that, and also to Nick, our legal counsel. It is a complicated process, and therefore we want to make sure we get it right. Dave?
Paul, I'd probably give it to Nick, because Nick is the best person to answer that question for the Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, David. And thank you, Senator, for your question. You've referred to provisions in our unaddressed mail service terms and conditions that deal with Australia Post's discretion to refuse to carry items that don't meet particular standards, and you've referred to those, but they're set out in clause 3.5 of those terms and conditions. That particular provision is one that's called upon quite rarely, but on the rare occasion that there are concerns regarding the content of an article that might be raised at an operational level, an article is referred through to a cross-functional group at our support office in order to review the content relative to those terms and conditions and a number of assessment criteria. And so that's worked through in an objective way in order to form a view, and then that's communicated to the customer.
Okay, so Mr Graham, can I ask, the government has said they would have a crackdown on misinformation. Can you use these powers? Will you use these powers to prevent the distribution of misinformation? And what kinds of misinformation does Australia Post consider most egregious?
Well, again, Senator, I'd refer to Nick. It is a legal question in many ways, and therefore I'd ask Nick to please respond.
Okay, and well, in that context, given the government has said they want to clamp down on misinformation, there's been rampant growth in it, have you and will you as CEO take steps to ensure that you have a contemporary interpretation of what community standards are today?
We will continue to review the standards and review the clauses under which we make those judgments. It is obviously a situation that continually is under review because of the changes that may take place in societies, but Nick will provide specific detail as to our process.
Okay, thank you very much.
E-safety, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Paul.
Do you want it on notice, or do you want to hear the answer?
Please, I'd be happy to hear the answer very briefly.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. So look, on the topic of misinformation, perhaps it's worthwhile to go back to the terms and conditions, and what they talk about is it being a responsibility of the customer to ensure that they abide by relevant state and territory and Commonwealth laws. And those laws include, for example, competition and consumer regulations around misleading and deceptive conduct. So I'd make that general observation.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Okay, thank you very much to all the officials from Australia Post. We remind you about the due date for questions, and we now invite you to disconnect, and we'll move on to the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner via video conference. Welcome back, Commissioner Ms. Invan Grant. We're not taking opening statements. We're just going straight to questions. So if you do have an opening statement, you can table that. And which you have provided and circulated to the committee. So I'm going to offer the call to my Senate colleagues. So I think Senator Pratt's going to kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you for tabling your statement, Ms. Grant. During lockdowns, during COVID, people have been worried about the amount of time children have spent on screens and what content they might be accessing while juggling homeschooling, etc. Am I correct in understanding that during COVID there has been a spike or increase in online harms such as cyberbullying, exposure to inappropriate content and sexual abuse, child sexual abuse material?
That is correct, Senator. We have seen the COVID lockdown supercharge all forms of online harm. In 2020 alone, we saw a 90% increase in child sexual abuse material, a 30% increase in youth-based cyberbullying, a 35% increase in our informal adult cyber abuse, and a 114% increase in image-based abuse, which is the non-consensual sharing of intimate images and videos.
Doesn't this indicate to you that the cyberbullying approach and online safety approach of the government is not working?
In what respect?
Well, we've had it's been unable to control the increase.
Well, I think there are a couple of things here. I don't think we're ever going to arrest or regulate our way out of online safety issues, which is why prevention lies at the heart of what we do, as does proactive change in terms of really shifting the burden back onto the platforms themselves.
Yeah. And in that context, I think, you've answered sufficiently. The Briggs Review recommended a new Online Safety Act. That was delivered back in 2018. The new Online Safety Act wasn't ready in time for the COVID lockdowns in 2021, was it?
Well, this is a question for the government, but there had to be long periods of consultation, obviously deliberation by Parliament. It was passed in July, and we are very close to implementation in January 2022.
Okay, but if you'd had those powers in your agency and across others, if you'd had them
I don't think these are
if you'd had them back
complaints-based.
before the lockdowns, to put that in context, are you saying there still would have been a 136% increase in child exploitation?
Yes, well, the schemes are already in place and have been in place through COVID. It just means the perfect storm is really created when you think about it, when you've got the entire world converging on the internet, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, children spending more time online, parents trying to work and homeschool. So it's a function of that. And to me, it's a good sign that people are reporting to us that they have some place to go. We're the only country in the world.
Oh, so you're saying there isn't an
services.
increase, it's just that people are reporting it?
I think there is both, but at least Australians have some place to go, and no other country offers that kind of citizen-based service.
Your Twitter account back in July this year, it said, today the Online Safety Bill received royal assent so that the eSafety Office, the first online safety regulator in the world, will have much more robust powers to keep Australians safer online, commencing in January 2022. That's your personal account or your work account?
One of the first things that my department colleagues told me is, Julie, there is no difference between you as Julie Inman-Grant and the eSafety Commissioner. So it is a personal account I use for professional purposes, and this was the same.
Okay, so you only have one account.
I have one account.
You've stated in that tweet that the eSafety Office is the first online safety regulator in the world. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's solely dedicated to looking after online harms of its citizens, yes.
Okay. So now I'm slightly confused. It's not the first online safety regulator in the world then, is it?
It is. It is.
But wasn't ACMA also responsible for online safety? And wouldn't that make ACMA or the ABA before it the first regulator?
Well, they didn't have regulatory powers beyond the Online Safety Act. We sit within the ACMA, so we share services.
So ACMA was the online safety regulator before the eSafety Office existed. So you state that your office is the first online safety regulator in the world.
I have said the Online Safety Office is the only purely dedicated to online safety. The ACMA has a broad range of services, whether it's spectrum management or, telephony or traditional media. As a bespoke, tailored organization or regulatory agency purely based on online harms, that is absolutely correct.
Thank you. I'm still somewhat bemused. You're still technically part of ACMA. We've taken the long-standing function of online and e-safety out of the existing regulator and giving it a new name is a world first.
I am a separate independent statutory authority. We run separately, and our regulatory schemes are run separately from the ACMA. We have shared services. That's how I would explain it. Thank you.
I expect that had you tweeted the first standalone online safety regulator in the world, I would have understood it better. I interpreted your tweet as if to say there was no prior regulation in that space until your office existed.
No, I think. It is still the online.
In view of the spike in online harms that are reported to have occurred during COVID, would it not have been more useful to have the more robust powers that you referred to in place much sooner? Are the new powers, would you have preferred to have been able to have them at your disposal before the lockdowns?
Well, obviously, people were able to report to us, so we've had these powers in place. What I think the Online Safety Act does is it modernizes some of the schemes and it gives us more robust modern powers. And it expands our powers beyond just social media to a broader range of what we call relevant electronic services and designated internet services.
Thank you.
This is what welcome news.
Thank you. I understand what you've said. Can I ask, in the context of the significant increases in bullying, inappropriate content and child sex abuse material, how will the new powers help you combat the growth in that material?
It will expand our powers into new areas. For instance, we haven't had a formal scheme around serious adult cyber abuse, so we will now have that. We are now working on a range of industry codes that will target both what we call Class 1 content and Class 2 content, so proactive detection, removal of illegal content, and restricting access of harmful or age-inappropriate content to young people. And then we will have the basic online safety expectations to be able to hold the companies to better account and compel more transparency and accountability.
Okay, so would those powers have made a difference in the reported increases during the COVID period?
I mean, I can't sort of live revisionist history here. We had powers that no other country have had. We've been able to provide service to citizens in need and in distress. Obviously, these are welcomed and they will improve things for us greatly going forward.
So are the new powers, would they have made a substantive difference to that spike in online harm had we had them earlier?
I don't think they would have made a substantive difference, particularly in the areas where we already had regulatory schemes. And as I noted, we did take informal adult cyber abuse reports, and we provide wraparound services to our citizens.
So the new powers won't make that greater difference when it comes to those online harms to children?
No, I think they will modernize and they will improve. This has got to, we're always going to have to.
Sorry, I guess I'm looking for the data, not the, and for the projections, rather than a discussion of the framework and how you use it on an individual case.
Okay.
There's been a big spike, and do these powers, do you enable us to rein in that spike that we've had?
Last question.
Well, why don't I refer to my head of investigations, and he'll take a stab at it.
Commissioner. Thank you, Senator. Toby David, Manager of Investigations. The short answer to your question is yes, we'll have broader options available to us to deal with a broader range of harms. So, for example, in relation to child sexual abuse material, not only will we be able to rely on the existing informal mechanism that we have been with AFP to notify almost all matters to the InHope network for rapid removal, but we'll be able to issue Class 1 removal notices against that high-end content, no matter where it's hosted in the world. So that currently isn't an option that's available to us under the Broadcasting Services Act, because the takedown power is limited to instances where we've identified material to be hosted in Australia. So we expect to be working much more closely with the AFP on operational matters in order to use our regulatory powers. It now gives a much broader reach jurisdictionally.
Okay.
That's wonderful.
Okay,
So it sounds like it would be useful in containing that growth that we've had in recent time.
Thank you. Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Inman, lovely to see you again. Thank you for all your great work. You say that the surges that we've seen in past months are quite significant. Did they vary state by state, or was it uniform across the country?
I don't think we kept state-by-state data in this case. I would say it's relatively uniform. I mean, in the past, I guess the preponderance of reports generally reflect the size of the population. So New South Wales tends to report the most, followed by Victoria, et cetera, et cetera.
Would you be able to take that question on notice and come back to me on that?
Sure.
Thank you so much. We've heard a lot of information come from the Facebook whistleblower in the US. Can you tell us a bit about how Australia is faring in terms of how governments around the world are tackling online safety?
Right. Well, I would go back to the earlier discussion I just had with Senator Pratt. We have been established as the standalone online safety regulator, the first and only for a very long time, and we've been in operation 6 years. We've certainly learned a lot over that time. Of course, we welcome the strengthening of our regulatory framework and that graduated set of tools that the Online Safety Act provides us. And these provide really important protections to our citizens that no other government has. Of course, we bolster that with significant work around programs, prevention, research, and education. We obviously want to prevent the harms from happening in the first place, and we've seen some really great research and evaluation changes in behavior over the past 4 years, and that's what we ultimately are aiming for. Behavioral change. And then, of course, our Safety by Design initiative has really taken off globally. We've released our interactive tools. They've been downloaded by companies, both startups and mid-tier and enterprise companies in 32 countries. The G7 has taken on Safety by Design as a platform and fundamental to corporate social responsibility. We just did a technical design workshop with the European Commission around Safety by Design. So we're making great strides. We also have stood up a new branch that engages purely with other countries around the world that are looking to create similar online safety regulators. Fiji was next, and we've got a formal MOU with them, and I meet with Ann Dunn, their online safety commissioner, on a quarterly basis, and they're doing great work, and we're going to do great work together. We've also worked with New Zealand. I testified before one of their parliamentary committees, as well as the Irish for the past 2 years. They will be considering legislation to establish an online safety commissioner in the coming months, as will Canada within the next 100 days. And of course, we work with the UK and Ofcom. They will be supplementing the work that they do with an online harms regulatory function in the coming months and years.
That's amazing. And so all those countries are using your office or how you've set it up as a baseline or as a model?
Yeah, and I think that's a really important thing to remember is that the internet is global. Obviously, to a certain degree, we're constrained by national laws. Of course, almost all of our regulatory targets are based overseas. The vast preponderance, over 99% of the harmful and illegal content that we take down is hosted overseas. So we have to take a global approach to this. We can't solely be operating within our borders and expect to be as efficacious as we want and need to be.
Thank you very much. Do you think the platforms are doing enough to keep kids safe online? And how are you holding them to account, if not?
Right. Well, I think I've always considered online safety a journey. I think we're starting to see a real tipping point, and certainly Frances Haugen, the whistleblower, has helped hasten that in recent months. So we've seen just a range of new privacy and safety provisions, policy changes, and the like. I would say more incremental change than monumental change. But what we do need to see the companies doing more of now is when they're issuing changes in their safety policies or in their protections, we continue to ask them for data. So what is the take-up? What is the impact? What is the efficacy? Because if it is having impact, we want to be able to share that as a best practice.
Thank you. And how can parents who are worried about their kids online get more support? What resources and help are out there for them?
Well, we've had 5 million website hits to esafety.gov.au, and I'd say that's the perfect place for any parent to start. We know that 95% of Australian parents consider online safety the preeminent parenting challenge, but about 10% will go seek out that content until something goes wrong online, and I don't think we want or need to wait. So I would start there. We've also seen a huge surge in demand for our online webinars. We had a 67% increase in terms of the children. We reached, I think we've reached 136,000 this year, and a 98% increase in demand for webinars from parents and carers. So I suppose if there is a COVID silver lining, we've been able to reach a lot more Australians with this safety information.
Thank you, Ms. Inman-Grant. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Just before I hand the call back to my other colleagues, I might just ask you, Ms. Grant, I have to say that I found Facebook very hard to deal with as a senator. I hope you've had more luck engaging with them in a constructive way. How have you found Facebook to deal with as a regulator?
Well, listen, I spent 22 years myself within the technology sector, so I think that has helped. I speak their language. I understand the limitations. I know when to push harder, and I know what talking points they're going to come to me with. Listen, We've achieved a lot of benefits for our citizens by working cooperatively with the platforms. So almost 90% of the youth-based cyberbullying that we've had taken down have been cooperative. We've seen certain situations where, Facebook-owned Instagram has taken seriously harmful content directed at a child within 12 minutes. Some conversations can be more contentious than others, but we are working well with them. We're keeping the dialogue open, and we will continue to push them to do more and to do better. But I will also laud them when they do things well.
Sounds good to me. Okay, I'm just checking with my Senate colleagues. We have some more lines of inquiry.
Yes, we certainly do.
Call is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back. Your new powers go to combating child sex abuse. There was some urgency in getting the new modernised framework into place. Surely it's a shame that it took the government almost 3 years till after the Briggs review to get that done, and it still hasn't commenced. In the meantime, we've seen this 136% increase.
Well, I think this is a complex and novel piece of legislation that no other country has tackled. It's part of the proper democratic process. Making sure that there's appropriate consultation is really important. I don't know if my departmental colleagues would like to comment on this point.
Is what's in the legislation before us largely consistent with the Briggs review?
I believe it is. She did recommend modernisation and one law. I mean, we were working from a number of disparate sort of regulatory schemes, and this brings them all together and brings a certain cohesion that may not have existed prior.
And that cohesion's important to effective regulation in order to coherently drive down those rates of child sex abuse material.
Right. Well, I mean, driving down those rates, this is a societal and global issue. We need to tackle primary prevention, which we try to do, in which a number of NGOs and other organizations, including the National Office for Child Safety, is also seeking to do with their National Child Abuse Strategy, prevention strategy. So I'd like to say there's just a simple panacea, but we know that we're talking about complex human behaviour.
In terms of drilling down into your new powers, what material improvements will there be when the new regime commences early next year? What online harms will be addressed at that point in time in January next year, and what harms will take longer to address?
I think, again, the most significant change will be the new adult serious cyber abuse scheme. There'll be, as Toby Dagg, our head of investigations, just noted, we'll have broader jurisdiction, in terms of where the content, no matter where the content is hosted. As I also noted, we'll have expanded jurisdiction over different forms of services. We know that online harm happens on online gaming sites, happens on dating sites,
I was asked about the powers, not to go into like the timing of the powers, and I'm losing
this
that
is about
context.
The scope of the powers.
Yeah. To be clear, right now an adult suffering adult cyber abuse has no recourse, but they will from next year?
That is right. That is correct.
What about
for serious adult cyber abuse?
Suicide videos circulating on social media?
We already have dealt with that under the online content scheme. Do you want to talk about the TikTok situation list?
Depending on the nature of the content, Senator, that sort of material is likely to fall within Class 1, so it's likely to be the kind of material that we will be able to deal with through a Class 1 removal notice. We saw some very distressing, very detailed suicide footage that was distributed over social media in 2020, and that's the kind of material that we will be more empowered to deal with through the enhancements to the online content scheme.
Okay, so that, and those particular powers also commence in January?
Correct.
What about rape and sexual assault facilitated by dating apps? Will that be fixed up early next year when the new Act commences? Have you started work to implement that?
To the extent that that sort of material would fall within scope of any of the schemes, all of the schemes, the regulatory schemes, so that is the cyberbullying scheme, cyber abuse scheme, image-based abuse scheme and online content scheme, they all begin concurrently.
Okay, so does
They all take effect from the 20...
rape facilitated by a dating app fall under the scheme?
It may do, but I think that would probably more appropriately be dealt with through law enforcement, Senator. That would be a police matter rather than...
But isn't child porn also a police matter?
Child sexual abuse material, the distribution of child sexual abuse material is a crime, as is its production. The AFP and state and territory police are empowered to commence criminal investigations into those matters. The Safety Commissioner does have a regulatory role to play in relation to the hosting of that kind of material.
Okay. So there's no, is there or is not, is there a role for the Commissioner's office to address rape that's facilitated by a dating app?
So I think she means perpetrators using...
Some of that may be dealt with through the basic online safety expectations, through other mechanisms within the Act, Senator. But we won't be empowered to act against perpetrators facilitating sexual abuse through a dating app. If that person is distributing material that amounts to image-based abuse material, then yes, that kind of conduct and that sort of material...
What if they're a repeat offender on an app? You
Right.
can't do anything until someone's had a successful rape trial against that person, or if there's a bad report about bad experiences, what can you do?
So
You know, it's a
again,
big
I think
deal
this
to go to
is- this
court
is a
for
perfect
rape.
Example where, yeah, well, this is a perfect example where safety by design comes into play, and we've talked to a number of the dating sites about this. They should be, the minute a report of sexual harassment or assault happens, they should be making sure that those accounts are removed and that they have provisions in place that prevent bad actors from what we call, recidivism, so repeat
And do you have
offenders.
the
and using
powers
of
to do
weapons.
that?
Through the basic online safety expectations, which will be, still in consultation right now, we will be able to compel transparency reports to understand what platforms like dating sites and others are doing to prevent bad actors from returning to their sites, what they're doing to alleviate or remove imposter and false accounts.
Thank
yes,
you.
and if they...
Thank
Yeah.
you, I understand
Yeah.
your answer. The
Okay.
new Online Safety Act responds to the Briggs report, which was delivered 3 years ago. Page 13 of that report, Ms Briggs states, the eSafety Commissioner is empowered by the online content scheme to make an industry standard in limited circumstances. She may make a standard if a direction to make an industry code is not complied with or where there is no relevant industry body appropriate to make a code. It goes on to say it is surprising that in this period where few codes are operating effectively, the eSafety Commissioner has elected not to create any standards. Why do you need more powers under the new Online Safety Act if you didn't use your existing standard-making powers?
Because the codes that I inherited were 20 years old and were not fit for purpose, which is why the new legislation establishes a new set of codes and standard making powers if the codes fail. Do you want to add?
So Ms Briggs was wrong in her surprise?
I can't comment.
Surely,
on that.
if you say the codes weren't up to speed, if your regulatory making standards weren't up to speed, Ms Briggs would have understood that,
Well,
and she would
I'll
not have
give you-
expressed surprise that you did not use your powers.
Well, really, there was one scheme that applies to this. It was the family-friendly filter scheme that was developed in 2008. When I came into the role, it had been totally defunct. So I went to the Communications Alliance and to the industry, and I made sure that they started testing family-friendly filters, and now that 4 have been tested and that can be used. So I used what tools I had to my, in my arsenal, but none of them were fit for purpose because they were old and outdated, and this is why we have new codes.
Have you ever formally considered making a standard? If so, when?
I have not with the current codes.
How many end user notices have you issued?
Sorry, Senator, end user notices under which scheme? Apologies.
I beg your pardon, I can't hear you.
Sorry, which scheme are you referring to? Sorry, Senator.
The
in terms of
existing powers.
Well, under the codes or under the Broadcasting Services Act codes?
How many end user notices have you issued?
Currently, Senator, we have the power to issue an end user notice under the cyberbullying scheme.
Yes.
That's a serious power which we have elected not to use to date because we found other means equally effective to resolve the specific issue. Bearing in mind the target of an end user notice will most probably be a young person, a person under the age of 18. We need to ensure that our actions are appropriate and proportionate. And the circumstances haven't warranted taking that very serious step to date.
Okay, I understand that context, but I'm somewhat perplexed behind why you need these other more robust powers if you haven't used those existing powers.
Because we consider every case on its face, the details and the context, and we want to use these tools responsibly and proportionally.
Okay, but surely you could have sent a message by using those powers. So in the view of the spike in online harms that have been reported, especially during lockdown, do you think you could have or should have exercised your formal powers earlier in the past?
Well, we've managed to achieve our goals of taking down seriously harmful content through other means. So, to show, I guess, a brute force show of force for the sake of it is not proportional.
Surely it wouldn't be for the sake of it if it were to prevent that 136% increase in child exploitation material or cyberbullying or inappropriate content, etc.
In relation to child exploitation, the existing mechanisms we have found quite effective.
Yeah.
They relate to notifications through to the InHope network. About 97% of matters last year were referred to the InHope network. About 3/4 of those were removed in 3 days or less. The remainder are notified to the Federal Police under existing arrangements.
Yeah, I understand that I mischaracterised that by including child sex abuse material in that. So,
child cyberbullying and image-based abuse material, we found informal means to be equally effective. In fact, 90% of requests for informal removal under the cyberbullying scheme have been effective and successful, and about 85% of informal requests under the image-based abuse scheme have been successful. We've had recourse to a number of formal measures through the image-based abuse scheme, including removal notices, remedial directions, formal warnings, and 13 written advices to young people. So we're employing a range of mechanisms to deal with the circumstances that we detect and as they arise.
Okay, I just wanted to...
I'm done on that particular topic, thank you, Chair.
Okay, do you have further
We do have other top questions for
you do,
the E-Safety Commissioner.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a sense of where we are in the program for management purposes. I don't think Coalition senators have any further questions, so do you want to ask questions, put questions on notice paper?
I've just got a really quick set of questions I can ask and then I'm done.
Okay, Senator Green, Senator Sheldon, and then we're done.
I reckon.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I I just wanted to ask really quickly about the federal government's, there's an allocation in the budget, I think for $23.2 million over 2 years to address online harm to Australians as part of the online safety reforms. How much of that has been set aside to inform the community of support available as part of the government's online safety reforms?
The 23.2 or 29.2?
The 23.2, how much of that is essentially for communications of what's available?
Okay. Do you have that to hand? Thank you, Senator. I do have that to hand. So I think you might be talking about the component that's for the National Online Awareness Campaign.
Yes.
Yeah. So that amount is an amount that is partly for the department and partly for e-safety. And the component for e-safety is $747,000. And that's primarily for our youth engagement campaign.
And how much is for the department? How much of that?
For this,
the remainder. So, Senator, it's $4.4 million.
Sorry, e-safety, you said that your portion of that is for youth engagement, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And for the department, what's the 4.4 set aside for?
that's for an advertising campaign.
Right, okay. And of the 4.4 for the advertising campaign, can you, could you let me know what the exact amount and what years is it over 2 years? Is it just in the next financial year?
It's just in this financial year, Senator.
Right. And is that to promote the new Online Safety Act?
In a sense, online safety broadly, but yes, in the context of also the fact that there are now an enhanced range of options for Australians.
And what are the... has the advertising campaign been developed yet?
Work is underway, Senator. If it's all right with you, I'm happy to take that on notice, and when we've got the department more broadly on at about 2:15 this afternoon, can give you a more detailed breakdown of where we're at in the process.
Well, do you know if we're at market testing of
There's
campaign material yet, or is it...
There has been some testing, but I mean, I'm very happy to answer the question. I just don't have the detail in front of me, and we can come back to it. We're very happy to come back to it when the department's on this afternoon.
Okay, and if you, well, just foreshadowing for those department officials, keen to understand what the contract numbers are for that advertising campaign, if they've been instigated yet. Do you know when it's due to start?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry, Senator. But again, look, we can give you an update on timing and process and what's been committed for what purposes.
Okay, and just to be clear, so I don't wait for the department and then they refer me back to the e-Safety Commissioner. The advertising campaign for the Online Safety Act is being wholly administered by the department, and what is the role of the e-Safety Commissioner in that? Do you know what your role is, Ms. Grant, yet? Has there been discussions with the department?
We've been part of the market testing, this discussion. So the market research has been done. They're testing what they call the territories now, and so we're passengers. And we're providing input where appropriate, but carriage of this campaign is with the department.
Okay. Well, I'll come back and ask the department.
Senator, if I may, I think the timing is late January or early Feb next year.
Oh,
okay.
How convenient.
Right. We'll come back to you with more detail.
The department can answer that, we hope, this afternoon. I think this is our last line of questioning for the for the e-Safety Commissioner. So Senator Sheldon, over to you.
Thanks, Chair, and welcome, Ms Grant, and the rest of your team. In an article by Jennifer Dudley Nicholson in the Courier Mail, dated the 29th of August 2021, Ms Grant, you were quoted as saying the following about the new adult cyber abuse scheme, and I quote, "We have to prove that there was intent to harm, that there was content viewed as menacing, harassing or threatening to a reasonable person, and the tech industry ended up getting a clever little amendment that gave us an even higher bar. We have to prove that tweet or post or, inverted commas, direct message doesn't just cause emotional distress, but significant mental distress." Is this quote accurate? Or were you misquoted?
Yes, well, I believe the amendment was initiated during the Senate proceedings. No, that is true. There was an amendment that was offered that that meant that it couldn't just be emotional distress. It had to be extreme mental distress. Sorry.
And I use this very advisedly because I'm recalling the language of the Act, but simple distress, if I can put it that way, won't amount to serious harm for the purpose of the test.
Thank you. Ms Grant, what did you mean by the words, "and the tech industry ended up getting a clever little amendment"?
Because they were very open in their public submissions of saying that they wanted a higher bar to prove more than just emotional distress, to prove extreme distress. So again, I think I will defer to the department in terms of, or the minister in terms of the government's intent, but I understand what they were trying to achieve is the right kind of balance between freedom of expression, freedom of opinion, and making sure that we're tackling content at a very high threshold on par with the criminal threshold that amounted to serious harm. Again, there are two limbs, there are two objective tests that will be in there. So we'll take what is given to us, and we will use those thresholds to assess each investigation and report on its merits and whether with respect to whether they meet those thresholds.
Thanks, Ms Grant. Are you aware that the amendment was agreed to by the Australian Parliament?
I believe so. It made it through the Senate vote. There were 4 amendments at the end, and that was passed as part of the Senate amendment, the Senate amendments.
And the amendment was put forward by a Labor senator to align the definition of serious harm to a person's mental health in the Online Safety Bill with Criminal Code Act 1995, upon which the adult cyber abuse scheme is modelled? The menacing, harassing, and offensive and to the ordinary reasonable purpose is aligned to section 147.17, but it's not modeled on it. It's just the thresholds are aligned. Probably.
That's right.
So we're not hearing the other. So we couldn't hear you. You gave some comment.
Sorry, Senator, I was just clarifying that the relevant section I think the Commissioner was referring to is section 474.17 of the Criminal Code.
Thank you. I just want to go back to then the question, which is the substance of it, and that is that the amendment was put forward by a Labor senator to align the definition of serious harm to a person's mental health, upon which the adult cyber abuse scheme is modelled. Are you aware of that? Ms Grant?
Can you rephrase?
We're aware that a Labor senator put forward a definition of serious harm to a person's mental health in the Online Safety Bill, upon which the adult cyber abuse scheme is modelled. Are you aware that that took place by a Labor senator?
I was not conscious of where it came from. What I was conscious of was what the industry put forward, and obviously the resulting legislation. And we will work with whatever the legislation or the guidance is. But again, if it makes it harder for us to help Australians who are experiencing any serious form of distress and makes it more challenging, then that's a challenge we'll have to take on board.
Are you aware that the amendment reflected the government's stated policy intent as expressed in the explanatory memorandum to the Online Safety Bill, which is there to guide your decision making? And the explanatory memorandum stated that the definition of serious harm is not intended to include mere ordinary emotional reactions. Doesn't that run in conflict with what you said? Oh, sorry, what you were quoted as saying to Miss Jennifer Dudley Nicholson, the Courier Mail.
I'm not going to comment on a specific quote in the media. I think the proof will be in the pudding when we apply all these different limbs of the test and be able to provide real relief to Australian adults who come to us for help experiencing serious cyber abuse.
Ms. Grant, you say you can't make a comment about a quote. The quote that I was referring to was the one that you made to Jennifer Dudley Nicholson in the Courier Mail on the 29th of August 2021. So are you able to tell us whether the definition that the explanatory memorandum to the Online Safety Bill, which is there to guide decision making, that the explanatory memorandum stated that the definition of serious harm is not intended to include mere ordinary emotion reactions?
Right, that's correct, but I wasn't referring to the explanatory memorandum in that particular quote. But I don't think it's necessary to parse words here. Again, we're here to help Australian citizens that are experiencing distress. Do you have any comments, Richard?
I don't have
about the intent?
I don't have anything to add on what happened in the Senate debate at this point.
Ms. Grant, why did you refer to the amendment as a clever little amendment from the tech sector in light of the evidence that and the questions I've just put to you?
Because the language that some of the tech companies put in their public submissions aligned precisely with some of the language in the amendment in terms of what they wanted to see happen to make it harder for us to pursue adult cyber abuse
Ms. Grant,
notices.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Apologies.
Sorry, no, it's fine.
Ms. Grant, you acknowledge that the benefit in having a body of legal precedent on the definition of serious harm to a person's mental health to draw from in interpreting the new adult cyber abuse powers is needed?
Absolutely. We're working on the regulatory guidance now. We're working up a range of case studies where we're gaming a number of different scenarios so that we can make sure that we're applying those standards properly. And making sure that we do exercise that in the right way is very important, and that's why we set up a regulatory action committee for times when there are borderline cases or we do have to test the precedent, so that we can sort of democratize the decision making and make sure that we're making the right decisions and the right interpretations. And of course, there are a range of other transparency and accountability mechanisms that are in place as well. Again, these are novel powers that don't exist anywhere else in the world. So we want to make sure that we get these right. We want to be able to help the most number of adults available. We've had thousands upon thousands of informal reports from adults experiencing serious forms of cyber abuse. So the ability to help more people who are experiencing serious mental distress and harm as a result of this is the ultimate goal.
So what you've described in your quote that I put to you before, that there's a higher bar, is that bar appropriate or do you say it's not appropriate?
I think we start with a high bar, and this is why review process are built into legislation, so that we can, hopefully we'll have a tremendous amount of success as we have with our other regulatory schemes in administering and providing real assistance to people. I guess the other thing I would add is, even if we're not able to remove a particular piece of content, what we strive to do is provide compassionate citizen service and what we call, wraparound support, whether it's, if it happens to be a defamatory comment rather than something that hits the cyber abuse bar, information on defamation or legal services or mental health services. So we've got tons of information, and we give guidance on how to use what we call user empowerment tools, muting, blocking, reporting buttons, so and other strategies so people can protect themselves more effectively online and shield themselves from the intense emotional and mental distress that can accompany targeted online abuse.
Okay, can I just make some inquiries at this juncture? We were planning on releasing the E-Safety Commissioner, but I don't think we are now. So we have half an hour until the lunch break. Do you have any questions for the E-Safety? No. Okay, so do you think you have half an hour?
At least.
You have at least half an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, we will play on. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Grant, what training, if any, has been conducted in the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner to ensure the new powers in the Adult Cyber Abuse Scheme are properly interpreted and applied? And can you give me the quantum and the length of that training and the number of staff?
I'm wondering, since there is no other scheme in the world like this that exists, where that training would come from, but you can probably answer that question.
Thanks, Senator. We're in the process now of recruiting staff for that function. We will have those staff ready to commence duty well ahead of commencement on the 23rd of January. Senator, we are wanting to create a deep bench within that staffing complement. We'll be looking for experience within law enforcement, frontline services, case management. The team is ably led by a qualified lawyer who's been working in the area of similarly harms-based law for more than a decade. And we will be providing, if the applicants don't possess formal training in investigation, we'll be providing avenues to supply that training to them over the course of the financial year.
Thank you for that. I just want to direct a question to the Minister and Secretary. Just the Section 240 of the Online Safety Act 2021 empowers the Minister to make legislative rules as necessary or convenient for carrying out or giving effect to the Act. And the definition of cyber abuse targeted at an Australian adult, Section 7, includes such other conditions as are set out in the legislative rules. Why was the provision for the Minister to make legislative rules included in the definition of cyber abuse targeted at an Australian adult?
Senator, I would have to take on notice to check what the intent behind that provision was. I imagine, if I had to comment, I suspect it is to ensure that there is some flexibility in the scheme into the future to keep pace with or track of emerging trends or concerns.
Minister, what matters does the department contemplate that the Minister might take legislative rules for the purpose of the adult cyber abuse scheme?
I think it would entirely depend on the issue that arose.
So the how that's to operate, that still hasn't been worked out?
Well, the emerging issues haven't arisen yet, so it's hard to sort of speculate on what the response would be.
Will the Minister make rules with respect to the requisite level of evidence required to establish harm to a person's mental health?
I'm not entirely sure that that's necessary, but I'll take the question on notice.
Well, I'll give you an example. Requiring the Commissioner to obtain medical advice from a registered medical practitioner. Is that being contemplated?
Not that I'm aware of.
Will the Minister make legislative rules to clarify the application of the adult cyber abuse scheme to safeguard the role of journalists, comedians and satirists?
I'm not aware of any changes to that effect, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
But section 233 on the implied freedom of political communication sufficient for the adult cyber abuse scheme not to be misused to censor the fourth estate?
Again, I think you've just repeated the same question, but I'm not aware of any of those changes, but I will certainly take it on notice for you.
For example, if a politician is concerned that a particular journalist, comedian or satirist is focusing on them too much, menacing, harassing or offending them with critical content, should the politician be able to be complain to the E-Safety Commissioner to have the content taken down? I might include the word thuggery as well.
I don't think that's the intention of this Act at all, Senator Sheldon, but I'm happy to take that question on notice and get you an answer direct from the Minister.
Would the E-Safety Commissioner take, so you'll come back to me about the content taken down, whether it be taken down or not.
I don't think that this Act is there to protect politicians from criticism, Senator Sheldon.
Well, we don't know because we haven't got the regulations and there isn't a clear answer from either the department or the government. So that's a conclusion that we can't make until we see those arrangements.
Well, I think we can safely say that the Online Safety Act and all the provisions within it are not aimed at politicians. They are aimed at the broader public to address this very serious issue.
And that goes to my point of satirists, comedians, etc.
Well, the reason why the threshold is high is evidence of intent to cause harm. That's not satire.
Yes, but the Minister has the capacity to work out what those parameters are, isn't that correct?
Again, I can only reiterate that this is not a bill that is aimed at protecting politicians. Quite the opposite. It is aimed at protecting the general public against a very serious threat.
I was talking more about the consequences of the bill. Look, I'd like to clarify some elements of the various consultation process on foot regarding the age verification roadmap. I understand the Office of E-Safety Commissioner is undertaking 2 areas of work, Ms Grant, aimed at protecting children from to access online pornography. Is that correct? We don't know those questions.
Do you, can I just clarify, do you mean in terms of the codes, the restricted access systems, as well as the age verification roadmap? There are probably 3 areas.
Thank you.
Issues we've covered.
There is a consultation process on roadmap for age verification presented to the government in late 2022, and another separate but related process, a month-long consultation process on updates to the Restricted Access System Declaration, which is due to take effect in January 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we've just actually issued a paper yesterday making progress on the restricted access system. Would you like to clarify the difference?
So the difference between the two, and I might just focus on the restricted access system, if I may, is that the restricted access system declaration consultation is designed to produce an instrument which is the responsibility of the Safety Commissioner and accompanying explanatory guidance to assist with the issuing of remedial directives under the Online Safety Act. So while there is some, I might say, conceptual overlap between the restricted access system in the sense that there is a step requiring services to take reasonable steps to confirm age and the age verification roadmap, the two are very distinct.
Thank you.
Right.
Ms Grant, both of these public consultations inviting submissions and meeting with stakeholders directly?
Yes, I believe we received 33 submissions for the restricted access system. We've just released the draft instrument and we will be doing further consultation on that. We've received 33 submissions for the age verification map. And we will start formal workshops and public consultations on that in the coming month.
How many submissions? So you haven't received any submissions?
Yeah, 33.
33, sorry,
33.
so far.
Yeah.
Yes. And you'll publish all submissions received for each consultation process?
We've published all of the restricted access system ones with the we will need to seek some consent or permission on some of the the age verification call for evidence. because some of the vendors in particular provided commercial in confidence information in terms of how their age verification technologies work.
Thank you. Just would you please table a list of which stakeholders you have engaged with in each process, the dates of the meetings
Sure.
and the attendees?
Sure, absolutely. Most of that, at least for the restricted access system, is already online. We're just going through the process of going through the submissions for the age verification process now.
Can you explain why there are two separate consultations on these related issues and whether this means there is a degree of doubling up of time and resources for both stakeholders and e-safety?
Well, the restricted access system was an instrument that's been in place, since the last time it was updated was 2014. So it was time to update this, and this is part of the legislative package. The age verification roadmap work is not part of the Online Safety Act consultation. It came out of an inquiry on protecting the age of innocence against children. And it was a direction because we had seen in, age verification is incredibly complex. There are varying levels of age assurance. We've seen it fail in other places. We need to make sure that we're balancing safety with privacy and security, not creating honeypots of information. We also need to make sure that we're bringing the public along on this. So again, this is just a roadmap. We are obviously considering, as we develop the final instrument.
Ms. Grant, I think you've given a very fulsome explanation, if that's okay. How did e-safety promote the release of the call for evidence on the age verification roadmap and the restricted access system declaration?
How did we promote? Through blogs and putting things up on our website. Was there further?
In relation to the restricted access system, we directly contacted a number of stakeholders and invited them to make submissions. And the fact that the submission process was open to the public was also made known via our social media channels. That's been true for the first consultation, and it's also true for the second part of the consultation.
So do you post in e-safety social media accounts? Post to those accounts?
Yes, we also posted on our social media. Yes.
Thank you. Advertising in online media and traditional media, do you go there as well?
In terms of advertising, we don't have an advertising budget, no.
Direct mail?
We don't do direct mail. We have EDMs, or electronic digital marketing, what do you call them? EDMs that we send out through, we need to make sure that we, when we sign people up, that we've got proper consent. Was there something you want to add on that?
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Do you promote these comments or suggestions from the e-safety to Australia and overseas? So you've got Australia, of course, you're promoting it there, I suspect, I would hope. Are you also promoting that overseas?
Well, to the extent that social media is global, yes.
So how is e-safety reaching industry sectors as well as the general public, civil society and consumer affairs?
How are we reaching them? Through a variety of means, through proactive, I guess I'd say, outreach and engagement. We have one formal working group that's been in place for about 12 years called the E-Safety Advisory Committee. That's the formal group that meets 3 or 4 times a year. We get a number of inquiries, and of course, when people, whether they're NGOs or companies, ask us for meetings or engagement, we try and accommodate that to the best that we can, to the extent we can scale.
Thank you. Will the restricted access system and age verification regime stop minors from accessing pornography that is hosted on overseas websites? And if so, how?
You start with the remedial direction.
Senator, thank you. In terms of the operation of the Restricted Access System declaration, the remedial direction that's available to the eSafety Commissioner is only relevant to RAT plus material, Category 1 material, that is either provided from or hosted in Australia. So where a lack of a restricted access system is brought to the attention of the eSafety Commissioner, rather than issuing a removal notice, we have the option of issuing a remedial direction. And that then will prevent, or it's designed to enable access to that content only for those people who are aged over the age of 18. So this is a fairly small subset of all online content. It's only RAT plus material or equivalent material, and it's only where that material is provided from or hosted in Australia. Attempting to gain access. Sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just thought you'd finished.
Just if I could briefly say, a person attempting to get access to that material when faced with a restricted access system has to pass through successive stages of application, warnings, age confirmation, and then a decision by the service provider to limit access.
According to evidence, thank you for that. According to evidence to the Protecting the Age of Innocence report, the UK government announced on October 2019 that it would not proceed with Part 3 of the Digital Economy Act 2017 concerning age verification for online pornography after undertaking an extensive consultation process over several years. What makes you think it would be different in Australia?
Well, we worked very closely with the BBFC, the agency at the time that had carriage for the age verification documentation or for that process, and that was a decision made by the UK government to pull that. Now, I understand that age verification will now be considered as part of their online safety bill. So that will be resurrected, and there is significant work going on around a group called EU Consent, where age verification technologies and the scheme has been considered European-wide. So I think, age verification, even since 2018, the technologies have evolved. What we're doing with our age verification roadmap is it's like a feasibility study. So we're going to look at the range of issues, from public awareness and demand for services, what the technologies are, what the the risks and the challenges are, as well as the opportunities. In your earlier question, you asked whether or not it would prevent children from accessing pornography from overseas sites.
I appreciate, Ms. Grant, you've answered that. As you say, it was from earlier evidence, which you answered previously.
Okay. Sure.
How long will it take? How long will it be in place before age verification is introduced widely in Australia as a result of your work on the roadmap?
Well, we're scheduled. I think it's really important that we do this the right way and that we learn from others. Global interoperability is really important as well. So we are scheduled to deliver the roadmap by the end of 2022. Then it is a question for government in terms of whatever government is of the day to decide whether or not they want to take the recommendations that are put forward in that roadmap.
Just to clarify something, how far into the future will the roadmap need to go?
I think to the extent we can, we need to future-proof it, make it flexible so that it can accommodate technology changes, weaponization and online harms, threats, all those types of things. So, I think once we get the right policy, regulatory, and technical settings in place, hopefully that would be in place indefinitely. Children can access increasingly violent and extreme pornography, not just on sites on the dark web. All you need is a smartphone.
Yeah.
And you can,
Good, thanks for that. I just want to go to just a few more questions.
Sure.
How often has the, how long, I just wasn't quite clear. How often has the eSafety Commissioner used its powers under the existing Restricted Access Systems Declaration in the past?
Senator, I'm not aware of any recent takedown notices under the Broadcasting Services Act that have relied on the need to impose a restricted access system on providers. Since 2015, the commencement of the Safety Commissioner, we've issued a very limited number of takedown notices. We issued a takedown notice last year, and that was complied with, but that was complied with through removal of content rather than the imposition of a restricted access system. It is a rarely used power, but through the course of our submissions, industry indicated that it had little effect on their businesses and had little regulatory impact. But I can take that on notice for you, Senator.
Thank you. Maybe able to answer now. Is it based on your experience of the present system? What evidence is there that it needs to be extended?
The extension of the proposed restricted access system declaration really accommodates the range of services catered for under the Online Safety Act, Senator. We've been very careful to preserve most, if not all, of the structure of the existing restricted access system declaration, and that's with a view to ensure that we limit to the extent possible impact on industry. The regulatory guidance that we provide, which is in draft form at the moment and subject to implementation, goes to a bit more detail in providing some explanation for how various steps for the restricted access system can be satisfied. But that really does accommodate the changing circumstances that we find ourselves in, both from a legal, technical and policy perspective.
Chair, I've got about 10 questions, so hopefully I can get, with the appreciation of the witnesses trying to keep the answers short, we can hopefully wrap up this session by lunch.
That's, we would prefer that you provide brief answers.
Excellent.
So that Senator Urquhart could get through her 10 questions.
Okay, great. So thank you, Ms Inman-Grant. And has the E-Safety Commissioner invited the development, so I'm talking about the position paper to guide the code development. So has the E-Safety Commissioner invited the development of codes in the past? Is this the first time that the E-Safety Office has worked with industry on code development?
When I came into the role in 2015, the remaining codes were already in place, the family-friendly filter scheme, so I did work with the industry there, but I think it's safe to say, these are quite an expansive set of codes. We started engagement with industry 2 days after the bill passed the Senate. On September 29th, we issued guidance paper after 4 months of consultation with the industry around these particular codes.
Okay, thank you. So looking at that position paper, the development of the codes looks like a very ambitious project that impacts a lot of different businesses, both large and small. Pages 33 and 34 of the position paper set out the very wide range of services and providers who are in the scope of the codes. So what companies do you expect the codes will cover and who is actually in the scope?
Right. Well, I will defer to Richard and the department, who, of course, drafted. There are 8 different subsectors of the industry that are covered through the codes. We tried to, demystify and try and align the different subsectors with existing industry bodies here in Australia. Did you want to add anything, Maria? Who's our expert on the codes?
Okay, sorry, was someone going to tell me what companies will they cover?
We just need to know who the witness is.
Sorry, we can't see the witness's name, so...
Thank you, Senator. It's Maria Vasiliadis, Executive Manager, Legal and Compliance Communications Marketing Research Branch. The Act is drafted in a way that it impacts codes will be drafted by 8 industry sectors, and they've been defined as social media services, relevant electronic services, hosting services, designated internet services, search engine services, app distribution services, and manufacturing, and providers who manufacture, supply, and equipment.
Okay.
services.
Oh, sorry, thank you. And who's in the scope?
So the scope would be all the participants that would fall within that definition of a social media service and the other 7 that I've just mentioned, Senator.
Right, thank you. And what may be captured by what's outlined as designated internet services, such as websites that can be accessed by end users in Australia?
Yes, so Senator, the definition of a designated internet service is very broad, so it would cover all websites. So you're correct.
Okay. So does that include media companies, either news medias or screen content companies?
Senator, it would cover all websites.
Okay, thank you. And am I right in thinking that you expect that these codes would cover all businesses that have an Australian user base, including those that are based overseas?
Correct, Senator. The application of the codes is both in Australia and for service providers outside of Australia. The only time it doesn't extend to our hosting services.
Right, okay. How has the government's delay in finalising the classification review impacted or delayed code development or the position paper?
Senator, it hasn't delayed the development of the code paper. We've applied the codes and in regard to the current legislation that's in place.
Okay, thank you. And at page 20, the position paper states that due to the connections between e-safety and classification, the government has been waiting for the finalisation of the online safety legislation before considering possible reforms to classification to allow the continued alignment of the two schemes. So in what ways are the classification reforms contingent upon the Online Safety Act? Isn't it the other way round?
I think that's a question for the department. But we have been moving forward with the current classification code schemes.
Okay, I've just got another probably 4 or 5 questions, so I'll try and get through as many as I can. So I just wanted to ask some questions about an organisation that the eSafety Commissioner appeared with earlier this year. The organisation is a US group called the National Centre on Sexual Exploitation, formerly known as Morality in Media. So in September, Commissioner, you appeared in a podcast interview with the group titled Government Solutions to Online Abuse, and you then tweeted about your appearance saying, "Thanks at NCOS for the opportunity to discuss Australia's eSafety Office to combating child sexual exploitation material and online access to inappropriate content for minors. The approach of prevention, protection and proactive and systematic change will continue to drive our efforts." That tweet was then deleted soon after. Can you tell me why that tweet was deleted, Commissioner?
Right, because it was attracting a fair amount of damaging trolling, and I took my own advice and I deleted the tweet rather than engage with, hateful invective. Okay, thank you. How did your participation in the, I'm not sure how the acronym is actually said, NCOS podcast interview come about? So how did that participation of you in that podcast come about? Well, as you can imagine, not having an advertising or significant marketing budget, one way we get word out about what we do and how we do it is through participating in hundreds of interviews and podcasts. There was a request that I provide a podcast interview that talked about how we do and what we do it, and that's just by virtue of doing a podcast doesn't mean I endorse an organisation.
No, and I'm not suggesting that at all, Ms. Ingram. I guess, did the group reach out to you, or did your office proactively seek out the meeting? Or were you encouraged by a third party to do the podcast?
The organisation reached out directly to us through our inquiries line.
Okay. Did you receive any advice about this group before you did the podcast?
Only we've got an internal invitations, process where we decide which ones we do.
But did you receive any advice?
advice internally or externally.
Well, any advice. It doesn't matter whether it was internal or external.
I think I was told this seems like a good idea to talk about what we do. It reaches an audience of 40,000 people who are committed to fighting child sexual exploitation. And as you know, child sexual exploitation knows no political, religious, or other kinds of bounds, certainly international.
And that advice that you think you got, was that from the department, or was it from internal in your grouping, or where was that from?
That would have been internal advice, internal to e-safety.
Okay.
The decisions are made internally.
Yeah. So in the podcast interview, you said that self-regulation has failed. In the number of years that you have been the e-safety commissioner, did you ever use your standards-making powers to address this perceived failure of self-regulation?
Well, I had formal regulatory powers at my disposal, and I was referring to the almost 30 years I'd worked in the industry, and I think it's becoming very apparent as governments around the world decide to regulate technology that other governments around the world consider that self-regulation has failed as well.
Did you ever formally consider using your standards-making power?
Standards-making power in what area?
In this, well, we're talking about the self-regulation.
Well, self-regulation to me means not being regulated at all, not just in terms of codes and standards, but there are formal regulatory schemes that I have at my disposal. So we are regulating and have been regulating the social media sector since 2015.
Okay, thank you. And I'm right almost on lunch. So thank you for your quickness in answering.
Right, thanks thank you very much to the e-safety commissioner for being with us for an extended period. After the lunch break, we will go to ACMA, and then we'll go back to the department. So we'll now break, and we thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Being almost 2:15, committee will resume, and hope you all had a nice lunch break. And now call the Australian Communications and Media Authority. I'd like to welcome the chair and the agency head, Ms. O'Loughlin. You're there somewhere, are you? Yeah, there you are. Okay, yep, we can see you on our Brady Bunch screen.
Thank you, Chair.
We're not taking opening statements today, so we're going straight to questions. And I'm going to offer the call to my colleagues, see who would like to kick us off.
Thanks,
Senator Green.
Thank you. Ms. O'Loughlin, I do apologise. It is hard for us to see the names on the screen there, but yes, I think we do have Ms. O'Loughlin. According to the ACMA's website, ACMA provided a report to government on code development process, the adequacy of voluntary code on disinformation, and the broader impacts of misinformation in Australia. Do you have an update about when this report will be released?
Thank you, Senator. Nerita O'Loughlin, Chair of Australian Communication and Media Authority. Yes, we were asked by the government to provide a report on disinformation and also the performance of the new voluntary misinformation code that was provided to the government on the 30th of June this year. So that's under consideration by the government, and its release would be a matter for the Minister.
Okay. Has the Minister contacted you about the report since you provided it, just to get more feedback or provide feedback?
Senator. No, we did had a discussion with the Minister in his office about our report and the context in which it was undertaken and what we looked at for further information, and that was a little while ago now, and understanding is that it's being considered by the Minister through the normal processes.
Okay. Minister, do you know when that report's going to be released?
I do not. I can take that on notice. I assume that it is another report that is for discussion of deliberation of Cabinet. But I'll find that out.
A deliberation of Cabinet for this report?
That's the same one I was talking about before.
Why is it?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you, well, given the report was finished on the 30th of June, and given how important, I guess, the conversation we're having about misinformation, particularly in Australia at the moment, online with with the vaccine rollout, is a big concern, but on other issues as well. Is there any findings or key points from the report that the department or ACMA can share, and how we can understand how what we're expecting to see from that report?
Senator, I don't think we're in a position to share those findings. Obviously, that's a matter for the government to consider. I can probably give you a bit of an indication and pass to my colleague Karina Chapman about what we were looking at in that report. So obviously we were asked by the government, coming out of the Digital Platforms Inquiry, to oversight the development of a voluntary code of practice on misinformation and disinformation and news quality by the digital platforms. That code, following a position paper we released in June 2020, which set out our expectations of what would be in that code. The digital platforms under Digi, their industry association, came forward in February this year with a voluntary code of practice, which has been signed up by a number of signatories. So that's been in place since February, and there were some recent announcements by Digi about a really important additional component of that, which is complaints handling, how they are going to deal with complaints from users of their platforms. So that was, we were tasked to provide to the government some indication of how that code is working. Obviously, it's very new into the system, so it's an evolving code. We're also asked to have a look at some of the aspects of the broader misinformation and disinformation in Australia. And on that aspects, in terms of what we looked at, I might pass over to my colleague, Karina Chapman.
Thank you. Karina Chapman, Deputy Chair, ACMA. We undertook a number of processes to put that report together. We engaged with Digi and the other potential signatories of the code. During the formation of their code, we also engaged with industry, academics, a number of international regulators and players. We analysed their initial transparency reports, which they put out in May, and I should say their next one is then due next May. We did quite a considerable amount of desk research because, as the Chair has indicated, one of the requirements of our report was to look generally at online disinformation and misinformation in addition to the voluntary code. We looked at international developments, as I said, as well as talking to those regulators. And we did conduct some targeted consumer research, which we did with the University of Canberra. That was off the back of other research that they have done in relation to news media on digital platforms. And we did do some additional content analysis as well.
Okay.
So it was quite a
I'm
substantial.
just going to stop you there. That's helpful, but probably a bit not the information I'm after. But given that you've got that expertise and you've done that research, I wonder if there's if you could give us some broader advice. Explain to the committee what the broader impacts of misinformation in Australia are. I note there's quite a few different instances of it at the moment, but what are the broader impacts of misinformation in Australia?
Senator, some of that comes to the research we've undertaken and provided to the government, but I think in general terms, there's widespread concern about various aspects of misinformation and disinformation. The code that Digi worked on was focused on misinformation and disinformation that was at a level to cause significant harm and immediate harm. And that's what the platforms were focused on under that voluntary code. I would say that there's other activities being undertaken with platforms and across government on various different aspects of misinformation and disinformation, because obviously it's a very broad church and there is a lot of different aspects of it. So, for example, our colleagues in the Department of Health have been working very hard on aspects of things like COVID and disinformation. Our colleagues in Foreign Affairs have been looking at disinformation and misinformation as it goes to information that might be contrary to Australia's public interests. And our colleagues at the Electoral Council of Australia and New Zealand, we understand, is also looking at an online media elections protocol in consultation with online platforms. So there are various aspects and activities happening across the Commonwealth, and indeed, I'd have to say internationally, on trying to address these different aspects of misinformation and disinformation. Our focus is the voluntary code, which we are working and have worked very constructively with the platforms, both in its development. I think at this stage, it is a new code. Our advice to people would be to understand what that code requires of the platforms. It does give platforms quite a lot of optionality about how they address misinformation and disinformation online, given their different business models, and that may range from different fact-checking or
okay. I am going to stop you again, I'm sorry. This is a very long answer. Given that you can't give me any findings from that report, I think the last thing, well, I guess the last question then that I had just on this topic is whether, like, I understand ACMA does not have a formal statutory role in relation to disinformation or misinformation. To be able to obtain a role of that kind, there would need to be legislation or regulations, I would assume. Minister, is the government considering providing ACMA with those types of powers in new legislation or in new regulations?
Senator, I couldn't confirm that for you. What I can confirm, though, is that that report is currently going through cabinet processes and the government will respond in due course.
Okay. I mean, we've got a vaccine rollout. There's hesitancy around misinformation that many of your ministers have raised. Well, members of your own government, to be fair, who are contributing to that misinformation. We've got bushfire season coming along. And we saw the misinformation that circulated across the country when that happened last year. We've got cyclone season coming along. We've seen misinformation about those types of weather events. And we've got a federal election coming up, which I don't think anyone, doesn't matter what party you're from, would like to make sure that there's not misinformation going around about voting requirements, the way people are treating democracy through the internet. There's nothing the government's planning to deal with those things in the next couple of... Like, this is an urgent situation. These are urgent requirements. We've had a report since the 30th of June, and you can't give us a timeline about when you're planning on releasing or responding to that report.
I couldn't agree with you more, Senator Green, that this is a particularly urgent issue, and that is exactly why the government charged ACMA with overseeing the development of the voluntary code, which has now been developed and adopted by Twitter, by Google, by YouTube,
I've got more
obviously
questions
Facebook,
about the code. I'm
Microsoft,
talking about
Apple,
this
Adobe,
report.
and
It's
the
a different
report
issue,
has now
but
gone
sure.
to Cabinet and will be considered as part of the normal Cabinet processes, and the government will then respond.
Thanks, Minister. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I've got some questions in relation to the News Media Bargaining Code. So I don't know who in particular on your team I should be addressing this to, but obviously ACMA's got a role in assessing those organisations that are eligible for the code. I'd like to know, first up, how many of those organisations you've assessed, how many have applied, and get some figures on the table first, and then we'll go to some more questions.
Thank you, Senator. I might start off and then I will ask my colleagues to follow through on the detail. So at 22nd of October, the ACMA had received 37 applications for registration from news businesses, and the 25 registrations following from those applications have been published on our website. While there are 37 applications and 25 registrations, they cover actually a very wide range of what's called news sources under the code. So those 37 applications covered 375 news sources, and we have worked our way through those for the registration process. But for a bit more detail, I might pass to Cathy Rainsford, who is responsible for that area.
Thank you. You're on mute.
Cathy Rainsford. Oh.
Actually, I think you've just put yourself back on mute, Kath.
Someone had to be first. Apologies, Senator. Cathy Rainsford, General Manager, Content and Consumer Division at the ACMA. I think the only thing I can add to what Ms O'Loughlin has said is that there are still a small number of applications which are currently in the process of being assessed by my team here. That reflects that some of the applications, when we look at them, they generate either the need for further information or more questions, and from time to time that can be a bit of back and forth with the applicant. So we have a few of those still on foot, which may result in some further registrations in sort of coming days and weeks.
So just to be clear, there were 37 individual applications, 25 have been accepted as registered and eligible. Is that correct?
We've made 25 registrations so far, Senator, that's correct.
And does that mean the remaining 12 out of that 37 group have been rejected, or you just haven't worked through them yet?
Kath? Yes, certainly. Senator, so 25 have been registered. We've found 7 applications have found to be ineligible for registration, and the applicant has been advised. And we have 5 applications currently under assessment.
Okay. And is there a review process for those 7 that you've found to be ineligible?
There's no formal review process, Senator. That said, when depending on the basis on which we found the application to be ineligible, we certainly provide advice to the applicant about the nature of that, because there may be circumstances where the applicant has further information available or wishes, something might change for them, such that lodging a further application might be indicated.
Okay. And I didn't quite understand what Ms O'Loughlin meant in relation to the other figure beyond above the 37 applications. Which could you just explain that?
Thank you, Senator. For example, so when an applicant comes to us, they may be applying, the way the test works, it's about news source. So they may have multiple news sources they made available by the one company. So, for example, we've recently registered SBS, which their news sources include Dateline, Insight, NITV, TV and radio, SBS News and Audio, The Feed, and around 63 community language news websites. So while it's one application, it may have multiple news sources, and that's what we assess.
Yep, got you. Okay, thanks for that explanation. How many of those that have been through the assessment process were considered to be small publishers?
I'm not sure I have that before me at the moment. We might need to take the number on notice, but there are a number of small publishers.
I'll
My colleague Creena.
I'd add, we can take that on notice, but to give you the precise numbers, but certainly looking at the register, the majority are small.
Yes, okay.
In fact, nearly all.
And how many of those that have already been, well, I'm interested actually as to all those that have applied, but then I'd like the breakdown as to those that have been assessed to be eligible, have themselves struck a deal with Google and Facebook?
I can comment on that. We are not privy or advised or aware of which of the organisations have actually reached a deal. Certainly, we have read of some been reported in the media that they have, but our role is to register them under the legislation, and that's what we've done. So we're not aware of which ones have or have not.
Wouldn't it be an important part of your process to identify whether they have indeed been entered a deal with the very companies that, if your list was to be designated, would be impacted? I mean, I understand it's not, you're not the, it is not your legislative requirement, but surely it's something that you must look at.
Senator, I think it's something we'd be interested in, but these are private negotiations between companies, and we're not party to those negotiations.
So when you are assessing these publishers, you don't bother to ask whether they've already struck a deal or are in negotiations?
Senator, the eligibility criteria against which we assess registration is laid out in the code itself, and that's things like revenue test. There's a content test, there's an Australian audience test, there's a professional standards test. On those, that's on which the basis that we make our eligibility.
Okay, so nowhere in your assessment is there an opportunity for you to ascertain what type of relationship, if any, they have had with either Google or Facebook?
No, Senator. While we are very interested in the capacity for those deals to be made, it's not something that we're required to turn our mind to in looking at eligibility.
Okay, so if you're interested, do you proactively keep check of this?
We observe those deals that are announced publicly, but as I said, most of these negotiations are negotiations between companies, and they're usually kept, unless the parties choose to make those public, that's a matter for the parties through their negotiation.
Okay. What's been the process of application? Can you unpack that? How long does that process take? What level of information are people required?
I'll pass to Kath.
Thank you. Perhaps a way to start, Senator, is we've published guidelines for potential applicants that to help them understand what are the matters that we are required to turn our mind to, and therefore what type of information we will need to be able to assess their eligibility for registration. That complements the online form that is required, or that we ask applicants to submit with that information. The information goes to those tests that Ms O'Loughlin just set out, which cover things, obviously which news sources the applicant is seeking registration for, because there is a test around revenue levels for the entity. We seek some information on that. We seek some information about how the applicant thinks that they meet the professional standards test. And that has been designed, if you like, to try and elicit the minimum amount of information that we need in order to make a decision. I would then, obviously, the process, I think, is probably as you'd expect, in that we receive the information, we do a review of it to make sure that we've got what we need to make the decision that is before us. As I mentioned, oftentimes that assessment process identifies that some further information is missing, or that the applicant may have omitted to provide something, in which case we will go back to the applicant to seek that information before making a decision. And then ultimately that sort of works through a quality assurance process. Obviously, if we're heading towards a decision which is that a news source not be registered, there's a procedural fairness aspect where we would go back to the applicant to advise that's what we were thinking, to give them a chance to respond, and then ultimately a decision's made.
Okay.
I'm going to rotate the call and come back to you.
Well,
We'll rotate the call.
I'm on this line of questioning and I'd like to finish it if that's okay. Because
You happy to let Senator Hanson-Young keep going?
you guys have
I
had
am.
a pretty good shot this morning. If I can just finish this lot of the
Do you
code
want to
stuff
give you
and
another
then we'll go
5, yeah? Another 5?
back. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
I'm just checking. I'm just trying to be
Thank you.
collegiate, okay?
No, great. We're all
Give you an-
collegiate here. This is
give
the
you another
Environment and Communications Committee. It's the nicest one.
Well, let's see.
We're in your hands, Chair.
Time will tell.
All right. Apologies. What I'm interested in is that you go through this process. You've assessed these publishers. You have a list. You've done this under the required rules, and yet a number of these publishers have been refused a deal or ignored by Facebook and Google. Now, why is it that your standards are different to these big tech giants when you're meant to be the arbiter of what's appropriate and what isn't in terms of the potential of designation?
Senator, if I can just go back, I mean, obviously the News Media Bargaining Code is specifically set up to provide very strong incentives for digital platforms to make arrangements and negotiate outcomes with publishers. As you mentioned, our role is to do the eligibility criteria. I'm not party to why Facebook or Google or either both of them, or particularly one of them over another, might make an assessment in that negotiation. It may be on aspects that we don't look at, such as price. So the code itself is set up to provide that incentive for negotiation, and we have seen an extensive range of deals to be done, and I would expect that those negotiations will continue with Facebook and Google over the coming months because of the incentive put in place by the code.
Are you surprised that Facebook have refused to strike a deal with SBS? I mean, not only is SBS a designated, eligible and registered publisher from your perspective, but there was also a promise, of course, from the government in bringing forward this code that the public broadcasters would be included. So I find it extraordinary that Facebook thinks they can just thumb their nose at our second largest public broadcaster.
Unfortunately, Senator, I think that's probably a question for Facebook, and I'm not party to the circumstances under which they haven't struck agreement, but as I said earlier, we have certainly registered a range of SBS news sources under our eligibility criteria to be included.
Finally, what is your advice to those who you have assessed as being eligible? There's been a thorough process. You clearly haven't just chosen any which way. In fact, you've rejected 7 of them. What is your advice to those publishers if they are being refused or ignored by the tech giants?
Well, as I said, Senator, I think that's a matter for continued negotiation between those parties, and we're not party to what is the impediment for those deals to be struck. We'd encourage them to continue to use the incentives that are provided under the News Media Bargaining Code, and where they are running into issues, it's certainly a matter that they could raise, for example, with the department, who also has a role in this space as well.
Sorry, I did say final question, but actually this is to the Deputy Secretary. Where is the... are we on track for the review? We've heard evidence from ACMA today that they're going through, they've got a list. We know there are companies that Facebook have just thumbed their nose at. Where are we up to with the pending review, which I think is due February?
I thought off the top of my head, I thought it was due March, to be honest.
Oh, March, okay.
That we've got to initiate a review, to be honest, Senator. I think it's a slightly different, I think there are 2 separate questions in terms of where we're at in terms of ongoing negotiations and concluding agreements under the code, and the question of the review. So the review is, yes, out early next year. And with respect to concluding deals, we are obviously aware we would like to see more deals struck. We are keeping an eye on what we do see publicly reported in terms of deals being reached, and it remains an option for under the code, obviously, for the Treasurer to designate a platform or platforms when and if we decide we need to reach that step. At this point, that decision point hasn't been reached.
Okay. It's interesting disparity, though, isn't there, between those that ACMA has found to be eligible and those that Facebook in particular. I mean, Google seems to have played ball, but Facebook is still being petulant about it.
Before I hand the call to the Labor senators, the opposition senators, I asked this question to the E-Safety Commissioner as well. Do you find, this is a question to you, Ms McLaughlin, do you find Facebook hard to deal with?
Chair, I think I'll pass over to my colleague Karina in a moment, but I think in terms of the misinformation and disinformation code, where we had extensive dealings with both Digi and the digital platforms. I think we had a very constructive engagement with the platforms, and I think they came a very long way in that process. That's probably the one where we've had the most intense negotiations with them. Karina, I don't know whether you had something to add on that?
No, I think that's correct. I'd only add that traditionally Facebook is a company which has not dealt a lot with government or regulators, so I think it has been somewhat of a steep learning curve for them to move into this space, and I think they've tried very hard and it's been very constructive. I think the biggest issue that dealing with, and I shouldn't just single out Facebook, but a number of platforms, is the lack of data that's available by platforms on their performance, which are issues which are now being aired quite publicly. So in that sense, it's quite easy to see the policies that platforms hold, but there's not a huge amount of data available on the performance.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, just so I can get a sense of timing expectations for the department coming back. Do we have many lines of inquiry left with ACMA, or are we done?
2, I think.
So,
Yes.
2 here and 1 here?
1.
Okay, we have a few lines of inquiry for you, ACMA, so I'll hand the call to Senator.
Thank you.
Right.
The United States Federal Commission,
You don't.
Communications Commission, have you been in touch with them in relation to initiatives to introduce network-based call ID verification?
I apologise, Senator. I missed the very beginning of that. Was this in terms of the Federal Communications Commission?
Yes,
in
the United
US?
States Federal Communications Commission. Their website says network-based call ID verification are critical for protecting consumers against spoofed robocalls where scammers mask their identity, harass consumers and seek to defraud vulnerable communities. Caller ID based on so-called stir-shaken standards ensures that voice providers are exchanging accurate information about the source of the calls travelling across their networks. And they confirmed earlier this year that the largest voice service providers had implemented standards in the IP sections of their networks in accordance with the deadline that the US Federal Communications Commission had put in place.
Thanks, Senator. I might make some general comments and I'll pass to my colleague for detail. I mean, these issues
Sorry, my
of
question
scams...
was if you've been in touch with the US around...
We have a memorandum of understanding with the Federal Communications Commission.
Yes.
It is scams and spam and these things like number spoofing are areas that we are engaging increasingly internationally because they are international issues.
Yeah.
And so we were very pleased to establish that MOU with the FCC. We're also looking with one for Canada as well. There's a range of work going on in the space, but I will pass to my colleague Kath Rainsford in the first instance on the particular issue.
So I think that answers my question, because my question was in relation to the discussion with the Federal Communications Commission of the US. So can I ask more specifically, can similar ID technology be implemented by major carriers and service providers here in Australia? I'm assuming that as part of an MOU, there must be some obligation to do that with those other countries, but so what's going on in that space, but more universally, you know, it's not just the US. We need our own carriers here to implement that.
So the MOU, Senator, is really about regulators working together on the issues and learning from each other about what's being tried in the US and is applicable here. But I'll pass to my colleague Kath Rainsford on the specifics.
And sorry, I'm going to ask Mr. Fenton to talk to because he's far more across the detail than I.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you. Jeremy Fenton, Executive Manager, Consumer Consent and Numbers Branch at the ACMA. Can I just confirm you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Look, the question is quite a complex one in the Australian scenario. I think the ultimate answer to that will be yes. Those protocols only work in an IP to IP telecommunications environment, and we still have legacy networks in Australia. I think it's fair to say that there is a strong watching brief across industry of the initiatives, and the ACMA is also very interested in the initiatives, their applicability in the Australian context, and I guess the optimal timing for any potential implementation in Australia.
So what do you mean by optimal timing? Is it because we've got those legacy networks, so it would be optimal timing to get rid of these calls right now?
I don't disagree with that. I think the question is the Australian telecommunications environment is actually quite different to the US environment, and there are arguably interventions we can take here to achieve very similar outcomes that may be less burdensome and quicker to achieve. But the solutions that you talk about there may well end up being part of those solutions.
Okay, so if the international standards like that are being implemented in places like the US or Canada aren't applicable, what are you doing to implement standards that are applicable and to accelerate? You essentially said there are things we could do here that are quicker. Has that been put to government? What plans are underway to advance this as quickly as we can?
Yes, so the ACMA has been actively engaged with industry and fellow regulators to develop an action plan in relation to the matters that you raised there. We have collaborated closely with the international counterparts, including at the FCC. In December of 2020, the ACMA registered a new code that places obligations on industry to identify and block scam calls, including where it's clear that the numbers being used, the calling line numbers being used, are being used maliciously by bad actors, and in the majority offshore bad actors. As a consequence of...
Yeah.
Sorry, Senator.
No,
as a consequence
I apologise for
of
interrupting you.
That's all right. As a consequence of the registration of that code, industry have been reporting numbers blocked under that code on a regular basis to the ACMA. In the first around 3 months of that code being in force, we saw around 55 million calls blocked. And in the first 7 months of that code being in force, that number stepped up significantly to 214 million scam calls blocked. And we expect those numbers to continue to rise as industry continues to develop its capacity to deal with what I must say here are enormously determined and technically savvy opponents.
Yes, indeed they are. Can I ask what if there are 214 being blocked, what's ACMA's estimation of the number of these calls harassing Australians?
Senator, it's a really good question. I think nobody has the answer to that. The ACCC are basically the primary complaint mechanism for reports about scam activities. What we do know is that reports are increasing. There's empirical evidence around that. Losses are increasing. And while the figures that we have are very promising, clearly there's an ongoing role for industry to develop its capability, for government to enforce the rules in place. And I think, unfortunately, there's always going to be a need for citizens to be alert and taking steps to protect themselves.
Okay, so will that system that's being implemented, when do you expect it to be universal across all carriers? Are you going to make it an obligation? Is the government committed to making it an obligation?
Senator, it is an obligation. It's a registered code.
Yeah.
So industry developed a code in response to ACMA findings.
And what's the timeline for everyone to have implemented it? Noting, of course, that it will, you have to stay on top of it to keep. Have all carriers made some attempt?
I think that the answer there is yes, all are making an attempt. Most of the figures we're seeing from all of the key telcos are impressive and make up those numbers that I quoted before. But I think all of the telcos and the ACMA would openly acknowledge.
Now, I've noticed, I think, my own number of calls in that regard dropping off, but instead I've been getting DHL, your order will arrive shortly, text messages. Can the same code block the same kind of message?
I thought I was just doing too much online shopping. Okay, I feel a lot better. Sorry.
So, Senator, you're absolutely right. While we have found that the code has been very successful in reducing telephone calls, particularly things like spoofing calls where people are pretending to be, for example, the tax office, and we've worked very strongly with the tax office to reduce those calls given the harm that they can cause, and those overseas international scam calls. We're now working with the industry around what do they do about SMS scams, and that's the industry itself is developing some new enforceable obligations on the telcos to identify, trace and block those disrupting and to disrupt those SMS scams. So we expect that they'll put a code in by the end of this year.
Okay, I'm pleased to hear that because I'm assuming that your assessment would say, you know, it's not unlikely, clearly these scammers are trying to jag online shoppers who may well have had a parcel due to be delivered by DHL. It's, you know, you can say on
or
one
indeed
hand,
Australia Post.
That's right. Yes, I've had AusPost ones as well. Clearly, you can think that you're a savvy consumer because this is quite like the regular text message that you would get.
Yep, and as Mr Fenton said, I think the other thing is that we're very strong on providing advice to consumers around these, that consumers also need to be aware that there's the potential for them to be scammed. So, for example, don't be tempted to click on any links in your DHL SMS. If you're taking a phone call and you don't know who it is and they can't prove it, hang up. If your phone rings once, don't be tempted, and you don't know who it is, don't be tempted to ring them back because that's what's called a Wangiri scam. So part of this is also a role that we play in public education with the ACCC about how to avoid scams both online and through telephone systems.
Okay,
and while we're encouraged by the work to date by the telcos, we know there's a lot more to do.
In that context, you mentioned the legacy networks. How far are we held back by our networks not being fit for purpose in that regard?
Senator, I think the networks themselves are due to be phased out in 2032. However, I wouldn't like that to be taken as the date that these protocols may be able to be implemented. It may be able to be brought forward from that date, hopefully.
Okay, so when we don't, if you could, I'm sure it's a complicated answer, but you've mentioned that it makes it hard to do what the US has done because we've got a different network. But now you're telling me even though these networks are going to last till 2032, we are going to do some of it?
I think what Mr Fenton's pointing out is because of the different systems, we're looking at more bespoke approaches which are more appropriate in the telecommunications market in Australia because the American system is quite different. But I can assure you that we're learning from the Americans but putting in place things that are bespoke for Australia to significantly reduce scam and calls and SMS.
Okay. Misinformation through... can I ask if you've undertaken any research or an audit to examine and contrast misinformation policies that apply across communication services and digital platforms?
Senator, in terms of the work we've done around the misinformation and disinformation code, and we talked about this a little earlier, some of the material that we've been looking at in terms of our report to the government. We've certainly looked at some of the international approaches to misinformation and disinformation across digital platforms, including, for example, the EU code, which was probably the first code of its kind in the world. And I'd have to say in coming up with our position paper to inform the misinformation code, we looked at that EU code and saw what we could take from it that we thought was relevant to Australia, but what we could also improve on it. So we're also working very closely with international counterparts, US, actually particularly the EU, the UK, the Irish and the Canadians around similar approaches and aspirations they have of putting in place codes such as the misinformation and disinformation code.
So thank you. I think that answers enough. I'll seek clarification if I need to. So, being more specific, Australia Post already has a terms of use in relation to material that it distributes, particularly if it's unaddressed mass information. Can you describe for us, compare those terms in Australia Post's terms of use? How does that compare to the terms of use that govern other providers of unaddressed mail services in Australia?
Senator, we don't have any role in terms of mail services, so I don't have any information I can provide on that. I'm
Okay,
not quite
so
sure where the
in that
department may
context,
have
the
something.
architecture you're looking to in terms of misinformation, be that in the news or on Facebook or Twitter feed or whatever, you're saying that you're not scanning or looking at the developments as they would relate to any written material?
No, Senator, we don't have a role in written material.
No written material at all. Does that make sense in the context of disinformation? Is this a gap?
I don't believe so, Senator. I think the gap that the government identified was misinformation and disinformation around the role of digital platforms, who of course are such a huge provider of news and information to Australians.
They're not talking about Clive Palmer's distribution of anti-vaccination pamphlets then?
We don't have a role in that area, Senator.
In general terms...
But I note that Australia Post, like other distribution organisations, would have their own terms and conditions of distributing information, and that would be a matter for them to make a call on whether it fit within their terms and conditions.
Okay, so in terms of Australian platforms, have you undertaken a body of work that looks at the existing policies across various platforms here in relation to disinformation? And is it not a bit nonsensical to exclude printed material?
Well, as I said, Senator, the gap that was identified in the digital platforms inquiry was actually about misinformation and disinformation on digital platforms. And certainly the code, as Ms Chapman alluded to earlier, has required much greater transparency for users of those platforms about how they will manage disinformation and misinformation on there, and the expectations of their users around disinformation and misinformation. We've not been asked, nor have we considered the terms and conditions of print material being distributed.
Okay. In general terms, how does the terms of use policies of Facebook as it relates to their publication of content that contains misinformation compared to the terms of use for something like WhatsApp?
I might ask my colleagues, perhaps Karina, if you have information on that.
Senator, the policies of the signatories to the code, the policies in relation to disinformation and misinformation, are outlined in their first annual transparency report. So when they signed up to the code, they indicated which of the commitments to the code they would sign on to, and they then put out, within 3 months at that time, they published a report of how they would meet. That is, in effect, a list of their policies. WhatsApp is not a signatory to the code. We haven't undertaken a direct comparison, but certainly the policies of the signatories of the code are in their transparency reports.
Can I
check, because you've been going for 20 minutes, whether or not you have many more lines of questioning, just for time management?
I'm just about done.
A long way behind with the department.
I think. Sorry, I've lost my train now.
Sorry, I'm just
I
trying
wasn't
to
in a
manage.
position to tell you how far through I was because I was.
I think Senator Green has some as well.
Okay.
How much longer do you think you need?
Would you like to go to Senator Green and then I'll loop back, and that will enable me to truncate my questions.
Okay, that sounds good. So maybe 5 and 5.
Correct. Thank you, Chair.
Aim for that.
I just want to go to some questions around media diversity. I think there's been some questions on this already. We've had a Senate inquiry into media diversity, and thank you for your participation in that, Ms. O'Loughlin. At the hearing on the 6th of September, it was put to you that there is no point at which ACMA actually takes an active role in making sure that broadcasters adhere to the code or respond to complaints. And of course, as you would, you replied to that, we don't have a monitoring role. And I just want to discuss that, that view. Is that idea that you don't have a monitoring role, what is that based on, and is that correct?
Senator, it's based on a couple of things. The Broadcasting Services Act, the main, sets out for content on television a co-regulatory role. So codes are developed by the industry under Section 123 of the BSA. They're registered by the ACMA, and we receive complaints, can investigate matters that come to us under that code. In the main, complaints need to go to the broadcasters under the code, are required to go to the broadcasters in the first instance to give them the opportunity to respond to the complaint. And if the complainant is not happy with that response, then they come to the ACMA. We can, under Section 170 of the Broadcasting Services Act, put our own investigations if we become aware of matters of significant concern. But I think my comment at the hearing was that we don't have a role in actively, for example, watching television broadcasts and making assessment in real time or after the fact whether or not those broadcasts are compliant with the code.
Sure. So you, if there's, in terms of complaints and investigations, obviously those processes need to be triggered by a complaint. But the ACMA Act does state that you have a monitoring role in relation to both complaints and compliance with the codes. Isn't that correct?
Well, we do monitor complaints, yes, and we investigate complaints.
And you monitor compliance with codes of practice?
Absolutely. When complaints come to us, that is our role, to investigate those complaints against the relevant code of practice and make a judgment call about compliance with the code.
That seems like a narrow interpretation of the functions under the Act, that you only monitor compliance when a complaint is made. Is that how ACMA is interpreting the functions under the Act at the moment?
That's the way the co-regulatory framework is set out to work, except there's a separate ability for us to investigate under standards rather than codes of practice, where we don't need to wait for things to go to a broadcaster and can launch an investigation straight away. But my comments at the earlier hearings was we do not have a role in watching television and making real-time assessments as to whether things comply with the code.
No, I don't think anyone's suggesting that you sit there and watch the TV to find out when the codes are being practiced, but I think there is, the functions under the Act are actually quite extensive when it comes to monitoring. They include to monitor compliance with codes of practice, to monitor compliance with standards, to monitor and investigate complaints concerning broadcasting. How is ACMA discharging its monitoring function at the moment? Is it just in regards to when complaints are made?
It's predominantly when complaints are made, but also those provisions go to our broader role of looking at monitoring across the industry how a code of practice is working. So, for example, codes of practice, we usually look at...
Yeah, sorry, is it something that is it an activity that you undertake every year or every quarter?
I think it's probably fair to say it's a bit of a rolling program of activities, Senator. For example, the year before last, we did quite a lot of work in looking at news broadcasting on television and whether that was something that was raising concerns that were not addressed by the Code of Practice. We've been recently looking at reality television and looking at some research which will release soon around how the codes of practice of the commercial television broadcasters apply to reality television. So it's a matter of complaints that we get coming towards us, public discourse and general concerns raised by the community, but also where we think there are things that would benefit from additional research, we also undertake that so we can form a view across the code whether it's delivering for Australian audiences.
In terms of the COVID-19 pandemic, was there anything that ACMA did out of usual business practice when it came to its monitoring powers or monitoring functions? For example, in relation to the broadcast codes of practice, did ACMA monitor compliance with the codes of practice under the context of COVID-19? And I guess the second part of that question would be, what, if anything, did ACMA do to monitor and investigate complaints about broadcasting services in the context of COVID-19?
Well, Senator, we would have investigated the complaints that came before us. We felt that in terms of the current commercial codes of practice that the provisions that were included in there around factual accuracy and using current affairs, impartiality, etc., would cover those concerns around inaccuracies or other matters in terms of COVID. So we responded to complaints that came to us.
But, in addition to complaints that were made, did ACMA formally turn its mind to the adequacy of the broadcast codes of practice from protecting Australia from COVID-19 misinformation during the pandemic?
No, we didn't see a need to, Senator. We had very low level of complaints throughout that.
It's not about the complaints alone, though. That's not what's in either the ACMA Act or the Broadcasting Services Act.
The complaints are an indication of community concern, and we did not see widespread community concern.
But that's not the only indication of whether there's a problem. Is that the only thing that you look at? The complaints?
Well, as I said, we look at complaints, we look at general complaints raised publicly around these matters. We did not see, in contrast to some of the things we saw in terms of community concern about online information, we did not see extensive community concern about the information they were being provided by broadcasters.
Right. The Broadcasting Act provides that if ACMA is satisfied that there is convincing evidence that a code of practice is not operating to provide appropriate community safeguards, and that ACMA is satisfied that it should determine a standard, then ACMA must determine a standard in relation to that matter. Has ACMA satisfied itself that there's no reason to determine that a standard isn't being met during COVID-19?
We haven't seen any concern that would say that the codes of practice of the major broadcasters has failed to a degree that would require us to contemplate putting in place a standard.
All right. I'll just give you one example so we can just move on. On the 7th of October, the ABC reported that Foxtel has launched a review into one of its offerings. It's called Daystar, an American Christian TV channel that's been accused of broadcasting COVID-19 disinformation. Foxtel's instigated its own review into that program, but it has been available since 2015 on that channel or to subscribers. Is this something that ACMA should be monitoring?
Well, as I said, Senator, we don't monitor content services. We are aware of the issue. I might just pass to my colleague, Ms Chapman, who has a bit more detail on that than I do.
And I've got one
Thank you,
last question and I'm done.
Yes, we are aware of the issue, and we have commenced an assessment of the issue, which we've been in contact with Foxtel and sought further information from them, which, depending on their response, may well lead to an investigation.
Okay. It's quite hard to hear you. I apologise, but I think you said that you've contacted Foxtel.
Correct. We have sought information from Foxtel in relation to the issue because we are aware of it, and we're assessing it. And
right. Just finally, I know that ACMA has some pretty powerful information gathering powers. Has ACMA formally considered whether it should exercise these powers in relation to ensuring community standards of health and safety are being met on broadcast television when it comes to COVID-19 misinformation?
Senator, our information gathering powers are much more powerful in the Telecommunication Act. We have very limited information gathering powers formally in the Broadcasting Services Act, but that's beside that, we have not seen any reason to seek any additional information from the broadcasters on issues of concern at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Green.
I'm just going to try and take my final questions, if you like, Chair, but I did need to come back to them.
Okay, how long do you think you need?
5 minutes.
Okay, last 5 minutes and I have some program announcements to make, so we'll keep you in suspense until Senator Pratt concludes this next 5 minutes.
Thank you. We were talking about terms of use and categories in the codes. Can I ask in general terms what key categories of misinformation are prohibited in Facebook and YouTube?
Senator, we might have a bit of a stab at that, but we might need to take it on notice to give you something more comprehensive. But I'm looking at my colleagues and we're all flicking through our briefing. Kath?
Thank you. Senator, I think we should take that question on notice for you because each of the platforms have arranged different policies that go to your question. So if we can take that on notice and give you a fulsome response about our views on their policies there.
Okay, I understand what you're doing. However, you have provided a report to the government about the voluntary codes as well as broader impacts on misinformation. I would have assumed that in your regulatory role, you would therefore be able to tell us, given you've just done a report.
So, Senator, perhaps I can just give you some insights from my briefing pack. So, for example, if I turn to YouTube, and I have part of their policy here, I don't think I have all of it. YouTube doesn't allow content that poses a serious risk of egregious harm by spreading medical misinformation about currently administered vaccines that are approved and confirmed to be safe and effective by local health authorities and by the World Health Organisation. It gives some explanation about what the policy means for users, some examples, and it also indicates that if your content violates this policy, we'll remove the content and send you an email to let you know.
Thank you for that. You're repeating back to me, and probably quite rightfully, each of the individual codes. I guess I'm trying to test how you characterise at a thematic level. The government says it wants to deal with misinformation, and yet you haven't given us anything that frames the overall context of misinformation other than to repeat back the individual code for each.
Well, Senator, I think the misinformation code covers the field. What I've said earlier is that code, because the platforms are all quite different, will allow different platforms to deliver things in different ways. So the So, for example, Twitter doesn't take political advertising, so it doesn't need to deal with that. Some of Google is a very different, it's a search function rather than Facebook. So each of those will have slightly different approaches to delivering on what is the overarching thing of minimising harm from misinformation and disinformation on digital platforms. I'm happy to take further questions on notice from you, Senator, if we can explain that a bit more clearly for you.
Thank you. In that, may I also ask the mechanisms through which robocalls enter telecommunications networks, and who are the domestic intermediaries who automate those hundreds of thousands of robocalls to Australian numbers? What kind of companies are in that space? And have you ever undertaken an audit of them in relation to that disinformation?
I'm not aware, Senator, that we've ever undertaken an audit, nor do we track what commercial companies are providing lists to purchasers to undertake robocalls.
No, finally, can I ask, mass robocalls, that's a form of mass market advertising. What controls do telecommunications companies have in place to prevent that from being used to spread misinformation? We're not talking about scams here, we're now talking about misinformation.
I don't have any of that detail, Senator. I think that would be a...
So are you saying there are none?
I'm saying that the ACMA's role is confined in terms of mass marketing around things like the Do Not Call register and the Provision of Spam Act, which are about commercial messaging and requirements under those acts around limiting the provision of commercial messages as spam. So we don't have insight into
what government in terms of the holistic problem of misinformation. Does it identify these kinds of issues?
Senator, as I said, it was not in scope. The scope of our work is around misinformation and disinformation on digital platforms.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. So we now thank ACMA and release you. We now going to go back to the department for outcome 5 with a view to getting through as much as we can, and then we get on to the ABC after the break. SBS, the committee's decided to release Screen Australia. So we have outcome 6 this evening, as well as the NBN Co. So we're back to the department, and we're on outcome 5, and I might just see which members of the committee might like to take the call. I'm happy to take any offers at this stage.
Yep.
So we'll rotate the call, starting with Senator Green.
Thank
All right.
you. Sorry.
Well, good, thanks.
Just making sure I'm in the right place. I just thought I would begin. Hello, how are you? I just want to make sure I'm in the right. Outcome 5, program 5.1. Great. Yeah. We just wanted to begin with asking a few questions about an exposure draft of a Liberal MP's private members bill, which goes to telecommunication matters. Has the department reviewed the exposure draft, which is posted on the website of Julian Lesser MP?
I haven't, Senator, but I'll just ask if Mr. Winnie has.
I know it's a private members bill, but it's a piece of legislation, and I thought someone may have looked at it, thought about whether it was...
Yes, Senator. We're aware of the bill, and we have had a look at it to get an understanding of how it might fit with the existing telecommunications framework.
Yeah. Okay. And was the department involved in reviewing or providing advice on the bill before it was posted online?
No, Senator.
Okay. Minister, does the government support this private members bill?
Well, senators, obviously members of parliament and senators too are what's entitled to their views and to introduce private members' bills or senators' bills at any point in time. The Coalition has invested more than $380 million through the Mobile Black Spot program to improve mobile coverage and competition in the telecommunications across Australia, and a further $16.4 million was announced in the 2021-22 budget for the Peri-Urban Mobile program to improve mobile connectivity in bushfire priority areas along the edges of Australia's major cities. And broadband access over the NBN is guaranteed for all Australians through the Universal Service Guarantee.
So is that no?
Well, it's a private senator's bill or a private member's bill. It's not a government bill.
What about the minister? Does the minister support the bill?
It's a private senator's bill, or it's a private member's bill. I should be very clear about that. It wasn't introduced by the minister, so it's not a government piece of legislation.
Okay. And just on the same issues that are raised in the bill, on the 30th of September, the Shadow Minister wrote to the Minister asking whether the department had undertaken any preliminary assessment of how much mobile prices, including for regional consumers, would increase if the proposals were implemented. So I think that request has been sent to the Minister and hopefully passed on to the department. The Minister hasn't provided a response yet, but has the department started that work?
Senator, I am not aware, but to see if anyone does know the answer to that question. I imagine that we have had the correspondence passed on to us, but I'll just see if I can find out. We haven't yet, we're not yet undertaking any work specifically in relation to that question, Senator.
Sorry, so the Minister's received correspondence a month ago, almost, and has the correspondence been sent to the department, or you just have...
I will check, Senator.
Is it a matter of the Minister not forwarding it on,
or is
it just that they've said, look, we've got this correspondence, but don't bother looking at it?
We'll have to check. The officers here can't recall seeing the correspondence, so we'll check whether it's been forwarded and get back to you.
Okay, that's good. And maybe if someone could come back, I know we're here for a little while this evening. Has the department undertaken any type of analysis that would be able to tell us how much consumer prices will rise, particularly if Vodafone and Optus had to build out their networks to provide universal coverage?
Senator, no, we haven't. Whilst I said we've had a look at the bill, we haven't gone to that sort of level.
Okay. There's also provisions in the bill that would permit the government to defer up to 60% of senior executive bonuses for poor performance. Is this a measure the government would support in the bill, particularly in relation to poor performance of taxpayer-funded entities like NBN Co?
Clearly directed to me.
Yeah.
Well, the government isn't supporting the bill. It's not government legislation, but of course any member of parliament is welcome to introduce a bill at any point in time and have their views heard.
There was a report from the ANAO about universal service obligation. It was number 12, 2017 to 18, the management of contract for telephone universal service obligations. That report made a recommendation, I apologise, to review to commence in July 2021 is to be conducted by a third party. I know there's quite a bit of technical information in there. I can read the whole thing out, but is anyone familiar with that report and where that's up to in the department?
Aware of the fact that there was an ANA audit report. I cannot remember the nature of the recommendations or what was agreed to be done in response, but I will see if anyone has any information.
Sure. It's on section 2.42 on page 33 of the report there's a reference to that review, and happy for you to come back if you need to.
So I might just see, we do have some officers available remotely online. I might just see whether Mr Mason has anything to add on that particular issue.
Okay.
So, Mr Windy, it's Philip Mason at the department. Were you referring it to me?
If you
Philip. Okay, so...
It's a formal review of the telephone universal service obligations that was meant to be conducted in July 2021.
No, Senator, that's not correct. It's not a formal review. It's a review under the contract with Telstra that was scheduled for July 2021.
And has that review been undertaken?
No, Senator, that review has not been undertaken because since 2018 the department has been doing a wide range of work with the industry, including Telstra, that meant the review wasn't needed in July 2021. So it's been deferred.
Deferred until when?
It's technically deferred for up to 2 years.
For up to 2 years.
Correct.
Can I just check, has that been, I guess it was in the contract for telephone universal obligations. I know that was part of the contract, but the deferral of that review, is that something that has been communicated to the industry or even to the public? Is this the first we're finding out about the deferral?
No, if people have asked, they've been told that answer.
Who's people?
People in the industry who've asked about the review. The review is not secret. It was reported in the work we did in 2018, a summary report on USO reform.
Okay. Which minister is responsible for the review or the related work that's been conducted in relation to the universal service obligations? Is it Minister Mackenzie or Minister Fletcher?
Minister Fletcher has responsibility for universal service obligation because technically it's a national obligation, and similarly the universal service guarantee that now includes broadband is national.
Okay. There are reports that Telstra has indicated it intends to incrementally phase down its ADSL network. That's been reported, an IT news article on the 29th of September said that the Telstra is starting to think about declaring end of life for ADSL network. The end of life for ADSL network was raised in a discussion where other internet providers with ADSL customer bases raised fears about the future of these services. Has the department or the government discussed this phasing out with Telstra and any potential timelines?
So ADSL is provided as a commercial solution over the Telstra copper network. It always has been. So what Telstra does with ADSL is its commercial decision, and we have always been keen to have information from Telstra on what it plans to do. So yes, to the extent we have discussed it in that context, yes, we have discussed it.
Right, that's the answer I was looking for. So it has been discussed, and have they given you any timelines?
Not that I could say here. I think, so one of the other things that is relevant to this conversation is the Regional Telecommunications Review is currently underway. And I think this issue would be discussed perhaps in Telstra's submission to that, so it may be best to wait till that submission is published.
And the call around, Senator Green, so we can come back to you.
Just come back to these questions.
Fine. Okay. Senator Patrick.
Yeah, thank you. Last estimates I raised the issue
of the public interest news gathering program and the way in which it was funded. And I got some answers back, and the answers were helpful, but I don't agree with them in terms of the way in which the policy is implemented. So basically what it suggests is that the grant applications that were made under that program were basically determined by way of looking at the number of constituents or number of listeners, to a radio station. Now, I've got a constituent who operates a radio station in South Australia who has relatively low turnover, but they service a licensed area of about 150,000 people across a very large area. They've got 23 transmitters, so they have much, much larger operational costs. And I compare this to somewhere like Wagga Wagga, where they might have the same number of people with just one transmitter. So there's the way in which the grants are, and this is an historical grant, this goes to future considerations, the way in which this program has been awarded seems to me to disadvantage perhaps some of the more regionally, more sparsely populated areas. I just wonder if anyone's got any sort of thoughts on that, any pushback as to why that sort of consideration ought not to be included in a grant program design.
I'll make a couple of comments, and then Ms Sullivan might be able to, might wish to add. So, I mean, look, I think first point, as you say, it's a historical grant program, so it's a bit. I don't really. We could certainly, if there were to be another program, then obviously we could think about a variety of matters in the design. A couple of comments I would make just with respect to the program as we have run it is it was one that was trying to be deployed quickly in the context of COVID, and we did have to make some judgments around design to work out how best to allocate the pool of money available, and we did make a decision. We did have to make a decision about, in a sense, reach in one form or another. Now, it is true, and I think Ms Sullivan can confirm, I think revenue was used as a indicator of reach. This goes to both, and it was covering television, newspapers as well as radio. So that was a decision taken at the time. It was then down to applicants to apply. We could obviously look at different things were we designing a new program, but that was the decision taken at the time.
Yeah, and that was well explained in your answer. So, as I said, I was actually quite happy your answer was quite fulsome. I'm just unhappy with the approach from a lessons learned perspective.
Yeah. We're happy to look further at that in the design sense. It's just about what information that's verifiable we can use as proxies for various policy pieces.
Yeah, sure, I understand that. Just, I'm just in effect representing a constituent who says that, their operating costs are much larger. So, thank you. I might go to another question that I was going to put to Screen Australia, so we're going to attempt to see if we can get this answered. The Chair's requested me to do it this way by you guys. If not, then we'll get Screen Australia when their time has come. The government announced a program to assist cinemas in the context of its JobKeeper had concluded. Cinemas were still in a position where they were unable to really operate, and that's the program I wish to have a little bit of understanding about how much has actually been paid out. I have a situation where a number of cinemas have contacted me in South Australia, and there just happens to be a bit of a lull in films that are coming out from the United States. Nothing to do with the way in which they operate their business, just the way it is, and some of them may well go under over the next month or so without further assistance. So I want to know how much is left in that program. I understand it might not be able to be allocated under the previous rules, but if there's money there, if I understand that is the case, I can then at least go and lobby the Communications Minister to perhaps readjust those rules for a temporary help.
So the question actually relates to the arts outcome, which is after dinner tonight.
Yeah.
But I can answer where the $20 million screen fund is up to and what's expended to date and what's left.
So that was the program. What was it called?
The $20 million screen fund.
Yep.
Of that, 10 million's committed, and 9.8 million's been paid, supporting 188 cinema sites.
Okay, so that goes to my question. So there are now some cinemas that are in genuine distress through no fault of their own. It relates to COVID. That $10.2 million. Is there scope for further applications that deal with the current circumstances that those cinemas are facing? Because what I would hate to see is us having spent all that money to get through this, and then they drop off at the very last stage because of an aberration occurring in the film industry at the moment.
My assumption would be yes, but to confirm, I'd probably need my colleague who actually runs the program.
All right, so can I come back and ask a question a bit later with that colleague? We don't need Screen Australia for that, just your colleague, is that?
I know, so that program's ours, so we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, but in the arts section tonight.
Yeah, so I'll come back in a later section, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just
Sorry,
wanted to
I
make
wanted to try and help you here because I know you've got other stuff to do.
See, I felt bad after I gave you COVID that time, so this is my
that's right.
comeback. Sorry about that.
He's actually supposed to buy me a dinner. And
Well, I
he's
wanted
trying
to
get out of it.
Well, I'd like to, but I'm not allowed to go to a restaurant in Canberra. So there's all these rules and regulations.
All right, well, I will come back and explore this a bit further. I just wanted to make sure we didn't release Screen Australia without having the ability to look at
Dr.
this.
Arnott should be able to assist you with that.
All right, I'll come
All
back.
right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Patrick. So just getting an indication of, we've got half an hour until the next break, so I'll hand it back to Labor senators.
Just a couple of questions about the regional backbone black spots program. Who came up with that? The budget papers show that there's roughly $8 million being committed to that initiative over the forward estimates. Is that the right figure? Have I got the right number there?
You do, Senator, but I'll just explain what the number actually means. Lachlan Patterson, First Assistant Secretary, Communications Services and Consumer Division. Hello.
Yeah.
The number in the PBS, so the Regional Backbone Black Spot Program, the RBBP, is a cable network owned by the Commonwealth in regional Australia that was established in areas in which Telstra had a monopoly position in order to provide some infrastructure competition. The number in the PBS is actually the depreciation value of that per year. So it's not a payment as such, it's how much the asset decreases in value each year.
Okay, so it's not a...
It's not there's no exchange of money around that.
Oh, okay.
It's a depreciation amount.
The infrastructure, and I guess that's why we couldn't find any information on the department website about it. This wasn't a program, it's a depreciation schedule.
It's a depreciation on an asset.
Yes.
The original, the program, since when it was set up, goes back to about 2008 or 9, is when it was first rolled out.
Okay.
It does make sense. That you couldn't find it.
Yeah. The infrastructure referred to the backbone transmission links announced in 2019. There were 6 priority locations for the backbone transmission, am I right? There was Geraldton, Darwin, Emerald, Longreach, Broken Hill. Is that a different matter?
I think you're right, and I might refer to one of my colleagues in a minute, Phil Smurthwaite, but the RBBP itself has a number of links, fibre links if you like. Some of them are owned by the Commonwealth. There's some other links that are owned by Vocus Network, which has an operation and a maintenance contract with the Commonwealth. If you just let me grab my brief. and luckily I do have one on the RBBP with me. There's 5 links, so there's Darwin to Toowoomba, Darwin to Tennant Creek, etc., etc. So yes, they would be the links.
So that's Labor announced those in 2009, and the backbone links in those communities. How is that benefiting the consumers? What's been the impact of that?
So there's probably 3 aspects to it. The first one is it's actually providing a choice of backhaul within those areas.
Yep. So
anecdotally, there's been Telstra price reductions in those areas. They are regulated by the ACCC in regards to the prices they can charge, but there is a reduction in the Telstra prices. So that's one of the benefits in regards to your backhaul for your services. The other one is actually people who actually would get on and use those links themselves for their services, the businesses and so forth, who could connect into the cable and make benefit of it. There's also a number of what's called indefeasible rights of use. So these are long-term usage contracts over the fibre capacity, and that's people like AARNet and the Department of Defence and so forth. They have long-term access to these links as well to run their businesses and operations.
Okay, and just to confirm that $8 million in the budget, that's not for any new infrastructure or maintenance of existing infrastructure?
Correct.
That would have to come out of somewhere else?
Yeah, it's purely a depreciation value. The asset was originally $250 million. I believe it's worth now probably around 120, 125. I don't have the exact number in mind, but it basically reduces by about $7.5 to $8 million a year.
Great. And just wanted... There's a question on notice number 15 from the budget estimates hearing in regards to alternative voice services trial. NBN Co was trialling a low-band fixed wireless technology in 2 locations, Coffin Bay in South Australia and Robin Vale in Victoria. The answer that we got back indicated that NBN had scientific licences that allowed it to use spectrum in band 26, around 800 megahertz for those trials. Could you just provide us with an update on the trials and what feedback you've received, and how long have those specific voice trials now been running?
So I'm going to refer to my colleague, Mr. Philip Mason,
Thank you.
I'll grab my folder and come back as well.
Thanks very much.
Hi, it's Philip Mason, Assistant Secretary, Universal Service Guarantee Task Force in the Department. Thanks for the question. The NBN trials at Coffin Bay and Robin Vale, the ABST, the sign-up of grantees and trialists kicked off around March, April, May this year, and then sign-up of their customers took place over subsequent months. So there's a bit of feedback. There was some delays in signing people up, particularly due to COVID. For example, there were lockdowns in Robin Vale that made recruitment difficult, but services are up and running. All up, NBN Co has 195 services activated on its network, and of those there's 105 retail services active, and there is some more retail activation that needs to be done by the end of the month.
From the same budget estimates, number 13, so it's probably related to the same thing. The department provided information about the 7 technical criteria against which grantees are required to report. These included network uptime, network downtime, call drop rates, and mean opinion scores. Can you explain what survey questions underpin the qualitative feedback about the mean opinion score provided on notice?
So the mean opinions, the criteria that we provided in the answer, Senator, from memory are the technical criteria that we actually asked the service providers to report on. So they monitor that within their networks using different technologies. I think your question went to, we also do an independent survey, which is necessarily brief because we figured that customers weren't too happy to be called every month and asked a long series of questions. It's a fairly high level question about how do they feel about the quality of the voice service. So the survey is quite qualitative. The more technical side of it is dependent on information from the carriers or the service providers, sorry.
To shortly publish a short report on the trials as they are at the moment and make that publicly available on our website.
Can you table a copy of the survey?
I think that would probably comprise a part of the report. I'll take that on notice, Senator, but yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Thanks. I think just one of the other criteria, one of the things that isn't being considered is latency and packet loss, and not being measured for grantees who are delivering voice as part of their alternative voice trials. Am I correct in saying that those things are not being measured, and wouldn't latency be a useful technical measure for voice experience?
Thank you, Senator. I'll take that on notice because I want to check the answer. So I think the information we provided, may have been focused on the voice component. To the extent that providers are also providing broadband, I do actually think that we had those parameters. So yes, they are relevant to providing voice over internet protocol, but I do think we're actually collecting that. It just depends on what products the providers are providing.
My recollection is the same as Mr Mason's, but we'll take that on notice.
Okay. I've got a few more to come back to, Chair.
Maybe we can go to, because you're about to finish a 10-minute block, so do you want to go to Senator Pratt and come back?
Senator Smith is on there as well.
All right. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. My questions go to community television, so just checking we've got the right people in the room. Excellent. We're good?
Just coming to the table. Yep.
Great. Well, Minister, I just wanted to start by congratulating you and your government on the backflip to now support community television. So well done on that. The 3-year extension we're seeing go to Channel 31 in Melbourne and Geelong and Channel 44 in Adelaide. But Minister, can you tell me why it took so long for your government to get there?
Thank you very much for that backhanded compliment, Senator. As you know, there's a limited amount of spectrum that is available for community stations, and those community stations that are existing, that have had their spectrum licences extended, have had that done so numerous times now. At some point, the life of that spectrum, the life of that licensing on that spectrum will have to end so that it can be used for other purposes. And those users of community television have been told about that numerous times. I was very glad to see, coming from Victoria, that Channel 31's licence was extended. But, let's be frank, they've been notified since 2014 that they were going to require to vacate that terrestrial spectrum and thereafter move online.
But Minister, for estimates after estimates, we've sat here and I've asked questions about why they were being kicked offline. We were told that there was cost for the government of keeping them on air. We were told there was no use for the spectrum in the near future. And over again, I was told it was the government's decision and the minister's decision to kick them off anyway. So can you confirm this was far more about an ideological disdain for community television than anything else?
No, that's not at all true, Senator, and I think you know that.
But surely the backflip proves the minister's own arguments on this lacked credibility, the arguments you came in here to defend estimates after estimates.
No, the spectrum needs to be vacated so it can be used for alternative purposes.
Yeah, but we've found a space for community television over the next few years, which is what we were asking for.
No, we've delayed the alternative purposes.
You've delayed the purposes.
Well,
because
clearly-
your own paper said that there wasn't a planned use of the spectrum. So is that correct? There were purposes that you delayed?
Well, the alternative purposes for that spectrum can't be established until the space is vacated. So I think
So
we're
you've
going
made a
round in
decision
circles
to
again.
delay- No, we're not. Are you telling me that you've made a decision to delay tangible things that you were going to do this year? Our understanding from your own paper from government and what you've told us at estimates was that there was no planned use spectrum for several years.
Senator Smith, there is planned use for the spectrum. There has been planned use for the spectrum since 2014. Those community television stations were notified back in 2014, which is now 7 years ago, that they were going to have to vacate the space. They have not done so. We have extended their use of that space for some further time, but they will have to vacate the space and find a digital alternative eventually.
When you have a use for it, Minister, I think you just told me that you've delayed a use of the spectrum. Is not
Finding alternative uses for the spectrum is something that requires it to be vacated. So I think that there's a hole in the bucket, dear Eliza, and we need the space to be vacated before the alternative uses can be considered.
That's not consistent with what we've been told at estimates and what your own paper has said from the government minister. But we'll move on. Mr. Atkinson, are you at the table? Sorry, it's hard to see from
Yes,
from
Senator,
video.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Just interested, I mean, these years of uncertainty, what does it actually cost the department? I mean, community television stations have had to prepare statements and report after report. These would have to have been analysed by officers in the departments. There was red tape and regulatory burden imposed on the broadcasters. Many staff, I assume, involved in preparing all of this. What's the cost been to the department?
Specific cost for this type of activity and management of spectrum and working with stakeholders and implementing government policy decisions is part of our ongoing business as part of a department.
But it's work specific, right? Because each time we come to this bar for food and community television of the year and calls them to and all the work you do as a department, there's no cost involved in that for your officers or for your agency?
No net additional cost beyond our... It's in the scope of normal business that we would be asked to do by the government of the day.
So how many departmental staff were involved in assessing these reports which community television was required to provide?
I've asked Ms Sullivan if she has any further comments on how many staff were involved.
There was primarily one officer who was responsible for leading the work, reviewing the reports.
Yeah, and were these reports done quarterly, yearly?
The reporting requirements came in for the last 12 months and they were due quarterly.
Can you take on notice if you can estimate any costs in this process?
Sure, I'm certainly happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Minister, can community television rest easy for the next few years after this decision? There's not going to be any further backflips or changes in your position. They're safe for the next few years to continue providing the essential service they do in Adelaide, Melbourne and Geelong?
Senator, the arrangements have been extended. The licensing arrangements have been extended until the 30th of June 2024. But as we say, spectrum is a very scarce resource and it's a valuable community resource which needs to be managed in a way that delivers the best value to the Australian public. Moving to online platforms will vacate that spectrum in time for appropriate testing and planning and transition requirements ahead of the reallocation of any broadcast spectrum, and we continue to examine the potential options for the use of that vacated broadcast spectrum, including through a green paper consultation process. So yes, Channel 31 and Channel 34 have until 30th of June 2024, which will be 10 years after they were originally notified that they would need to vacate the spectrum in 12 months.
Well, I'm pleased that after we've established estimates after estimates that there was no cost in them staying there and no planned use for the spectrum in the immediate term, that you've allowed them to stay. So thank you, Minister. I congratulate you again, and that's all. Thank you.
to keep going with opposition senators. Back to Senator Green.
Just some more questions on regional communications. There's quite a lot going on, so I just need to get as much information as I can. The regional telecommunications review, can I get an update on where that is and where the process is up to?
Mr Patterson can probably do that.
Going is the short answer, but Mr Patterson can give more detail.
Put a bit of meat on the bones, if you like.
Yeah.
So yes, the review has it's completed its online consultations. There were over 500 people who participated in those. There were 24 of those conducted. They've done around 30 meetings with stakeholders, and they've received, I think, in the order of 650 submissions. We're going through a process at the moment, or the Secretariat for the committee is going through a process of summarising those submissions, and we would expect those will be published over the next few weeks, probably in stages would be my expectation given the number.
Okay.
The reviews report is due with the government by the end of December. They're going through the committee's going through a process at the moment of looking at the submissions, working their way through the issues, and I assume determining what their recommendations to government will be.
Okay. And the committee will meet that deadline, the 31st of December?
I see no reason why they wouldn't on the progress that I've seen. They seem to be quite committed to meeting that time frame. Yes, Senator.
And from the government's point of view, what's the plan with that report, Minister? Is it to release the report and the recommendations, or just...
The report itself
sit on
has
it?
to be tabled.
Yeah.
I think it's within 15 sitting days of receiving it, so
Okay.
that will happen. And the government... Well,
if we have sitting days next year.
it will happen when we get to 15 sitting days. Senator, sorry. And the government's response, there's required to be a government response to the report within 6 months of its receipt,
Okay.
which is also tabled.
Thank you. Another initiative I just wanted to ask a few questions about, the Northern Australia initiative in the 2021 budget. Something close to my heart, the $75.3 million in funding to improve telecommunications infrastructure across Northern Australia through the Mobile Black Spot and Regional Connectivity Program.
Yes, Senator.
The PBS, I just want to understand the funding components of this. Under program components of round 5, it's got $66 million in there for Connecting Northern Australia initiative.
Yes, Senator. So, sorry.
Yeah,
I
no,
didn't
go
mean to
ahead.
interrupt.
I'm after the
Yeah.
breakdown.
Okay, so I've got GST exclusive numbers in front of me. There's so Connecting Northern Australia has 2 administrative components. One is the Regional Connectivity Program component, which is 41.4 million, and the other one is the Mobile Black Spots Program component, which is 25.1 million, and that's the 2 administrative components.
I'll just check we're talking about the same thing. In the PBS Connecting Northern Australia initiative, there's $22 million in the 2021-22 financial year and 44 in the forward estimate of 2022-2023. And I'm just wondering the difference between the 2 numbers, because it does jump up. I apologise for not having a page number for you.
So page 31.
Yeah. Table 25.2.
So that includes the departmental.
Wait a minute. Sorry, did you say table 1.2 or 25.2?
252, program components of outcome 5.
I'll just go over my PBS, Senator.
Thank you.
Sorry, it appears in a couple of spots, Senator.
Yeah.
She's on page 72.
2.5.2, 22.018 and 44.50. Mr Smurthwaite, is the difference in the numbers because of GST inclusive exclusive?
Sorry, I think the Senator was asking what the component parts, what the 2 component parts were.
Yeah.
That was your question, wasn't it, Senator?
Yeah, there's 2 years where there's funding allocated in
Yep.
that table.
22 and 44.
The first year is 22 million and the second is 44. And I'm just wondering why it goes up so much in 1 year. Is it?
Oh, okay, Senator. Sorry, I understand what you're asking now. Basically, because they're, firstly, the intention is to combine these two components with the programs that they're being linked to, which is the Regional Connectivity Program and the Mobile Black Spot Program. The way the programs are normally structured is there's usually a small amount of money up front in case they have to purchase equipment, and then you have a number of performance payments during the course of the program, and then you have a final payment when the infrastructure is actually built. So it's always got more money towards the end of the program because we pay on when they meet the milestones,
Right.
if that makes sense. Sorry, It took me a while to get there, Senator.
No, that's
In essence,
fine.
it's just cash flow estimates.
Okay. And the projects for the Northern Australia Initiative being selected as part of the mechanisms for the Mobile Black Spot Program and the Regional Connectivity Program, do they have their own processes to get how are they being selected?
Okay, so we're consulting on the Regional Connectivity Program Round 2 guidelines at the moment. The way the Northern Australia component has been put into it is it actually meets, it's encapsulated within the program and all the existing criteria, but when you do the assessment, you assess the Northern Australia program components separately.
Okay.
So the reason we do that is because as you would be aware, Senator, the infrastructure builds in the Northern Australia can often be very expensive because of the distances of power, backhaul and so forth. So we would get an application and then you would look at the Northern Australia program components separately from the rest of the program. And then if you exhausted the funding for the Northern Australia component and there was still value for money ones, there's the potential they would be picked up with the rest of the program. But it will be assessed separately, but it's part of the same process.
Okay. And in terms of the nature of the projects and connectivity solutions that are being funded, how does it differ from southern parts of regional and remote Australia? I guess you've already touched on some of the specific needs for northern regions, but what are the main differences?
Well, the main differences are the distances, the costs, and the lack of general backhaul. But I'm going to ask Phil Smurthwaite to give you one or two examples out of our Regional Connectivity Program Round 1, which we funded in Northern Australia, which will give you an indication as to the costings and the sort of things we expect will flow through.
Can we just check whether we need that?
Maybe do you want to provide that on notice? Because I
Happy
have
to
a
do
few
that.
other questions
Happy
about
to do
mobile
that.
black spots where we might need to get some detailed information.
Okay, that's fine, Senator.
Just on mobile black spots, I've raised in this committee before the mobile black spot that was announced by the member for Leichhardt in Archer River. It was a new Telstra tower, I think, that was going to be built, and that's been raised before in this committee. Is everyone... Hansard doesn't record nods, Mr.
There's a good roadhouse there.
I recall the question.
I recall you asked the question last time, Senator.
Yeah,
So
can I
if-
just get an update on that one?
So if it's the one I recall, and Mr. Smurthwaite, please interrupt me if I've got this wrong, it was an Optus one that was funded under the program.
Yes.
It was then what we
A
call...
Telstra, sorry, I'll just correct you. A Telstra tower was announced by the local member, but then through the program and Optus got the...
So we assessed the applications and Optus put an application in and was awarded the funding.
Yes, they promised a Telstra one, got an Optus one instead.
They couldn't get the land access through Optus.
Yep.
Then Telstra, if they had another site they couldn't build, and we have a process on the program where you can relocate it, and so they nominated Archer River because then had no carrier because Optus couldn't get the land access. So it was then awarded to Telstra. Mr. Smurthwaite, do we have a timing on the rollout for the Archer River?
Phil Smurthwaite, Acting Assistant Secretary, Regional Communications Branch. The expectation is that site will be on in the start of 2022 calendar year, the first quarter next year.
But will it be built in Archer River?
That's the plan, Senator.
Yep. So there's a Telstra site that's been contracted for Archer River to be built in the first quarter next
A
year.
Telstra one?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened to the, I mean, Optus obviously was able to, they're not going to go ahead with their tower, so what's happening to that now?
So Optus couldn't go ahead because they couldn't get access to the land, so that has been removed from their contract under the program.
But they've gotten other spots to put.
They have the ability to nominate a replacement site somewhere else. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. Mr Smurthwaite, do we know if Optus has nominated a replacement site for Archer River?
Yes, that site is Orpheus Island in off the west coast of Queensland, east coast of Queensland.
So the tower that was meant to go to Archer River in far north Queensland, surrounded by Indigenous communities, is now going to Orpheus Island.
So Optus has put up Orpheus Island as a replacement for the site they couldn't build.
Do you know much about Orpheus Island, Mr Patterson?
No, I do not.
Yeah,
Senator.
it costs a lot of money to stay there for one night. It's a luxury resort island, and they're getting the tower now that was meant to go to Archer River.
I think Archer River is getting their tower, but it'll be a Telstra tower.
But not when they said they were going to get it.
But Optus,
but
Optus couldn't get the land agreement for the land.
Sure.
That was the issue.
Telstra Tower all along. The community didn't want an Optus tower because you don't get the connectivity across the community.
So the tower's been delayed for Archer River beyond what was anticipated, and out of the program, instead of maybe funding another tower somewhere else in Cape York or perhaps near a community that might need it, it's going to Orpheus Island instead.
The program is, we can only assess what the carriers propose under their applications.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure those holiday makers will have fantastic internet connections, and you still won't be able to call
From one
emergency services in Archer River.
You can do 000.
Well, sometimes you can't.
So we've got 2 minutes to the tea break, and then I understand that there are significant additional lines of questioning to the department. So
I've got to come check to assist. There were some questions I asked this morning about the advertising campaign around online safety, and you asked me to come back to the department. So that's what I was planning on asking about after the break.
We can certainly do that. We've
got people here.
So I think on that basis we'll take 15 minutes, and we'll resume with the department in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Update everyone who's following this at home with your popcorn. We have another, I think, about 45 minutes of questioning of the department, and then we'll be onto the ABC. So Senator Pratt,
Thank you, Chair.
you have the call.
So we've just concluded some questions in relation to regional telco towers. And, sorry, on page 91.
Senator, we have Charles here to answer those questions about the e-safety media piece.
Thank you. Sorry, were these the questions I asked before, or are they the ones that were just asked prior to the break?
They were the ones asked by Senator Green during the safeties hearing around the online safety campaign. But I said at the time we would have officers come back this afternoon for.
All right.
Senator Green asked about them.
But Ms. Charles can go to the back, or we can wait until Senator Green comes
Yeah,
back?
I think it's probably easier seeing as Senator Green's not here. I'll have some difficulty in picking up where she left off. In terms of the draft online safety expectations, basic online safety expectations, the Minister's recent address to the National Press Club on internet governance articulated a number of principles, one of which was sovereignty. And the Minister said, "This brings me to the final principle, in many ways underpinning all of the others. Governments should not give up their sovereignty." Based on the draft BOS, would it seem that the responsibility for the regulation of content, speech and behaviour online in Australia is being pushed away from the Parliament and the regulator and onto overseas-based companies? Is that a correct characterisation?
Senator, I don't think that's the way we'd characterise it. I think we'd say that actually the passage of the Online Safety Act by the Parliament brought the social media companies well within the ambit of the Australian legal and regulatory framework, and in a sense was a demonstration of Australian sovereignty in terms of regulating in this area. And within that bill, obviously, was the concept of the basic online safety expectations. So I think it is well and truly within the bringing them within the ambit of Australia rather than pushing them out.
But the BOS says that it's the role of providers to ensure that end users are able to use the service in a safe manner. Those providers are dominated by overseas control and interests.
But there is an expectation, Senator, the expectations that we are expecting providers to meet are expectations that are being set through the BOS and, in a sense, by extension or further up the chain through the legislation that's been passed by the Australian Parliament.
How will the department inform the public about that assessment? Are you going to measure whether this expectation of a safe manner is being met?
Senator, I'll pass to Ms Gannon, who might be able to give you some more detail on how we see it working. I would note, I think, and you might have said this at the outset, I would note that in a sense they are currently a draft instrument is out for consultation, and so the final nature of it isn't settled. But I'll pass to Ms Gannon to give you some more detail about how we imagine it working.
Hi, Senator. My name is Bridget Gannon. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Online Safety Branch. Mr Windy is right. We do have a draft instrument out for consultation at the moment. The draft instrument sets out core expectations of industry, additional expectations of industry, and then reasonable steps that might be taken by industry. They're sort of examples of what industry could do to achieve those core or additional expectations. Now, the core expectations are actually set out in the Online Safety Act. And so that provides a base framework, if you like, for what government would expect of platforms and social media. And then the additional expectations kind of draw those out further. Obviously, because the core expectations are set out in the legislation, it would be difficult to change them. But we are certainly very keen to hear people's views on those additional expectations and the reasonable steps that are set out in the instrument.
So who ultimately controls that assessment? How do you measure whether that expectation of safety is being met? Both providers must proactively minimise the extent to which material or activity on the surface is or may be unlawful or harmful. How does that square with the government's aim to achieve parity between the online and offline world? Does that not mean that material and activity in the online world will be much more heavily regulated and censored?
I don't think so, Senator. When we look at the framework, I suppose I'd say the basic online safety expectations in the context of the other provisions of the Online Safety Act, where there are takedown powers for adult cyber abuse, cyberbullying of a child, image-based abuse, abhorrent and violent behaviour, abhorrent and violent material. If that kind of material were in the town square, if you like, you would expect the police to go and take action about nude images being circulated without someone's consent. When we look at the basic expectations, we're looking at setting expectations for industry to do more to keep their users safe. It's recognising that users go to platforms and use them on a daily basis, and they should be in an environment that's safe, just as I suppose, if you're driving a car, you'd have seat belts, and car manufacturers are expected to put safety requirements in place for drivers and passengers.
Okay, I think I'll try and drill down into some examples to put that, what you've said, in context.
Sure.
A service provider, how might they treat a satirical comedy and journalism directed at a politician? Could be Friendly Geordies, could be Batuta Advocate. What material in that context that might be lawful under defamation law, could that material have to be taken down because it hurt someone's feelings?
Senator,
Senator, it's a sort of a hypothetical question you're asking us.
But
we can go into it a little bit to the extent
as
if it's going to help
legislators,
with understanding.
we have to pass laws in a hypothetical situation because we haven't yet passed the laws yet. So these are still important tests to work out how real-life examples might play into the law.
Sorry, Senator, the legislation's already passed, though.
I wasn't denying that. I was simply saying you're saying you won't answer a hypothetical question. These are things that we need to deliberate on all the time.
I'm happy for us to try, but noting it's a hypothetical question, we might not be...
Yes.
It'll be an exemplar, possibly.
When we talk about that, the implied freedom of political communication, it is explicitly safeguarded in the Online Safety Act.
Yeah.
Section 233 provides that safeguard. As I sort of touched on before, the Act has lots of bits to it. One of them is the online content scheme, which provides takedown powers and regulates refuse classification content that's X18 plus and R18 plus. Now, it also has the abhorrent and violent material provisions. Now, that abhorrent and violent material provisions have a carve-out and exemption for news and current affairs journalism. So the legislation does seek to balance freedom of communication with the powers that are available under the law. I'd also point out that the adult cyber abuse power is quite a high threshold in order for that content to be taken down or regulated.
Okay, so in that context, are you able to assure us that it is an equal playing field? For example, investigative reporting under the BOS, couldn't you have a situation where it's lawful to broadcast a news story, but online it could be treated as harmful? I'm thinking of something like the Christchurch terrorist atrocity. Is there an example for journalistic content under BOS?
The carve-out that I referred to in section 104 for journalism and news also applies to the basic online safety expectations. But in any case, the BOS really are about the government and setting out clearly what its expectations of platforms doing business in Australia need to do to keep its users safe.
Okay, so for example, gratuitous photos from a war zone without a journalistic context to navigate them could be treated as something that would breach the BOS laws?
It would be a matter for reporting on how those websites, it's about what those websites are doing to keep viewers safe. So if, for example, it was a news website putting up terrorist content, it would likely be exempt under section 104 from reporting on that. But in any case, the Online Safety Act isn't really designed to deal with news reporting. It's designed to deal with terrorist content, in this regard, at least terrorist content and violent.
Yes, but if I just put a whole range of images up one after the other that might otherwise have appeared in a contextualised news story, and I just pick all the worst pictures and I load them up on the internet and cite the fact that they've appeared elsewhere every time, that could still be a harmful act, could it not?
I think in that case the reporting would be asking you what you are doing to keep your users safe. So if you're putting those pictures up without warning, without context.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying that I've done, and that what is the platform's responsibility to manage the fact that I've done this over and over again, putting these gratuitous pictures out, even though every one of them's appeared in a journalistic context.
I think in that context, Senator, the basic online safety expectations would, they require you to consult with the Commissioner on how you can keep your viewers safe. The Commissioner might, if they've received a report from you about what your actions are, might give you advice on what more you could do to keep your users safe.
Okay, so what would both do to prevent those harmful pictures coming out?
I think it's worth keeping in mind that there are a whole lot of sort of dimensions to the framework that could be relevant here, and I think Ms. Gannon might want to add some more detail to it. But I think there are the general obligations in the Act with respect to dealing with Class 1 and Class 2 content. So if content happens to meet the test, then the steps, it's not so much the both alone that would come into play. It would be the provisions of the Act and the ability to take steps if someone complained or expressed concern about the content. Also related is the code work that the eSafety Commissioner is doing with the industry, in which the industry is looking for how it will go about attempting to prevent content that would be that would be classified in effect being available on their site.
How will hate speech be treated? The Online Safety Act, racial or religious hate speech directed at an individual could be taken down under the Adult Cyber Abuse Scheme, but not hate speech directed at groups.
That's right, Senator. The Online Safety Act really talks about harms directed from one person to a person. The government...
But in terms of that harm, I've talked to many of these groups who suffer serious harm based on hate speech directed at them as a group. For example, within the LGBTI community, it doesn't protect them in any way, really, when, as a group, they are targeted. Would that mean, for example, if the Facebook page of a group is targeted with hate speech, will you treat that as an individual or as a group?
Senator, perhaps what I could do is tell you what the Online Safety Act does do for hate speech, and then perhaps where else in government has a role in addressing hate speech. Would that be useful?
If you could take my example of a trans Facebook page that is owned by a group, not an individual, having frequent hate speech at it.
Yeah, so the Online Safety Act, its adult cyber abuse provisions would kick in if that hate speech was directed at a particular person and that a piece of content reached the threshold of the test for the adult cyber abuse. The basic online safety expectations as currently drafted, and out for consultation, say that we expect platforms to consult and cooperate between each other to promote safe use. And so that might be if you had a pile-on from a collection of organisations all directed at that trans youth organisation, for example, we would expect platforms to share information about hashtags that are trending, work together to disable those hashtags, disable tags, so that those groups aren't targeted as directly and aren't copying as much of that abuse online. Beyond that, the Attorney General's Department has responsibility related for matters related to human rights and anti-discrimination.
Okay.
And the Human Rights Commission.
So a church Facebook page for a local congregation that again has no individuals, it's hosted by a group. Again, you're saying that there's no recourse for the members of that group under the Adult Cyber Abuse Scheme.
Senator, just before Ms Gannon goes on a bit, I think some of the things you're talking about are moving quite into the anti-discrimination world as opposed to this one act.
No,
needs to
they're
be read
not,
in the
because
context of
we
all the
don't-
other legislation that's in place.
I can clarify for you in the sense that if it's racial abuse, we do have anti-vilification clauses, but
Yep.
we don't across any of the other attributes. And so in a sense, the powers that are in this communication space are at the leading edge of trying to control that kind of hate speech and discrimination because the acts don't have them.
Sorry, I understand what you're trying to get to there, Senator.
So the treatment under this legislation of a church group would be the same for the trans youth organisation. If hate speech was directed at someone and it met the test of adult cyber abuse, then there would be powers to take that content down, but it would need to meet the high threshold set out in the adult cyber abuse provisions, which are in Section 7 of the Act.
So can I ask is the BOS intended to be a substitute for legislation that deals directly with hate speech?
I think the BOS is designed to sit underneath the provisions of the Online Safety Act, as I said before, to articulate the government's expectations of platforms operating in
But
Australia.
the Online Safety Act only deals with, well, the parts of the Act that deal with adult cyber abuse, the other parts of the Act in relation to hate speech. What guidance do they have?
While the BOS is focused on the types of harms that are regulated under the Online Safety Act, they can indeed be broader.
Yeah. Okay. What will the guidance be given? What guidance, will be given to companies about how they should deal with online hate speech directed at groups? What if users respond to defend themselves from something like racist online hate speech?
So when the basic online safety expectations are finalised, there'll be an explanatory statement that accompanies it. And the eSafety Commissioner is also going to release guidance, particularly the industry, on how discretion and how the BOS will be used and implemented. I'm not sure that that guidance will go to the point of hate speech specifically.
Okay, so just to clarify, the Act deals with hate speech directed at individuals. Will the BOS require platforms to prevent hate speech directed at groups? You've said it goes broader, but I'm still struggling with the context in terms of how that works. Does it go further does the BOS go further than the Act when it comes to preventing harm?
Just to clarify, Senator, the Act can regulate hate speech if that hate speech meets the test for adult cyber abuse. So I would
yes, but
sorry.
But it's the test of it being directed against an individual. So if it is directed as a group, will the BOS require platforms to prevent hate speech directed at groups? Yes or no?
I don't think we can give a yes or no answer, unfortunately.
Okay, well,
Well,
just let's be clear, because if I were to ask you, will the BOS require platforms to prevent hate speech directed at individuals? The answer would be, or cyberbullying directed at individuals, the answer would be...
Well, my answer would be
yes.
the Act does that, not necessarily just the BOS, to be clear.
Okay.
The BOS would set out the expectations of industry to deal with hate speech rather than regulating the hate speech itself.
Okay, now we get back to the full circle on that question of sovereignty.
I have a superfluous role here. I'm just trying to get
You
a
are the
sense
chair. I'm
just trying to get a sense of how we're going from a progress point of view. We've got the ABC waiting. You can see Bluey.
We did say we'd be.
You can see Bluey
at
in the
least till
background there, so that's very
5:30.
exciting. But how are we going from a progress point of view?
We've still got another half an hour.
Half an hour?
Yeah.
You reckon we can do it by past?
Oh, I don't know, but I'll try.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll proceed.
Can you seek some? All right. Is this just about end users, or are you envisaging this will extend to other kinds of harms, such as harms to businesses?
Sorry, Senator, do you mean the basic online safety expectations?
Yes.
I think, Senator, really the scheme as a whole is not set up to... The online safety framework is not set up with businesses in mind.
What if it was a gay business that, or, you know, I've seen these examples come up. I've seen businesses harassed and vilified because they've done things like offered drag story time. They've been vilified online for doing that.
So I think all we can... I think, unfortunately, we're going to give you a similar response to what we gave you earlier. In a sense, within the framework that we've got under the Act, if it meets the test of adult cyber abuse, and that could be certainly that could be a business owner that was in that territory, then obviously the Act comes into play. The basic online safety expectations, the BOS, will provide a mechanism whereby the platforms will be required to explain how they act or what they will do in the broad to keep their users safe, and that will and then there are powers for the Safety Commissioner to hold them to the expectations that they sign up to.
Okay, so would a business that's owned, a restaurant that's owned by someone of a particular religion that was vilified in hate speech and cyberbullying online, if that cyberbullying didn't name the owners of the business as individuals, would this or would it not fall into being eligible as targeting individuals?
So, Senator, it's difficult for us to give... We can't obviously make what is in effect a regulatory decision here at the table, and it would be the E-Safety Commissioner having to make them. I think the scheme and the powers involved to take material or require social media companies, for example, to take material down, for that to work, there will need to be a complaint. There will need to be an individual that can be identified who is being harmed.
Yes, you can, of course you can identify. I'm not saying that you can't identify who's being harmed. I'm simply saying they haven't been directly named in the hate speech. If it is, you know, people like you, but the people aren't actually named, it is a business website and not owned by an individual, I'm assuming that, does it fall in or out? Surely that's a simple question.
Well, I think, Senator, this is where, absent the scheme being in force and actual, you know, the responsible authority, namely the Safety Commissioner, actually making a decision based on the information before it, it's very hard to give it a definitive or a clear answer because it would depend upon the circumstances.
Well, surely though it's a matter of the principles that you're putting into both.
The principles
that you would say.
So the issue would be
yes.
is if it amounted to, when there's a regulatory decision, adult cyberbullying, then yes, it's within the scope. But what I'm not in a position to say is whether the scenario you've just outlined would meet the test for that.
What I'm trying to ask you is how broad is the test? You seem to imply that it is just for an individual, but some of it might apply to groups. I need you to explain where that border lies.
So, Senator, I think I'll have a go. And apologies in advance if this isn't sufficiently clear, and maybe and if Ms Gannon's got anything to add, she can. Otherwise, we're happy to also take it on notice and see what we can explain more fully in a written form. But I think the way I would think about it is there are the BOES is but one part of the overall framework, and the BOES goes to general expectations of platforms, not individual instances of activity. It goes to general expectations of platforms and how they will keep their communities of users safe. And there are tools available to the Safety Commissioner with respect to how compliance and reporting and understanding of what platforms are doing, how well they're performing against the BOES.
Okay, so in terms of the general expectations of platforms, what is the general expectation within the BOES when hate speech is directed at a group?
So the BOES does not, or at least the draft instrument does not specifically call out a hate speech or particular types of activity. It does, as Ms Gannon ran through, have a series of expectations which are actually drawn from the primary legislation, as well as a series of additional expectations. And I think this characterisation might not be right, but in effect some suggestions of the sorts of steps we would see them put in place to keep their users safe. But I don't think we would see the BOES going to specify particular types of particular scenarios, as it were, or types of behaviour.
So on the question of hate speech, for example,
can I just be clear though? Are you therefore saying that every harmful behaviour is going to be in it if it's not going to specify?
I think what I'm saying, Senator, is it goes to how the steps the platforms will take to keep their communities of users safe.
Okay, what steps will they take? Are the steps going to be different for an individual that's targeted versus a group that's targeted? Can you take me through the steps?
So an example, Senator, might be that in the example of hate speech is that many platforms at the moment, their terms of service say that they don't allow hate speech. What the BOES say is that there's an additional expectation that services have terms of use, that there be mechanisms to report and make complaints about breaches of terms of use, and that platforms also make information available on terms of use policy and complaints accessible, so understandable by average people. What that would mean is that if there's a community online that's experiencing hate speech, the eSafety Commissioner could require a report from that platform on what it's doing in terms of its terms of service, particularly about hate speech, what it does when, how many complaints it's received, what it does when it receives complaints, whether it shut down those types of sites where the hate speech is happening.
Okay. And that is the only recourse if as a group you've experienced that, where you would have a more direct recourse if you were an individual being cyberbullied?
That's right, Senator, because the definition of adult cyber abuse refers to material being intended to have the effect of causing serious harm to a particular adult. So if you were talking about a shop and everyone knew who the shop owner was, then perhaps as a matter of legal interpretation that might be specific enough to be taken to be referring to a particular adult, but that would be a matter for the eSafety Commissioner.
Okay. Will the news media have to seek eSafety guidance under the BOES? Sorry, was that the news media, Senator? Sorry, I'll just truncate those, sorry. Who will make the assessment of whether materials or activities may be unlawful or harmful? Are you expecting providers to censor activity that's actually lawful but might be harmful?
So the eSafety Commissioner is the answer to the first question, and the answer to the second question is no.
What are the criteria for assessing potential harm? What kind of evidence will you be basing your assessment of potential harm on?
The tests.
How do you measure that expectation is being met?
The definitions are all set out in the legislation.
And I think the E-Safety Commissioner is working through production of guidance material on how they will go about carrying about discharging their responsibilities under the Act.
All providers need to seek guidance from eSafety about how to implement the BOS. Will you be making that guidance public? Will the public be able to challenge that guidance? What can the public expect about how those expectations will impact them?
So far, Senator, we have provided on the department's website some answers to frequently asked questions that have come up in consultations to date. eSafety will be, as I said before, there'll be an explanatory statement, but eSafety will also be providing guidance, and I can't speak to the process that the Commissioner will be going through in providing that guidance.
Can I just...
I'm ready to move on from this topic to go to NBN Co, and I think we've got two other topics still.
You're done with these?
I've done, yes, I'm done.
So this is the last line?
No, we've got two more lines of questions.
So with the department?
No, two more lines to the department.
Okay, so you have two more lines to the department?
Yes, that's
one
correct.
One from Senator Green, one from...
In addition to the follow-up, so we're still aiming for that 5:30 mark, Chair.
So that's the best you think you can do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just so the next witnesses are aware that we'll be winding up the department at 5:30?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah, we do.
The advertising campaign
No, I understand.
discussed this
We
morning.
have Ms Charles to answer that.
Thanks. I think where we left off this morning was we knew the existence of the campaign, and it's how much has been set aside for the campaign in total from the department's point of view?
Susan Charles, Assistant Secretary Communications. So there's a $5.2 million being allocated to the campaign, of which the department's received 4.4.
And when does the campaign start?
The campaign is still in its early stage development, and it is planned to occur early in next calendar year.
Okay. That's a very big time frame. Are we talking...
The timing is to coincide when the laws come into effect, so
right.
Likely January.
Okay. And has there been market testing done already on the campaign materials?
Currently, that's underway, so that's the point at which we're at.
Okay. Have you got a contract number for that market testing?
So we have a contract with Arima Research, and that contract number is CN 3805884.
Okay. With Arena, did you say?
Arima, yes, Arima Research.
And have you contracted the actual advertising buyer yet?
The advertising creative agency, yes.
What's the contract number for them?
We've only just done it, so the contract number hasn't been finalised and isn't as yet up on AusTender.
Who's that with?
It's going to be with TBWA.
That's just the creative, and then there's the additional...
Then there's the
buy.
media agency, which is a whole government agency, Universal McCann.
And what's the focus of the campaign? Is it just to explain to people that the Act has passed, or that it's, or where people go to find information?
Basically,
what was the purpose of the campaign?
all the above. So it's to raise awareness of the government's online safety legislation with a focus on the strengthening protections.
A focus on the strengthening
Protections or the laws, yeah.
Like, will it tell people where to go to get help?
Correct. So the call to action will be the
Because it's fine to tell people that it's been done, but that's just...
Yeah, so eSafety website will be the call to action, so all the information will be on the eSafety website.
Okay. And we're anticipating starting next year. Is it just for 6 months or a couple of months?
So the media plan as yet hasn't been finalised, so that is all still part of the conversation we'll need to have with the suppliers around developing the media plan.
And what platforms is it going to run on?
The response is the same. We're working with the Universal McCann on what that media plan will look like. But we expect it will be a national campaign with some TV elements.
Okay. We raised some concerns or questions about the positive energy advertising campaign yesterday in environment and energy estimates. Essentially, the assets for the campaign were provided on a website. I'm not sure whether that's how those assets then made their way onto Facebook pages of government members, but the officials I was asking weren't sure what the principles were around whether that breached the guidelines. Is this something that's been created so that government members can then go and put it on their Facebook page?
That isn't the intent. As you're aware, government campaigns are bound by the government guidelines, which are administered by Department of Finance, and there are principles under that in which they need to comply. It's not, we do, as a matter of course, provide shareable content that can be used on social media sites, and that's shared with stakeholder groups, and we use it on the department for our own internal purposes. So, you know, the idea would be to get the information about the campaign as far out to the community as we can, and would utilise what channels we had available for us.
Right. By stakeholders, do you mean members of the Liberal Party?
You're a stakeholder too, Senator Green. You could put it on your website.
I'm asking Ms Charles whether that includes Liberal Party MPs.
The shareable assets, I mean, we will produce a campaign. It's not the intent that it would be used for political purposes, and that doesn't adhere to the guidelines. But we would absolutely provide content and resources for stakeholder groups to use.
Because, and I'll explain where the issue comes into it. The asset themselves, the shareable content, is assessed and ticked off through the guidelines. There's the certification that your secretary will need to sign. But when that asset is then put on another Facebook page and then there's text added to the post, that hasn't actually been ticked off to meet the principles of the guidelines. And that's where the grey area arises. So that's where my question's coming from.
Senator, I think this is probably one of those conversations you should take up with finance, because it's actually taking the next step of things that work within their framework, which is the activities that we undertake. What happens then to material that's produced as part of that, and how it's used elsewhere?
I mean, Ms Atkinson, you have to sign off on the campaign. It's your signature on that certification.
Yes,
so even though finance sets the guidelines, I'd imagine you'd be pretty invested in making sure that the campaign doesn't breach those guidelines.
Yeah. The scenario you just talked about, though, is the equivalent of a photograph of, you know, an infrastructure building, using infrastructure as an example.
Here's the difference, Ms Atkinson. The taxpayer didn't spend $44 million to produce, $4.4 million to produce that photograph. And that's where my question is. So if that's not the intention, I'm glad we've cleared that up, and I'm sure you'll have that front of mind when you're signing off on that certification. Great. I just have a couple of other questions about some issues around regional media diversity, which is something I've asked about a lot, but hopefully we'll get some quick answers. I previously asked the department to provide a list of the 21 local government areas without coverage of a single local newspaper, as identified in the ACCC final report on the digital platforms inquiry. Can I get that list?
Senator, while Ms Sullivan's getting ready, I think we don't have that list.
But I've asked you for the list.
Yes, but a
number of times.
But I think, Senator, what we have tried to explain previously, and Ms Sullivan can correct me if I'm wrong, but that list is was this collected or established by the ACCC under various information gathering powers that they have, and they are not in a position to share it with us, so we do not have it.
I think this is the last in August 2020, that was a while ago. I asked the same question about the list, and Mr. Atkinson, you said that you'll refer it to the ACCC to give it to the Senate directly, the 21 names. Have you done that?
So, as I understand, we referred to the ACCC to ask if we could have it released, and I understand their answer was because it was using the information gathering powers that they wouldn't. But we have been working to compile our own analysis of those issues.
Right, and I think the follow-up to that was my asking why you couldn't independently go and find that information and then provide it to the Senate. So that hasn't occurred either.
So that was what I was suggesting that we're working on.
Are you working on it?
Yes,
This has been a long time. Yeah,
and Senator,
12 months, and it's like somebody has the information. It's just a list. Can we have the list?
The difficulty, Senator, is compiling the list. So our Bureau of Communications and Arts Research is trying to pull together a similar database for us. So to begin with, trying to understand print, we don't have a database and information just on print media. So because the government regulates broadcasting, we have information on the broadcasters, whether they're radio or television. What we don't have, no one actually has a set database of online and newspapers. Mm-hmm. So we're trying to pull together through our bureau a database of that information, but it's actually quite time intensive and difficult to get hold of. Mm-hmm. I'm happy to come back to you. I'll get an update on where we're up to, because I do actually want the work done, and if I can come back to you with where that work's up to and what we can provide you with.
Well, let's not wait till the next estimates, because we don't know when that will be.
I will provide it. I'm happy to provide it on notice, what we have. It's probably not going to be a perfect list. It's probably not going to be what you're after to the level of detail, because it is quite hard to get this information, because trying to access it.
Sure. I mean, on the difficulty arising, the ACCC told the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Economics that the information was available on public record through various sources. So it would be quite easy to...
It's labour intensive, and it's about what our Bureau of Communication Economics has availability in terms of other projects that they're also prioritising.
So the staff who are in the regional communications section of your department wouldn't be able to cover that off?
The Regional Communications branch is actually responsible for regional telecommunications.
Okay. And the section that is involved in compiling this list, what are they called?
It's a joint project between one of the branches in my division, which is a branch which has responsibility for a range of other things, and they're working with our Bureau of Communications Research.
What about the platform and news section?
That's a recently stood up branch. It's not actually fully staffed yet. We've actually gone out to advertise for staff this week.
How many staff are going to be in that section?
I'd need to come back to you. It's a branch, so there'll probably be between about 15 and 20 people working across a range of issues around digital platforms, information integrity and other matters.
Can I just ask a clarifying question to you, Senator Green?
I don't think you get to ask me questions.
Well, it's more of a process.
I can answer it if I want
to.
It's
more of a process question.
Sure.
Will you be exhausting the time remaining until the ABC at 5:30, or is that going to be shared around?
Yep, I think so. If Senator Sheldon has questions, but
okay,
I think we're pretty close.
Can I leave you to the... I'll still be here, but you can work it out.
Right, okay.
I'm not going anywhere, don't worry.
Okay. Right, okay. Can I just get back to this list? Mr. Atkinson, given that, there was in August 2020, a commitment given to the Senate that list would be provided, and the ACCC has given their reasons. It's now 12 months later. will you make sure that your department has the resources to be able to give us this one sheet of paper that we've requested?
Yes, we will work on it and provide you the sheet of paper. The issue is the data integrity that sits behind it. It has to be meaningful, right? And so the work has to be done properly. Because as soon as we create it, we'll then have to, well, as soon as we create and publish this, we'll then have to explain every element of how we came up with it, right? That's why we have data integrity in our bureaus.
Sure.
I'm saying yes to your question, but it's, as Ms Sullivan said,
I'm probably
there's
just
a
putting
lot
it.
in it.
Yeah, I'm probably wanting to put a caveat on it because I am concerned about the data integrity around it. That's all.
Because if there's not a verifiable, established data set with integrity that fits with the rest of the footprint data, then you can end up with mistakes.
Okay. I don't think you'll make any mistakes, Mr Atkinson, and I think given that we've been asking for this list, which the ACCC has a copy of, they've said that it is available through publicly available various sources, and we've been asking for a year now, and it's important in the context of media diversity, but also just that there are some probably regional communities that don't have a single local newspaper. I think it's about time we get the list.
Yes, Senator.
And it would be helpful to have it well before the next estimates. Thanks. Can go on to some other questions. Just some really quick questions on the NBN annual report, and I'm sure that if there's anything we need to put to them, we can do that later.
Yeah, the department's going to come back after.
Yeah.
It's a different part of the department, though.
I know, but
Yeah.
I'm sure we can.
Well,
navigate.
is this section of the department able to answer? I mean, the NBN
We can talk
annual
about
report.
NBN now with the people here.
Yeah. So the department reviews and signs off on the report.
We don't sign off on the NBN annual report.
No, but you review it before it gets published, don't you? You have like I mean, you'd want to know what's in there.
Oh, we might want to know what's in there, but the responsibility and the requirements of the annual report are NBN's responsibility.
No, I'm really just asking if you're aware of what's in there.
Yeah,
So I can ask you questions about it.
Yeah, we're happy to take questions on it, Senator.
Yeah,
Very
great.
happy to take questions on it.
Okay. If you... Well, what is the process? It goes NBN and then it's audited, is that right? And then it comes to the department.
So the financial statements in the NBN annual report will be signed off by the Auditor General in accordance with Finance's guidelines on annual reports for government business entities, I presume. Is that
And
correct,
we,
Mr Madsen?
and our role would be to facilitate the process of ensuring that it's tabled as required.
Okay. But the report is audited by the...
A&O, the
A&O.
financial statements.
The financial statements are.
Okay. Sorry, I'm talking about the financial statements in particular. If I can draw your attention to those financial statements, in the 2021 annual report, it says that the NBN total equity is now at negative $1,740,000,000. That was almost a wink.
There is certainly no winking going on.
No, but it was almost
Senator.
a wink.
Senator, could you direct us to the page that you're referring to?
Or the table number?
Current assets is at the top.
So you're talking about a balance sheet, current asset line?
Mm-hmm. I think it's on page 116.
Yeah.
Statement of financial position.
Statement of changed equity, I think so. Sorry, what figure did you say, Senator?
So down the bottom, if you have a look at the total equity, which I assume is just assets minus liabilities. I'm not really a numbers person, but I assume that's what it means.
Yes, Senator, I think we have the right table.
What equates for that difference between the 2 years? There's quite a change there in the equity and a change into the negative of the equity of the NBN balance sheet.
So Andrew Madsen, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Communications Infrastructure Division. Yeah.
So just to explain, the equity valuation, which has been ticked off by the auditor, shows that the NBN is now in a negative equity valuation.
Yeah, so I think a key factor contributing to that...
Valuation is a different word though.
Yeah, a key factor contributing to that would be the additional debt that NBN has taken on in order to fund its operations and to refinance the loan to the Commonwealth.
Right. Additional debt. And where is that represented in the annual report?
Page 116. Or are you talking about the cash flow changes in debt financing?
Yeah, the debt financing. Where can I find that?
So it'll be the changes in...
Well, I can talk about it from the position of the department, in the sense that we've been managing the process of the company taking on that debt.
Can I just test, Senator Green, in terms of the navigation of their statements in their annual report and their movements, because this is their CFO's core business, it's really NBN's probably to explain more accurately than us.
Okay, I'm just asking the department this has been audited by the ANAO and provided to the department, so...
Yes, so for example, like NBN has now raised around $18 billion of private debt, and from those proceeds it's repaid funds to the Commonwealth, around $11.4 billion of the $19.5 billion loan that it has from the Commonwealth, and it's also raised around $2.5 billion of liquidity for its own purposes.
Mm-hmm. And I guess given you were given a copy of the annual report, was the department aware that NBN had gone into negative equity position on its annual report? Like, is this something they forecast to you? They would let you know that this was
really
the plan?
Just the accumulated losses versus equity.
I suppose it's not a reflection of a deterioration in their financial position.
Mm-hmm.
It's a reflection that their business has, over a long period of time, accumulated losses, and they're now at the point of generating cash flow, and over time they'll generate stronger cash flow, and they'll generate profits, and that underpins the improving financial position of the business.
How will they generate stronger cash flow?
So it's the relative piece, because they've been in an investment phase, right? So they've been spending a lot more money than they've been bringing in revenue. Correct. And so that's why you've got big accumulated losses, which is the first column in that table you talked about on the equity piece.
And I guess
that
that's
against the contributed equity creates the net position at the end.
And that's sort of my question, is they have been spending a lot of money. The corporate plan shows that NBN would spend $1.7 billion in capital expenditure in the financial year. But the annual report indicates that NBN spent $2.7 billion in capital expenditure in that same period. So has NBN actually overspent $1 billion or increased its capital expenditure?
Bear with me a second, Senator. My understanding is that NBN has committed less capital expenditure in the last financial year than it had forecast. But that's largely due to some deferral of the point at which those capital costs were incurred. So you asked before about how its financial position is changing. So it's completed the construction of the initial build of the network, and which was a highly capital-intensive period, and now its capital costs are generally reducing, and some of its operational costs, such as the lease payments, the migration payments that it made to Telstra and Optus as customers moved from their networks onto NBN's are ceasing. So its operating costs are reducing and its capital expenditure is generally reducing, hence and at the same time its revenue is growing as all those customers have migrated onto the network. Now, in the last financial year, my understanding is that their capital expenditure has been slightly below what was forecast, but that's largely due to a timing. One of the major capital costs they incurred was starting to fund the extra capacity in the fixed line network, which was announced by the company in September in 2020. And so they have now signed contracts with a number of companies to upgrade the fixed line network to provide the gigabit speeds, but the contract negotiations took slightly longer than anticipated, and hence the commencement of those contracts was a couple of months behind schedule.
Okay. My questions go to what's publicly available and what people can rely on to understand the financial position. Can I just be really clear again? Was the department aware that NBN Co had gone into negative equity valuation in its annual report?
Yes, we would have been aware of that through looking at the annual report. And
you became aware when you saw a copy of the annual report? The department became aware of it when they cited a final copy of the report?
Senator, I suppose we monitor NBN's financial position throughout the year.
That's why I'm asking you.
And we also conduct a review of NBN's corporate plan each year.
Yes.
And that's the process through which we look at the strategy of the business.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the annual report is tabled and reviewed each year, we look at actual expenditure versus what was forecast.
That was not an answer to my question, Mr. Marsden.
Senator.
Did you become aware that NBN Co had gone into a negative equity valuation in its annual report when you saw a copy of the annual report? Or given that you monitor the financial performance, monitor the capital expenditure throughout the year, was there a point in time where you realised that there would be a negative number on that balance sheet?
Senator, that's one line in all of the financial statements, and it represents accumulated losses versus accumulated equity over time. It's so anyone who reads through the financial statements will observe that number, and there's plenty of negative numbers and positive numbers.
Mr. Atkinson, it's not about the importance of the figure, the how we got there, and it's just literally just a question about point in time knowledge.
Senator, the key.
Yes, we were informed of what was in their financial statements.
Okay.
When you got the report, but there was no foreshadowing of that beforehand.
Well, Senator, I think the point Mr. Madsen was trying to make is it is the fact that there are significant accumulated losses for NBN is not a surprise to us. That is something we would have been aware of.
Do you want to repeat that? Sorry for the hand side, because I can't quite hear
Sorry,
you.
Senator.
Can you please
That's
just,
okay.
we're trying to move on, so if you could give clear answers.
The fact that there are significant accumulated losses for the NBN is not a surprise to the department, because that's the sort of thing that Mr. Madsen and his team would have an eye to, and the fact that there is $29.5 billion of contributed equity in there is also well known to us. So as to when we saw the particular line in the annual report, the things that contribute to that number we were well aware of, and the things we keep an eye on.
Okay.
So sorry. So you were aware beforehand, or you weren't? This is what I'm trying to ask.
It's a mathematical equation in the accounts.
We were aware of the forecast.
I'm getting a different answer from different officials.
Sorry, Mr. Madsen, go.
Yeah, look, we were aware of the forecast as to how their financial position was changing over time.
Okay.
And when the annual report was provided to us, we then were informed of the actual outcome.
Okay.
Okay.
I do have some other questions, but I can probably put them when NBN's there.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bearing with us during that extensive interrogation. We will now invite you to depart, and we will move on to the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. I'm proposing to the committee that we to talk to the ABC for 1 hour. We have the dinner break at 6:30 to give people a break. And if there are further questions beyond that hour, which I suspect there may be, then we come back to the ABC after the dinner break.
Senator, may I ask, are we finished with
Yes.
this outcome?
Yes.
And so
With that outcome, you are.
Yes.
But we're not finished with the department. We still need you
with
to-
arts and culture will come
We
back.
still need you to come back for outcome 6.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right.
Enjoyable to break. Staying for this one too?
I'll see you for half.
See you after.
Okay. Well, I now call the Australian Broadcasting Corporation via video conference. Welcome back. We're not taking opening statements. We have that tabled. We are going to go straight to questions. I'm sorry we've kept you waiting. And I'm going to offer the call to my Senate colleagues, and Senator Sheldon will start.
Good, thanks very much. Thanks very much. Refer to the ABC. I just want to refer to the ABC documentary Exposed regarding the Ghost Train fire, a 3-part investigation that aired on the ABC. The program was subject to an independent external review, which is available, as I understand, on the ABC website. Who was the independent review conducted by, and how much did the editorial review cost?
Now, how are we going with audio? I think broadcasting, we may have it. That's lovely music, but that's not the voices we want to hear. Are you on mute?
No.
No? We've got you.
You've got us?
Yep, go ahead. Thanks, Mr Anderson.
All right, look, I might start and allow Mr McMurtry to then pick it up. But the review was conducted by Chris Masters, so esteemed former ABC journalist, as well as Rod Tiffin, Professor Rod Tiffin. And as to the cost, Mr McMurtry, you got the exact figure in front of you?
I don't have the exact figure in front of me, sorry. I think it was approximately $50,000, I believe.
Yep. So we'll confirm on notice, Senator, but we believe it to be approximately $50,000.
Good, thanks for that. What criticisms did the independent review make in relationship to the coverage of Neville Wran?
Senator, the reviewers essentially were positive about the series, but they took a particular issue with how the program contextualised a historic parliamentary Commission of Inquiry allegation 27 in relation to Neville Wran. They said that the cumulative effect of the production elements of the program left them with the strong impression that the program was concluding that the former Premier was complicit, and they said the program makers did not succeed in framing a conclusion that plainly stated the program's position, that they were presenting allegations and they weren't presenting them as a matter of fact.
Do you find that that might actually meet the credibility test, what you've just described there? Because we've got previous Premier Bob Carr, we've got previous Premier Barry Unsworth, we've got previous Premier Nick Greiner, and I can go through a list of more people, and I probably will have to, that raise concerns about the having included, because the imputation that was put up against Neville Wran, that was implied that he was on the take.
Senator, these external independent reviews, we commission them and we ask eminent individuals to take a look at the content. They aren't an alternative complaints process, though. We received very few complaints about the series. Those complaints were investigated by our independent Audience and Consumer Affairs unit, and they found no breach of editorial standards.
But there's a question raised, isn't it, in the report, and you might take me to it, in the report regarding Neville Wran and the allegations against him. Can you just take me directly to those responses?
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat that?
Can you just take me to the section in the report that you commissioned in relationship to Neville Wran? As I understand, there was some concerns raised within the report, isn't that correct? Regarding, and some criticism.
Yes. On page 7 of the report, when they're dealing with the RAN segment, they've dealt with other matters relating to the series earlier, and they've noted that the series performs an important public service and mounts a compelling case for a new investigation. But yes, in relation to the RAN segment, the reviewers make it clear that it is their impression that the program was concluding that the Premier was complicit. The program makers used the word allegation multiple times. They were reporting the Parliamentary Commission of Inquiry allegation 27 that came up in 1986 that had been widely reported by other media, and Audience and Consumer Affairs in the end was satisfied that they met the standard required.
So the inference is from the, correct me if I'm wrong here, there's the independent review that you set up. They say that the allegation is that Neville Wran was complicit with this illegal activity. And you're saying there is nothing wrong with that. I just want to be really clear.
I'm saying that the reviewers came to a view. They offer their opinion in these reviews. We published their review, but it's not an alternative complaints process. And Audience and Consumer Affairs found the program met the required standards, and taken it in its totality, the reviewers, Chris Masters and Rod Tiffin, are very complimentary about significant sections, most of the series. As I said before, they say it mounts a compelling case for a new investigation, so we have to look at it in context.
Mr McMurray, I'm not asking you the question about the other important investigative work that was done and some innovative work that was done, the interviews that were carried out. I'm talking specifically about this matter regarding Neville Wran. And I'm clear that you said that the independent review that you set up didn't really matter because you actually then put it through the old system anyway without doing a proper check.
Senator, what I'm saying is that they're two different things. There's the compliance system that's through our independent Audience and Consumer Affairs unit. We got very, very few complaints. They investigated the complaint. They found that there was no breach of standards. Separately, we commissioned an independent review by eminent reviewers, Rod Tiffin and Chris Masters, and on that particular point, they came to a different view. But essentially the difference is, on the one hand, Audience and Consumer Affairs looks at the standards and they measure compliance. With eminent individuals who we asked to conduct external reviews, we asked them to give us their opinion on even if a program met the standards, could it have been better? And Chris Masters and Rod Tiffin give us a very clear view on that in respect of the treatment of the Neville Wran material.
And I mean, clearly, as I understand the report, and you again correct me if I'm wrong, that the report implied that Neville Wran was complicit, and with Abe Saffron in those matters that were raised. And are you telling me that that those allegations have validity? I'm talking about the rest of the report. I value the rest of the report. It's this piece that I'm asking about.
So the program makers, when they were presenting the episodes, they referred to a Parliamentary Commission of Inquiry 1986 report that had its origins in the Royal Commission, the Stuart Royal Commission. They, at all times, felt that they were presenting the allegation. They were examining that particular allegation, that allegation was a credible one. They spoke to a senior investigator who worked on that Parliamentary Commission of Inquiry, who said it was not tested and should have been tested. They used the word allegation multiple times in that section of their reporting, and they believed that they did the right thing and they met the standard, and Audience and Consumer Affairs independently assessed it and agreed that they met the standard.
You're giving me the internal report for the ABC. You commissioned an external report to review the earlier findings. The earlier findings make some particularly important observations, but also they're broadly consistent with the former managing director of the ABC, who told Inquirer the claims about RAN was preposterous without any evidence whatsoever, and the character assassination of the former Premier was disgraceful. And went further on to say this constitutes sloppy journalism. Making these sorts of extremely damaging allegations I just find are unacceptable. I never saw anything that RAN ever did that would even suggest any merit or credibility for these claims. So he's saying that we've all got it wrong in regarding the way that this report was presented, including the previous former managing director of the ABC.
Senator, no doubt there are very strongly held views on this, and there is disagreement about that matter, and I don't doubt Mr Hill's perspective, but the program worked very, very diligently. They spoke to witnesses who had not previously been on the public record, and they corroborated, they cross-checked, they referenced, they did background checks on everybody they spoke to wherever they possibly could. There were some eyewitnesses who had not spoken before, and they put all of this material in front of the audience to let the audience decide for itself. And again, the independent adjudicators, Audience and Consumer Affairs, were satisfied that those presentations were provided in context. The audience wasn't misled, the audience was left to make up its own mind.
Okay, we'll have to come back to you, Senator Sheldon. We've got time. So, Senator Abetz.
Thank you to the officials from the ABC. Mr Anderson, would you agree with the statement that the ABC is not editorially responsible for an individual on their personal Twitter account?
Yes, Senator. Sorry, the audio there is quite soft, but yes, if you said that, I would agree that an ABC staff member is, or the ABC is not responsible for what an individual would tweet on their personal social media account. Yes.
So why is it that you told the Auditor General that in relation to Ms Milligan's tweet that there was the potential for the ABC to be vicariously liable?
Senator, look, I know there's been a lot of commentary on this matter, and yes, the Auditor General's letter does say that. The facts of the matter, simply put, are these: that I had legal advice from my General Counsel that the circumstances of this case for the ABC, that the ABC could be vicariously liable for the tweets made on a private social media account, and that we could be very well joined to proceedings later on had that escalated. So I took that advice very seriously. I took that advice in the context of the discharge of my duties, including my responsibilities under the PGPA, and took action with regard to that.
Thank you for sharing that legal advice, and I trust that you will be sharing other legal advice with us as well, some of which might not be as convenient as that particular element. But in relation to the tweet of Ms Milligan, is it not the case that in relation to everyone that retweeted or dealt with that tweet, all that Mr Laming sought was an apology?
Wasn't that simple at the time, Senator. So the advice that I got from my General Counsel was that advice started on the 22nd of May and went through to the 25th of May when we offered indemnity to Ms Milligan. Prior to that, we had two issues that were running at the same time. When the concerns notice was issued,
I'm sorry. Can you tell us what the two cases were running in parallel?
Yes, it was the case where Mr Porter was suing the ABC for defamation, as well as the case that was running at that particular point in time with regard to Dr Lamming, who was also suing for defamation.
But he was not suing the ABC, was he? He only made his request of Ms Milligan. He never joined the ABC in those proceedings, did he?
No, he didn't, but I was advised.
So why
by
are
General
you
Counsel
trying
on
to conflate the two as being run together when in all the circumstances Dr Lamming never pursued the ABC in this matter? How is that relevant?
It's relevant, Senator, because in the tweets on the 28th of March by Ms Milligan references that Dr Lamming's name came up in association with the production of Inside the Canberra Bubble. And Inside the Canberra Bubble was relevant to the matter involving Mr Porter.
But Dr Lamming's proceedings were never involving the ABC. That's
Senator,
correct.
you asked me if... You asked how they were conflated. That's how they were conflated.
Or conflated,
when,
I think, is the right term.
Well, when you say that they're actually intertwined, because it was... If the concerns notice of the 5th of May from Dr Lamming that asked for deletion of tweets which were not specified and an apology, we also had advice with regard to Mr Porter that tweets should not be deleted with regard to the Porter matter at the same time. So the tweets could not be deleted simply. It was a complicated matter between both of those cases. That's how they were, if you like, intertwined, in that the Louise Milligan tweet on the 28th of March did mention Mr Porter. Well, actually, sorry, correction. It mentioned Inside the Canberra Bubble, which related to the Porter matter.
Who was the decision maker in this that agreed to indemnify Ms Milligan?
I was, Senator.
Right.
Given that I had that advice, the vicarious liability that was pointed out to
I'm
me.
only asking who the decision maker was. It was you. Were you also the decision maker in relation to ABC bonuses?
Yeah, we've got a framework for that, Senator. So when it
Are
comes
you
to
the
bonuses,
decision
there are
maker?
people- Yes.
Right, thank you. Now, in the ANO's letter, we are told in the second last paragraph, the total liability of the journalist, which will be met by the ABC, will be in the vicinity of $200,000. Is there any update on that figure?
As I sit here today, Senator, the update I have is the total sum to be in the vicinity of $184,000.
Right, with more costs to come in?
Yes, but I don't think there's much more to come in.
All right, thank you. The Auditor General tells us that the ABC was under no express legal obligation to meet these costs. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Senator. No, it was a decision made based on the circumstances before me in order to effectively protect the financial exposure of the ABC on advice from my General Counsel.
Mr Lamming settled each and every other matter in relation to these tweets with a simple apology, because that is all he had sought. Exactly what he had sought as well from Ms Milligan. She refused to apologise. In those circumstances, why did the ABC, using taxpayers' money, seek to support Ms Milligan rather than say to her, just apologise and be done with it, like with all the other cases that that Dr Lemming had started in relation to this matter?
Well, Senator, I don't know how many other people were served concerns notices over this, number one, so I don't know if they're in the same situation as what we were. And I will say that when we receive a concerns notice, there's a procedure here, we assess it, there's 28 days that sit there. Now,
wait a minute, but you didn't receive the notice. You didn't receive the notice, did you? This was only for Ms Milligan. She was the one that was served with the concerns notice. The ABC wasn't.
Well, I'll confirm I notice exactly where the concerns notice came to. I believe it actually came into the ABC addressed to Ms Milligan. But when it comes to...
In a private capacity.
Could she...
In a private capacity, the ABC...
have deleted...
The ABC was not joined in the concerns notice, was it?
No, it was not.
No, thank you. Then did you at any stage, Mr Anderson, tell the board about this matter and your agreement to pay this substantial sum of money to indemnify a journalist who was on a frolic of her own in her private time?
Senator, I made that decision on the 25th of May. When it comes to informing the board, by then I'd settled the matter with Mr Porter. I did inform the board in a normal General Counsel update to the board, which is on the 9th of June, of the position that we're in.
I'm not asking about Mr Porter. I'm not asking about Mr Porter. I'm asking about Dr Lemming.
Yes, I did inform the board. General Counsel informs the board of all legal matters in a privileged capacity at every board meeting. This matter did come up before the board on the 9th of June. The circumstances by which that we provided indemnity to Ms Milligan were explained. That with regard to vicarious liability, the potential for the ABC to be joined in proceedings and the potential financial exposure to the ABC, unless we created common interest privilege and took hold of those proceedings and to be able to settle them as fast as we could.
Are you able to table all the legal advice that you received in relation to this matter?
So, Senator, I can't table the initial advice that I had from General Counsel. I did get subsequent external advice with regard to, after this, with regard to vicarious liability for the whole of the ABC. I have that with me. Now, normally I couldn't just table all of this advice. There are reasons for that, which exposes the ABC in other ways. I could work to, on notice, try to table elements of it. I can read out one piece which I think is would be useful. This external advice that I received on the 18th of June from external lawyers says, we think that it may be difficult, or at least at present, for the ABC to resist a claim that is vicariously liable for the conduct of its journalists on social media platforms, especially where the posts and shares relate to matters about which the journalist has contributed to the production of content on the ABC.
Well, when the ABC wasn't being sued at all, that is an astounding assertion, but can I ask, was the board's permission sought, or was the board just informed?
The board was just informed. I had made that decision. I did not seek the board's approval, nor would I in matters of a similar nature where I am duty-bound to discharge my duties with regard to the obligations under the PGPA. Effectively, I made that decision on protecting the ABC's financial position into the future.
Can you table your board delegation? Or the board delegation, the delegation from the board?
I think I can. Right. So, So the board is the authority here, and yes, I have delegated authority under a delegation policy and a delegation framework.
Can you
table information on that?
Good, thank you.
Yes.
And then can you explain how this meets the PGPA duties?
Well, Senator, I think under sections 15 and 16, with relation to me being a member of the board, and 25, 26 and 27 when it comes to reducing risk, making decisions that protect the ABC, I will confirm that with you on notice, Senator.
Okay. All right.
come back. Yep, thank you.
Senator Sheldon, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to bring you back to a statement that the ABC yourselves put out on the 30th of August 2021 regards the external review of Exposed, the Ghost Train series. And you said that the review contains a critical opinion about one aspect of Exposed, an historical allegation regarding former Premier, New South Wales Premier Neville Wran. So you had external experts do a review, just like you get external experts appropriately to do a review for legal matters. So you've got other experts that you've engaged because of their capacity. You've even said in your own report that you thank them for the work that they have done. And yet you've still decided that the lynch mob for Neville Wran should have got away with it. So we've still got the allegation against Neville Wran. So how did the leadership, why has the ABC management not accepted the external review finding that Wran's allegations had no merit?
We have accepted the findings of the review, Senator. Essentially what we've decided is that because the compliance system through Audience and Consumer Affairs didn't find any breach of standards, because the external independent review has been published, because that review taken overall is complimentary about the series, that viewers, audience members can read the review, they can watch the series and they can decide for themselves. And if I may just briefly correct the record, I said earlier that I thought the cost of the review was roughly $50,000. I've been advised that it was $22,000.
Thank you. We've accepted. You've told me that and I'll put this to Mr. Anderson. You've said that we've accepted the outcome from Mr. McMurray. I gather that is still your assessment. Are you going to take out that section that's been highly critical, highly defamatory on Neville Wran, and it's been highly critical about what's occurred in and the allegations in that series? And again, I'll reiterate, I appreciate the other work you've done, but it does not make sense to me when your own internal review is saying that there is issues and serious concerns, no merit to the allegations, that you keep those allegations in the story. Have you got any intention of turning around and taking those allegations out?
Senator, no, we are comfortable with the decision we've made because we have published the independent review and it is all available there on the public record.
So so you've told me that the ABC considers that the existence of the report, the independent review, is enough by way of response. Did the ABC issue a media statement in response to the report before the report was released?
I don't believe so, Senator. I think the ABC issued a statement as the report was released. I think it was meant to be at the same time. I can check for your notice, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, does senior management accept the findings of the review?
Look, I think so from my behalf, I think these reviews are really useful. I think they're important. I think to get another perspective from experts is always a useful thing to do. When I read that review, conclude the same as Mr. McMurtry, my takeouts from the review are that in future, if we're doing something like this again, what we should be is more judicious when it comes to what we are saying and what we're not saying. So what I read from the review is that some of that was left open to interpretation. It was left for the viewers to decide, and that if we're not asserting something, perhaps we should take on board that we should be not asserting something. I mean, effectively the reviewers are saying that it could have been better. That's how I read the report, and I think that is something. We're not defensive about needing to improve whatever it is that we're doing. And while it was, I thought, an excellent program that did a great many things, as you say, I think that Could it have been better? Could it have been improved? Yeah, it could have been better. We could have said more about what we were and weren't saying. So, but the program stands on its own, and we'll, I do acknowledge and I'm grateful for the reviewers taking their time and providing us their opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I just want to then turn to this question about the review again, and just some clarity. Does this program and process, including Gavin Morris's response, influence the decision to conduct an independent review of the ABC complaint system?
No, I don't believe so, but it's a question for the board, really. The board has taken a decision for that review. It's a matter for them. I don't believe so. I think the board, I do not think that our complaint system is broken. I think the board think that it is timely that we do a review to benchmark ourselves against best practice when it comes to complaints handling and see if there's anything that we can improve on.
So, Mr. Anderson, I just want to go back to some of your early evidence this afternoon. You said that there was a number of, and I'm using my words, not exactly yours, so certainly correct me, that there was a number of issues with the Ghost Train report, and particularly in relationship to the report on Neville Wran, and you're learning from those experiences on how to do it right the next time. In that scenario where, as the leader of the ABC, you've identified the fact there is a fundamental flaw that has to be reviewed for the future so it doesn't happen again, and yet you've kept the story with the Neville Wran insert in there.
Senator, I don't think it's a fundamental flaw, and they're your words, they're not mine. I don't think there's a fundamental flaw in the program. What I do think is you could, based on what the reviewer's opinion is, reflect on that and think about being more judicious in future about what we are and we aren't saying. Standing by everything that Mr McMurtry has put forward with regard to the ABC's position on the program, and therefore does not need to be changed or edited. But I think that, as I said, there's an element there to think about. I think for the next time we do a program that is similar about what we are and what we are not saying. I think what we were saying, as Mr McMurtry said, is that allegation was used extensively throughout the program with reference to that subject matter, and the reviewers have their opinion, and I don't reject the reviewer's opinion out of hand, but what it says is that could we do better next time? I think is an important question to ask. But no, I don't think there's a fundamental flaw in the program.
Was there interviews in the review? Was there interviews by the ABC and you've made some point, Mr. McMurtry, about reviews being done and circumstances in which those reviews are appropriate or not? And you've raised that an inquiry was done internally. Did the inquiry interview David Hill?
Senator, I'm not sure I completely understand your question.
That's okay.
Do you mean by the
I'll make it clear. I did make it a bit.
Complaints process?
I did make it a bit circular. I'll just say, did the inquiry internally include conversations with the former managing director of the ABC, David Hill?
So if your reference is to the external independent review conducted by Chris Masters and Rod Tiffin, I couldn't tell you absolutely whether they spoke.
I'm referring to the internal review, and clarify that.
So that's a complaints process. So Audience and Consumer Affairs receive a complaint and they go through it and they provide a full response, and no, they wouldn't have spoken to Mr Hill unless he had submitted a complaint.
So in investigating the accuracy of the assertions, did you inquire of Malcolm Turnbull, the ex-Prime Minister, who made very clear that he said, Malcolm Turnbull, I found him always to be very truthful and he took pains to be so. In other words, like the good lawyer he was careful not to get his facts or his numbers wrong. And is referring to, I trusted him completely and he never gave me the slightest cause to question my judgment in doing so. And I'll ask you about Malcolm Turnbull, but also now Nick Reiner. It says that when Nick Reiner came into government in 1988, they set up ICAC with a very express purpose of uncovering the corruption which so many Liberals believe Rand was guilty of. As you know, ICAC never even framed a coherent, or indeed incoherent, allegation against Rand. The only premiers to be brought down by ICAC were ironically both Liberals. So did you interview Malcolm Turnbull or Nick Reiner in the internal review?
Unless they submitted a... Sorry, Senator. Unless they submitted a complaint, Audience and Consumer Affairs would not have interviewed them.
Okay. We can come back to you again?
Yep.
Okay. Senator Small, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Anderson, in earlier testimony today you mentioned the costs with respect to Louise Milligan's private tweet of being $184,000 with a little bit to come. Are you able to table all of that information, including any invoices supplied to the ABC and the deed of settlement between Ms Milligan and Dr Laming?
Look, I'll take that on notice, Senator. I mean, I can tell you that settlement to Dr Laming the orders were made, this is on the 11th of August, $79,000 to be payable as damages to Dr Laming. There were $30,000 in Dr Laming's legal costs. With regards to the other costs incurred so far, approximately that's $75,000. But yes, I'll be able to table what I can for you on notice.
Okay, thank you. And you're satisfied that represents the total cost to the ABC of this matter, notwithstanding a little dribble maybe of miscellaneous costs to come?
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. I do know that that is not the total cost yet. I know that there is still more to come. I don't believe that to be a significant amount, but I'll have to confirm that on notice for you, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Is there any liability on the part of the ABC for fringe benefits tax with respect to the payment that's been made for Louise Milligan's settlement in her private capacity?
I'll defer to my CFO, if I may, to Ms Klein.
Yes, of course, Senator. So, look, we will obviously follow our normal processes in submitting our FBT return next year, but given the specific circumstances and the legal risk that we are aware of with regard to vicarious liability, it is reasonable to assess it as being in the course of employment.
Right, so if there was FBT payable, that would in fact almost double the liability to the ABC, wouldn't it? Closer to $400,000 rather than $200,000.
If there was FBT payable, that's correct.
And on what basis, I guess, are you confident the ABC will not face that liability? Have you sought and obtained independent taxation advice on this matter?
We will ensure to do that in our normal course. So as we go through our normal course in returning our FBT, etc., we will absolutely take the right advice.
So effectively your position is that she incurred these costs in the course of her work as an employee?
On the basis of the advice we have with regard to vicarious liability and the legal risk that was associated with that.
So I'm asking specifically about the taxation risk, I guess, to the ABC. So if that advice is not yet obtained, I guess the risk is real, wouldn't you agree, that this would in fact double the liability to closer to $400,000 of taxpayer money?
There is the potential, that's correct, Senator, but we will take the appropriate advice at the right time.
I'm sure that advice will also cost the ABC a considerable amount of money, and I look forward to discussing that at a future estimates hearing. But I also wanted to ask Mr Anderson, after you agreed to indemnify Ms Milligan in respect of these legal proceedings, did you take control of Ms Milligan's legal representation and the response to Dr Laming's statement of claim from the 25th of May?
Senator, your definition of control is difficult. I think my understanding is that they're fairly complex. Of course, decision to indemnify was with a certain amount of condition as much as you can apply with it, for which, of course, is legally privileged, which I'm not going to go into. But yes, effectively, when it came to bringing that matter to settlement, certainly the ABC was involved in that from that moment on.
Right, so you'd be confident then that the ABC has upheld its obligations as a model litigant in the fashion to which you described to this committee on the 23rd of March would be very applicable to any legal action undertaken by the ABC.
Points of clarification there, Senator. The ABC chooses to align as a model litigant with those obligations. We're not bound by them. But yes, we do act as a model litigant, and in this instance we were looking to settle the matter, reduce the financial exposure to the ABC given the liability that I was advised of.
So as a Managing Director, in this matter, why did you not require Ms Milligan to apologise to Dr Laming to minimise the ABC's exposure to a costly escalation as we saw in this case?
Senator, as I advised before, there was conflicting information when it came to those tweets, as one matter related to another legal matter.
Mr Anderson, I'm not talking about the deletion of the tweets. I'm talking about the simple matter of your star reporter being made to apologise for her conduct, which you have repeatedly said is in a private capacity and not subject to ABC editorial control in this matter. That is a very simple matter. She did not apologise, and that is something that you have to take responsibility for because you made the decision to shell out taxpayer money.
Senator, the concerns notice that we received had a number of requirements to it, and they came in the one concerns notice. But one of them was delete the tweets, another one was for an apology. We could not delete the tweets.
Yes, the ABC did not receive a notice. It was only Ms Milligan. And Mr Anderson knows that.
Sorry, you're right. Point of clarification in that concerns notice on the 5th of May.
Question to Mr Anderson, if you'd like.
He's now clarified and confirmed that the ABC did not receive it, but Ms Milligan did. Thank you.
If I can turn, Ms Klein, briefly to you once more. I'm assuming as the CFO for the ABC you're very familiar with Section 68 of the ABC Act as it relates to the application of money.
Yes, Senator.
So on that basis then, given that the ABC's acknowledged it had no strict legal obligation to meet the legal costs incurred by Ms Milligan, but there is this purported potential vicarious liability, how is the payment to Ms Milligan's legal defence here consistent with that section of the Act, and specifically who authorised the making of this payment?
So, Senator, it is an absolutely correct point that there was no specific legal obligation, and you know that was very clearly detailed also in the letter from the ANAO. You know, in the course of running the organisation, there are a lot of expenses that we incur without an express legal obligation. So it's a matter of assessing and making the best decisions for the organisation in the running of the organisation, which in this circumstance, that was what was done. So with all of the information in front of us, with the advice from the General Counsel, with external advice with regard to the matter, in weighing up all of the things that were in front of us, we can only look and sort of figure out, okay, what's the best course of action at this point in time for the ABC?
So you satisfied yourself that the payment was appropriately authorised within the scope of any relevant authorities or delegations before it was made?
I did, Senator. Yeah,
Indeed.
and
we'll
clarification.
return. Yeah, well, in that respect, it's probably worth returning to the matter of the board delegation. Mr Anderson, can I ask whether you made the board aware that this was only a potential vicarious liability exposure, or whether indeed this was an absolute exposure, and subsequently, has the board affirmed its support for your decision in this matter?
Look, Senator, normally we wouldn't talk about what takes place at board. But I will say that, yes, the General Counsel did
hold on,
inform
Mr
the board
Anderson, that's not
that
actually
that
appropriate.
there was, well,
no, it's not appropriate.
Well,
I'm asking for your behaviour with respect to your own delegation from the ABC board as it relates to the expenditure of public money. I am perfectly entitled as a senator to do that, and it's not for you to tell me what you will and won't say.
So, Senator, yes, the board was informed of the situation, the circumstances that were here with regard to potential vicarious liability, potentially being joined to the matter, wanting to be able to try to settle that matter as expediently as possible. The financial exposure to the ABC that we were looking to minimise as a result of what I said earlier, obligations under the PGPA. The board were made aware of that. I did not seek their approval. Subsequent to that, the board was satisfied that I took the appropriate action. And I made the appropriate decision, which minimised costs to the ABC.
Has the board been made aware that this liability is
was a
potentially
lot more
double?
than what
And
we
has the
actually
board
settled
been
them out
made
for?
aware that Ms Milligan did not apologise and therefore inflamed the course of proceedings?
Last question. Last question.
So, Senator, look, there's a number of factors here. So one of them, when the ABC had indemnified Louise, it was made very clear to us that an apology would not settle the matter. So the only way this matter was going to be settled.
If you can clarify for me on notice on what basis that contention was made, that would be very helpful. And I've run out of time. I have one final matter which I'd like to ask for your evidence on, and that's on the matter of ABC staffing with respect to the proposal to strip buyouts from employees, which, as I understand it, will mean that staff get loadings and penalties on annual leave, but not on maternity leave. So I'm asking for your view as Managing Director on why you would be endorsing a policy that effectively punishes mothers.
Senator, the policy doesn't explicitly say it's punishing mothers to be. It
doesn't cover maternity leave, it obviously does.
Yeah, answer the question.
Senator, what we're doing, that proposal is in relation to try to ensure that we do not underpay people on buyouts, which we had discovered that we were. The proposal was to remove buyouts so people are paid what they are owed specifically without the risk of underpaying people. At the moment, we're in consultation. I have great sympathy for anyone who finds himself in this position. That, I have to say, was not brought to my attention until just recently that that's an unintended consequence of where we are with buyouts. And we're working to find a solution here so that people such as that situation are not worse off by what we do moving forward. So we've extended the consultation period at the moment so that we can find a sensible solution.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Sheldon has kindly allowed us to continue with the government senators. So, Senator Van, you can take us to the dinner break. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Senator Sheldon. I'd like to go to your editorial policies, particularly, and I draw your attention to editorial guidance, differentiating between factual reporting, analysis and opinion. Would you like me to table that, or are you sufficiently across it?
I'll endeavour to answer any questions you have, Senator.
Excellent. Thank you very much. In it, it sets out very clearly news reporting is primarily designed to relay facts. Analysis is to provide richer context and information rather than to pass on judgment or sway opinion. An opinion is content based on particular views, perspectives of the identified person. However, and as you've all heard me say in estimates many times, I'm an avid consumer of ABC content, particularly radio, and I find all the time that I'm confused between what is news, what is analysis, and what is opinion. Can you tell me which of your shows, particularly on radio but TV, are news shows and which ones aren't? So let's, for example, your news bulletins are news. I'll run through them for you, just for expediency. So AM, yes, The World Today and PM, news shows?
Yes, Senator.
7:30 Report, news show?
Yes, Senator.
All of news radio?
News bulletins, yes, but they do other interviews as well from time to time. But the majority of content, yes.
Sure. So then if in news bulletins we were hearing people giving opinion or editorialising, that would be against the guidelines, wouldn't it?
Well, Senator, I would need to answer that one on a case-by-case basis. But
Okay.
obviously, we have the opinions of newsmakers contained in news stories.
Sure, but I'm talking about your reporters. So let me give you, I'll run through some examples for you if you like. On the 1st of July, a news piece on AM titled Confusion over AstraZeneca Vaccine Advice. Sabra Lane, in her opening line of the piece, says, the bitter spat, and I'm quoting, and I can table these, the bitter spat between politicians and health officials over Australia's bungled COVID vaccine rollout. Now, using the term bungled, that's an opinion. She's not basing that on any fact, is she? She's not quoting anyone? She's not citing a reference to that? How is that not
Senator,
opinion?
Senator, we say to our people that they need to be evidence-based, and depending on the timing of the issue, where it is in the debate, they can draw a professional judgment, and Sabra is a very, very experienced political journalist and presenter, and she can form a judgment so long as that judgment is evidence-based.
But what was the evidence for it? Can you take that on notice and have that provided to us?
I would need to have a close...
Okay.
Sorry, Senator, I didn't
But you agree with me that the term bungled is quite loaded and is an opinion, isn't it? It's a loaded term.
Take a look at the specific example.
Okay, I will table all these and you can take these on notice. Next one, again on AM on the 19th of July. The opening talks about the problem-plagued program being the vaccine rollout. The reporter, James Glenday, again repeats in his opening line, problem-plagued vaccine program. Again, opinion, and again, quite loaded terms.
Well, Senator, I would need to look at the contents of James's report, but if he has spoken to credible sources who have said to him in his report that a program is bungled or is not optimal or whatever, then in the introduction to that story, he can characterise the story in that way.
Okay, and if he hasn't?
Well, we produce hundreds of stories and publish thousands of words every week, Senator. I'd need to have a closer look.
And that's what I'm finding. I'm finding in most of these that your reporters get away with offering opinion when they're meant to be offering fact. That's what your editorial guidelines set out, that they must be relaying fact in news. Are your guidelines wrong?
Yes, there have to be facts, but they are allowed to draw professional judgments based on the evidence that is before them and their experience. Obviously, there is a difference between a journalist who's been a journalist for decades and reporting, who is a subject specialist, for example, versus a more junior general.
So Sabra Lane is a subject expert on vaccine rollouts?
No, I'm not saying that, Senator. I'm saying that she is a very experienced journalist and presenter. And I'm not saying that James is a subject specialist on vaccine rollouts either. Senator, before we found ourselves in this situation, not many of us were.
Well, exactly right. But what entitles them to use loaded terms, opinion, in news pieces? This is my point. This isn't in analysis. This isn't titled opinion. This isn't a journalist saying, in my opinion. They're using their own opinions in news pieces. And that's surely against your editorial guidelines. Another one. Again, Sabra Lane.
Sorry, Senator.
Again, Sabra Lane on the 19th of the 10th, which is reporting on the death of Colin Powell, where she says Colin Powell's reputation will be forever marred by a speech he made at the United Nations. Saying someone's reputation is forever marred, again, that's surely an opinion, isn't it? And after they die. I can keep on going through these time and time again, but surely you agree with me, if you agree with your guidelines, your editorial guidelines, you cannot justify your reporters continually, and I hear it all the time, continually using opinion in their news reporting. I often wake up in the middle of the night and listen to the BBC on your stations. You don't hear it on them. Their guidelines seem to be more adhered to than yours. Would you agree with that?
No, Senator, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I listen to the BBC a lot too, and I don't believe our content is out of step with the BBC at all. And in almost every case, I imagine, but I will take a look at any information you want to provide, that these journalists will have been referring to commentary contained in the reporting, in the program. It will have been evidence-based judgments.
I will look forward to your answers on that. Going to your, and I think it flows on quite nicely with your complaints handling processes. I've put questions to you before on the independence of this and how well it serves the Australian taxpayers. In previous evidence, you've told us that only 8% of complaints that go to the consumer affairs section are upheld. I also note that you've announced the independent review, which was referred to earlier. And in your announcement, you talk about the fact that the terms of reference have been adapted from a 2008 review. Nowhere in there do they talk about looking at the independence of that review process. Should that not be now
The terms of reference.
Please.
I'm sorry, there's a bit of a delay. And I apologise for speaking over you.
No, I apologise.
The terms of reference were set in consultation with the reviewers. We're very fortunate to have eminent people doing the review, and they were consulted on the terms of reference, and they are satisfied that they have the latitude they need to consider any matters that they believe is irrelevant.
Will the review be taking public submissions?
Yes, Senator.
When are they open from and to?
Right now, the reviewers are working on an issues paper, and the intention is to publish that issues paper and then invite submissions.
Will the independence of the review process be assessed in this review at all?
The reviewers can assess anything they choose to, and they could look at overseas models. And yes, they will look at the efficiency, the independence. The terms of reference have been published in a very, very broad, and they give them wide latitude to consider anything that they believe is relevant.
Okay. Including an outside ombudsman, I would say would be a very, very good choice. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We now have a dinner break. We will resume in 1 hour with the ABC. Resume, and we will go to Senator Sheldon.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to clarify something. I'm just going to name the following people. It was Bob Carr, who was a minister in the Rand government, Barry Unsworth, also a minister in the Rand government, Duncan and also Malcolm Turnbull. Were the three of those interviewed for the show?
Senator, I couldn't answer that question off the top of my head.
But they weren't reported in the program, were they?
No, Senator.
They had contrary views to the line that was being taken. David Hill, was he interviewed?
I don't know the answer to that question, Senator, but he wasn't in the programs.
Thank you. And as you're aware, that David Hill, the ex-former Managing Director of the ABC, worked for the Ministerial Advisory Unit and later ran the State Rail Authority in the Rand government. I just want to ask you now about Duncan McNabb, a former policeman who wrote a biography of Saffron, told the Inquirer, and it's reported here, the likely cause of the fire was faulty wiring. The ghost train was an accident waiting to happen with poor maintenance and major safety issues. He said, without solid evidence of arson, a conspiracy involving Saffron and others fails. He was probably the most investigated person in our history. I think Saffron actually relished the reputation he had and did not try to discourage the rumours. Can I just then just go to, was Mr McNabb still with us, but was his biography of Abe Saffron, was that taken into account in the program, and was it reported?
I don't know whether they took it into account, Senator. I know that they were very thorough and meticulous in their research, but I can't answer that question with absolute certainty.
But in fairness, you're saying they're meticulous in the research, but they're not meticulous in actually representing what occurred, because it just appears that the evidence, you said before that the work of the ABC is evidence-based judgments in answer to Senator Van, Mr McMurtry. Now, isn't there a situation where there was a goal sent up to assassinate the reputation of the previous Premier of New South Wales? So there was a goal set up to trash the reputation, to assassinate the reputation of the previous Premier of New South Wales, Neville Wran, and that there'd already been a preconceived decision to enhance the program that the allegations were going to be made. What do you say to that, Mr McMurtry?
No, Senator.
So there was no lynch mob on Neville Wran, is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Senator.
Well, so there's others, as I've already named, that were able to give conflicting and substantive conflicting evidence, including people of high reputation in the New South Wales and I'd argue Australian community in a number of those circumstances. I just want to be really clear, why did the ABC issue a response to the report on Sunday the 29th of August, which was reported in the Sydney Morning Herald and Guardian, but not release the actual report until Monday the 30th of August?
Senator, it's my understanding that some reporters approached the ABC with some information. I'm not sure how they got hold of that information, and so questions were answered, but the report, the independent review was always scheduled to be released the following day.
So reporters were giving, people were giving advice. What was the circulation of the report as of the 29th of August? Who had access to it?
It was a very small group, Senator. I'd have to come back to you in terms of exactly who knew, but it was very closed. It wasn't widely distributed at all. But we had journalists who came to us with questions, and those questions, as far as we were able to, were answered.
So besides, of course, those that carried out the review, the small group is the leadership of the ABC, is that correct? People in leading positions?
Yes, Senator.
Can you narrow down anyone that was involved? Were you involved?
Yes, Senator.
Can you name anyone
I
else
knew
that
about
you
the
can recall?
review. I'd have to come back to you on notice, Senator.
So you can't remember the other people in the room standing judgment over Neville Wran's reputation and this report?
Well, Senator, to answer the question properly, I would just need to go back through and look at it. But I can say to you absolutely that it was a very, very small group.
Mr. Anderson, were you part of that group?
Yep. So I saw a version of that report. Yes, I did. But Senator, if you're asking Mr. McMurtry and I whether or not we leaked that report, we absolutely did not.
I'm asking who had access to the report where it could have potentially been leaked. Ms. Klein, did you have access to the report?
No, I didn't, Senator.
Thank you. Does the ABC accept unequivocally the editorial reviews finding that the Wran allegations were vague, anonymous and unhelpful and overreached and were misleading of viewers?
Senator, we accept the findings of the reviewers. We accept those findings and all the other findings they had, which were very positive about the series.
So thank you. You're confirming that the inquiry clearly spelled out a question about vague, anonymous and unhelpful and overreached and misleading. Those are the words that were used in the review. So thank you, confirmed that. Is there an intention now, in light of that, and in light of what's been accused of Neville Wran and discounted by an independent review, that the program would have that piece of sensationalism taken out of it?
No, Senator, for the reasons I explained before. It's all now on the public record. People can read the review, they can watch the series and decide for themselves.
If ex-Premier Neville Wran was still alive, would you have produced the review? Would you have turned around and put him in that ghost train story?
It's impossible to say, Senator. I understand why you're asking the question, but it's impossible to say because it's a fact that it wasn't.
Well,
I mean, if the former Premier had still been alive, the program would certainly have gone to him for comment.
Thank you. But it didn't go to comment from his colleagues, did it?
No, but it did run an archive grab of him denying the allegation.
And it didn't go to his political enemies, did it?
It didn't go to his political enemies.
So, you know, I'm saying, look, I mean, Malcolm Turnbull, of course, as you know, was in a business relationship in later years. There's been no suggestion of anything inappropriate in that business relationship. Malcolm Turnbull and Neville Wran were from different politics, but they respected each other and came into business together. Why wouldn't have Malcolm Turnbull been properly quizzed about that? Because obviously he's a person of significance regarding the character which you assassinated on that program of Neville Wran.
Well, Senator, the program was exploring the historic allegations from the Parliamentary Commission of Inquiry of 1986. I can't speak to what Mr Turnbull may or may not know about that particular allegation, but that was the point. They were examining that allegation. They were talking to witnesses who hadn't previously been on the record before, and they used the word allegation multiple times. And we received, as I've said before, sorry, I don't mean to bore you, but we received very few complaints about this. And they were investigated by the Independent Complaints Unit, and the Complaints Unit found the editorial standards were met. The two eminent reviewers gave us their opinion. External reports aren't independent external reviews aren't an alternative complaints process. So their findings are not binding, but their opinions are valued. And as Mr Anderson's already said, we will certainly take that into account on future projects.
I just want to quote to you almost a sage observation by Troy Bramston. He said, Troy Bramston, a journalist from The Australian, said, in the final analysis and regarding the program, there was no documentary evidence or credible testimony that Wran was corrupt. In his last interview with me, and published in this newspaper after his death in 2014, Rad said when he died, people would continue to accuse him of corruption. He worried that he could not defend himself and that it would be upset his family, friends and colleagues. And that's exactly what's happened.
Well, Senator, that's not a question. I'm not sure how you want me to respond. I mean, Mr Bramston's been very public about his views and had particular access, of course, and knowledge of the former Premier that I can't speak to.
Senator Abetz.
Thank you, Chair. Can you explain to us what was the exact arrangement the ABC entered into with Ms Milligan, re-indemnifying her, and was that in a written agreement?
Senator, I'm going to have to respond to you on notice for that.
Was it written?
Senator, I can't confirm that to you now. I would need to check on that and be able to respond on notice.
All right. Who negotiated the agreement?
That would have been my former General Counsel.
But you approved it, did you not?
Yes, I did. So I gave
what were you
to my General Counsel based?
So were you provided with a written document to approve?
I was not provided with a written document to approve at that time. No, it was a verbal approval that I gave to my General Counsel.
Did Ms Milligan ever assert to the ABC that it was vicariously liable for her frolic and she was going to join the ABC in the proceedings?
Senator, no. To my knowledge, Ms Milligan did not say that.
Thank you. So if Dr Laming didn't join the ABC and the only other party to the proceeding, Ms Milligan, didn't threaten to join the ABC, how is the hypothetical, quite bizarre assertion of vicarious liability even entertained?
Senator, that was the assessment of my General Counsel at the time, that if the situation escalated, that there was the potential for vicarious liability on the ABC, and therefore we could be joined in the proceedings at a later date.
And when was
that
advice given to you?
It was given to me between the 22nd and the 25th of May, and on the 25th of May, that offer of indemnity was made to Ms Milligan.
And did you then take control of all proceedings at that time on the 25th of May?
Senator, I'll confirm on notice, but my recollection of this, it is not possible to take full legal control of those moments, but other than to direct as much as possible that issue be settled as soon as possible.
But look, if somebody indemnifies, be it an insurance company or some other organisation, part of the agreement on indemnification is that the person or organisation that indemnifies and therefore bears all the costs actually takes responsibility for how the action is run.
Yes, Senator, and look, that's what's happened. I don't want to. I'm being very careful of my language with regard to control. But what happened was, we did from that moment on, when we were part of the process that led to a settlement.
And so, if you took control on May the 25th, why wasn't an apology offered on the 26th of May, and the whole thing could have been done and dusted? Rather, it was settled, I think, 77 days later or some 11 weeks, aggravating the damage.
Senator, there was a lot of back and forth between the ABC and...
Because there was no apology. Because there was a refusal to apologise, which is all that Dr Laming was seeking. That's why there was this back and forth.
Senator, that's not correct. So so Dr Laming was not only seeking an apology, there was a number of other requests that were part of that. Yes, an apology was one of them at the time.
Yeah, to delete the tweet, yes. But there was no pursuit of a huge amount of damages at that time, was there?
No, but we did offer to apologise.
Sorry?
Senator, there was no... I explained earlier why the tweets could not be deleted earlier, even after we'd taken and indemnified Ms Milligan, because there was relating to another legal matter that was on foot at that particular point in time that tweet related to, said that we could not take down tweets that related to that matter. So as soon as that matter was mediated, then the tweets were taken down. A substantial clarification was issued. It was made clear to us that an apology would not settle the matter, and an offer of compromise was put forward, which we assessed, and I assessed it with legal advice at that particular point in time, and we reached a settlement agreement.
Moving on, did you tell the Auditor General that the ABC is in fact not responsible for a journalist's personal Twitter account?
Well, my advice my statements in the past have certainly been that we are not editorially responsible for
No,
someone's
no,
personal
no. That's
social
not
media.
that's not the question, Mr. Anderson. What you may or may not have said in the past. Did you tell the Auditor General what you told me in estimates in May? And if not, why not?
Well, I will say, Senator, that when I've given evidence before, and for everything I've said before, I haven't singled out legal responsibility, but I have to say it was a surprise to me that we had any vicarious liability associated with people's personal use of social media. That is not what I expected the advice to come back as in the 22nd of May through to the 25th of May. Hence, I asked for other external legal advice on our exposure more broadly across the ABC, and then took action to make sure that I eliminated any potential future vicarious liability to the ABC by issuing an email to all staff, by updating the social media guidelines that we had there, and then updating all future contracts.
Thank you for all that, but the question was, did you tell the Auditor General? And look, let me give you another quote on the 7th of June. This is from you, Mr. Anderson, we are not responsible for, nor do we vet what our staff put on their personal social media account. No ifs, no buts, absolutely straightforward, no suggestion that you might be vicariously liable or any other proposition. Did you mention that to the Auditor General? And I note that that in fact was a statement after you had agreed to indemnify Ms Milligan on May the 25th, because this was a statement on the 7th of June. But that aside, why didn't you tell the Auditor General that this was your understanding of the law?
I think that was absolutely communicated to the Auditor General. This was not something we expected to have.
You tell us that that is what you told the Auditor General. That's fine. I've written to the Auditor General and he will confirm one way or the other. So this payment...
Senator, for clarification, I was not interviewed directly by the Auditor General.
Right.
Or the ANAO.
This was a bonus, if you like, by any other name of some $200,000 with a very real potential of a fringe benefit tax component. Can you tell us why didn't you check out the fringe benefit potential of this prior to reaching an agreement? Because as Senator Small has indicated, this may well double the taxpayer exposure.
Senator, even with the exposure of fringe benefit, which is still to be clarified, I accept that.
Yeah, but why wasn't it clarified?
Still lower than the, well...
Why wasn't it clarified? How can you settle a matter without knowing what the full exposure may be to the organisation? And did you tell the board this?
Senator, actually, I believe the issue of fringe benefit did come up at the board, which was something that we needed to settle. But I will tell you that the advice I was provided when it came to accepting the offer of compromise was that total exposure to the ABC was in the order of some $700,000. So even with fringe benefit, if it turns out like that, we are still settling the matter for less than what the potential exposure was at that particular point in time.
Well, can you table that legal advice? That'd be very interesting, how the total potential for Dr Lammings was a $700,000. He'll be very disappointed that he settled for $79,000 instead of $700,000. All right, I'll need to go.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if I can table that advice, Senator, but I'll provide you some undertaking in some way, shape or form.
I might just ask a couple of clarifying questions before handing to the remaining questions that we have. I don't know that we have too many more. In terms of the board delegation that you've discussed in this hearing, so is there a policy which provides you with the delegated authority to spend X amount of money?
Yes.
Okay, and that would give you the authority under that charter or under that delegated authority to spend the $200,000?
That's right, Senator. So there are a number of, guiding factors here. I've mentioned the PGPA before and the relevant sections that apply. There is my deed of appointment in the role of Managing Director to exercise my duties. So there are a number of, the framework here about exercising my decision-making and my judgment under my delegation. And I will add that all of this is information that the board knew about at the time. So there's nothing to hide here, Senator. This is simply me acting in the best interests of the organisation.
Okay, and who are the main people, you don't need to name their actual personal names, but which are the main positions in the organisation which advised you on this matter?
On this matter, well, my General Counsel at the time, which was Ms Connie Carnabucci, who, a highly experienced lawyer, came to the ABC, previously a partner in an international law firm, highly experienced. There's no reason to doubt her advice.
Anyone else?
Well, her team. So she obviously consulted other people within her team with regard to this matter.
Okay, and you obtained external legal advice on this matter, including dealing with the FBT issues, is that right?
I've obtained external legal advice subsequent to realising that the ABC had potentially had vicarious liability in this matter. The external legal advice validated that. They were looking at the entire organisation. And that we've taken action off the back of that advice to make sure that we eliminate that risk. And we're still seeking advice over the FBT matter.
Okay. And how much did the corporation spend on those two matters you've discussed tonight at estimates, the one in relation to Mr Porter and in relation to Dr Laming?
In terms of settlements, well, I've given the
legal costs. Well,
the legal costs of the Laming matter is, I think I gave evidence earlier, I'll have to confirm it, of $184,000. The Porter matter was with regard to the mediation in that matter. The mediation costs in the Porter matter, I'll have to confirm to the view on notice, Senator, as to where that's up to.
Okay. And does the ABC pay Commonwealth rates when it uses external legal services, or are you paying above Commonwealth rates?
To be honest, Senator, quite often we get a discount. So, we'll pay rates that are generally, my understanding is, below what market would pay for that.
Okay. How much did you pay for Gleeson?
I'll have to come back to you on notice, Senator.
You don't have that information?
I don't have it in front of me, no.
Okay. If the ABC became liable for any staff member's personal tweeting, in this case Ms Milligan, was she disciplined by the organisation?
Senator, look, I think certainly when matters are raised with regard to concerns over people's use of personal social media, certainly staff are spoken to. Outside of that, when it comes to any disciplinary matter, whether it happened or didn't happen, every staff member is entitled to confidentiality under the terms of their employment.
Okay.
So I'm not going to confirm whether or not Ms Milligan was disciplined or not, but I will assure you that, of course, Ms Milligan was spoken to about it.
Okay. Because you had this social media code in place for some time. We've discussed it at past estimates meetings. I'm interested in how you enforce the code. I have to say, just by looking at some of the social media in the ether, it looks like the code isn't always enforced. So what sort of enforcement do you have in place at the corporation?
Senator, I will say that I think the vast majority of staff have understood why that we have in the Code of Conduct, why we have social media policy and guidelines with regard to this, and understand why it's important to understand their obligations with regard to the ABC as an employee of the ABC. The vast majority of people, I think, have understood that and modified their behaviour. When it comes to enforcement, certainly when matters arise or brought to the attention of anyone in management across the ABC. When it comes to enforcement, at one end, if they believe it's worth investigation, then an investigation was run. People have right to procedural fairness, and it's quite possible that people can then be disciplined as a result under our employment.
Okay. Well, it seems strange to me. I mean, this isn't a very thorough investigation that I've done, but just even in the past couple of weeks, there's tweets from Wendy Harmer and Alan Kohler, using quite inflammatory language. Wendy Harmer has said that, has retweeted Peter Whish-Wilson, who's a senator, where he said that weasel words and weak politicians. Alan Kohler has retweeted Kevin Rudd saying that there's some sort of a Liberal protection racket in play. So I'm just wondering whether you're going to be looking at these examples as breaches of the code.
Senator, I'd be happy to look at any example that you have if you'd want to provide them to me on notice. And look, when people raise matters, we do look at each one. We do not have disproportionate onerous squad of people constantly monitoring people's use of personal social media.
Okay.
We do trust our employees to understand what the requirements are of them. But for those matters that are raised to us, we do, I assure you, we do look into them. Some people are disciplined, other people are simply counselled.
But I'm interested in your enforcement, because it says in the code that you don't want to see personal accounts mistaken for official ABC accounts, and you're saying in your policy that people shouldn't use usernames and handles which include the ABC or their programs. How many of your staff do you think are complying with the code? Because I think that there are dozens and dozens of your staff that are not complying with the code.
Senator, certainly when they're brought to our attention, we do get in touch with people and ask them to observe what our requirements are associated with this. I've seen people change their, in line with the personal social media guidelines, how they represent themselves. I've seen people make sure that there's another one there that we add that people, if they're still on, say something like Twitter, that they do add that the views are personal views, they're not the views of the ABC, or in some way, shape or form abide by that. I have seen that change.
Okay, so you think it's going well, do you?
Please.
You think the social media code's working well?
Yeah, I think what we're doing, Senator, is tackling what is otherwise quite a difficult situation that I think all organisations are facing at the moment when it comes to their staff and personal use of social media. So banning use of social media is not reasonably enforceable.
We're just asking about your own code and the enforcement arrangements on that code, and there are a litany of examples here that we'll provide you on notice. Finally, I just wanted to ask you something before I hand over the call. Just in relation to your complaints handling, obviously Senator Sheldon and others have asked you significant questions about the process you've initiated. I'm just wondering how you're going to achieve a good result in terms of investigating your own complaints handling process, which is an improvement on past reviews, which have been dealt with by the ABC, and it doesn't appear to have been many real improvements. I mean, there's not much independence in terms of the ABC's complaints handling processes, is there?
You get to Mr. Gaetjens to do it. That's what the government does. That's independent.
Order. You don't have the call.
Just making the comment.
But you don't have the call.
Senator, so my understanding is that the last time that this was a review such as this was initiated, it was actually an internal review. This is an external review with people who are not ABC or ex-ABC employees. Mr. McMillan is held in high esteem as the former Commonwealth Ombudsman. This is, our involvement in this review is really to supply them with information, and they will make their own judgments and their own recommendations back to the board. So I'm confident that it is an independent review.
Well, can you ask this review to book in a time to meet with the Senate committee, because I think the Senate committee has some advice on your complaints handling processes.
Look, I can put that to Mr. McMillan and Mr. Carroll, but as I said, they are working independently of us. I'll put it to them and they will decide.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. I think the Labor senators are done, so we're just dealing with government senators now. You just went, do you have a couple to finish up?
Yep.
And then do you have something?
Yeah, I've got something.
And then we've got one on the phone, so we're getting towards the pointy end. Senator Small, you have the call. Just try and do 5-minute blocks from here, thanks.
Thanks, Chair. It's not unusual for corporate affairs staff to manage or be involved in high or potentially high-profile cases of corporate risk exposure, and I imagine where you're contemplating 700,000 odd, that would be a concern in managing the ABC's reputation. So can you confirm for me whether or not the Head of Communications was involved in this decision in any way at any time?
No, not at all, Senator.
Was any conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest cited to the board, given the matter of record that the journalist in question is in fact married to the Head of Communications at the ABC?
So, Senator, we manage potential conflicts of interest actively at the ABC when it comes to media inquiries. That was put in place. There was separation such that the Head of Communications didn't deal at all with matters that related to Ms Milligan. And as per the conflict of interest, I mean, there are what the board sees and what I see, and the board's not actively involved in every issue of conflict of interest, but I can assure you, Senator, absolutely assure you that that was not a consideration in providing indemnity to Ms Milligan.
Was that potential conflict of interest and a management related to documented in any way?
Yes.
Okay. Can you table that documentation?
I'll have a look at that for you, Senator. Yep.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's pretty hard not to justify when it's clearly related here. Can I ask if there are any other examples where you've exercised your delegated authority from the board to cover the personal expenses of an ABC employee in respect of matters that are unrelated to their employment?
Senator, this is the first time that I believe...
Order.
This is the first time that I'm aware of well, certainly that I've been involved in, where the ABC has covered personal expenses in a way like this. And I will say that we've taken action with regard to future potential vicarious liability, and we've taken action to make sure this situation is as avoidable as possible.
Thank you. On notice, full detail on that point would be appreciated. Can I ask whether or not there's been any board discussion subsequent to the ANO letter where the Auditor-General concludes that, and I quote, "Given the available information, I do not believe I would be able to form a view on the appropriateness of this decision," which the Auditor-General himself said last night that despite it might be just him getting a bit audity in his old age is, and I quote, "a strong statement."
Well, Senator, my response is that the Auditor-General wasn't in the position that I was in as Managing Director, so facing the decision that I was facing at the time.
So effectively, your position is that you gave Louise Milligan a blank cheque in respect of an unknown legal liability that you believed could be as high as $700,000 of taxpayer money. The process by which that decision was made, you're not even sure was documented. The conflict of interest around it, we're not sure if it was documented. And you're saying now the Auditor-General is out of order because he wasn't in your shoes. Do you accept that that is frankly untenable given your obligations under the ABC Act and the PGPA Act?
No, I don't accept the characterisation of that at all, Senator. So at the time that we indemnified Ms Milligan, that was to limit the financial exposure to the ABC given the risk that was presented to me at the time. I was at all times exercising my obligations under the PGPA. When it comes to any potential conflict of interest that was documented, this was presented to the board, not for approval. The board is satisfied with the way I handled it, and I'm not saying that I'm not saying anything disparaging about the Auditor-General. I'm just suggesting that the Auditor-General, on the basis of his inquiry, has formed his opinion, and that's entirely, of course, up to him and appropriate that he forms that opinion. But I believe that my decision was entirely appropriate.
So a final question, if I can, Chair, and then I'll pass the call back. So, Mr Anderson, it's your view tonight that if Ida Buttrose, as the Chair of the ABC, was here, she would be absolutely and wholly defending your decision and the actions of your organisation in this matter?
Yes.
We might have to have a chat with the Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Patrick 5, Senator Betts 5, and then Senator Antic 5, and then that's it.
Thank you, Chair. You should just establish yourself a national cabinet with some state members. Then you won't have to tell anyone in the Senate anything. That's what the government does. So, I just want to go to a question on notice to. It was actually a question on notice to the Minister, question 3961, that talked about negotiations between the ABC. Actually ABC and SBS and the Regional Broadcasting Australia Holdings. The Minister declined to answer that on the basis that I should direct these questions at you, so I might do that. Are those negotiations completed?
Look, I believe that we negotiated for a 2-year period. I'll confirm that on notice, but yes, they were completed for this period of time.
And so it's a 2-year term, and what's the cost involved in that to the ABC?
My understanding it's about $600,000 per annum.
Okay. Which transmission towers are covered by the contract, and for how long?
I'll provide that on notice for you, Senator,
okay,
but I think it's quite a few.
Yeah,
So,
okay, that's a sensible answer, thank you. And that was the ABC's component. I presume SBS negotiate separately, or do you join together and negotiate as one? Was there some
Senator, I'll confirm on
competition
notice,
policies?
but I think we're in regular touch with SBS on this quite often. Well, not quite often, but for some big contracts, we do jointly negotiate and put together, if you like, ABC and SBS. We're negotiating with one party about the same thing. So my understanding is, and you can ask Mr Taylor, who I believe is up next, but my understanding is their share is also $600,000 per annum.
Okay, thank you. Now, how do you go about assessing value for money in those circumstances, noting that there's really only one supplier? How do you approach that?
Well, Senator, it's obviously a negotiation with the one supplier, and you're looking for, I think from up front they were up front about that was a minimum cost for them, and I wasn't part of that negotiation. I was kept abreast of it at that particular point in time, and I don't think, I didn't get the impression that there was any belief that there was any gouging going on here on behalf of the ABC. Rather, that was a negotiation that was held in good faith to ensure that those services could continue through those elements of regional Australia.
Yeah, look, I wasn't in any way suggesting you haven't achieved value for money. It was really about the process by which you go through to establish. I mean, do you compare with perhaps similar services overseas? Do you, in a lot of Commonwealth contracts, for example, if there is a sole source arrangement or a limited tender arrangement, there's the ability to look at the books to make sure there is no gouging. Is that the case with
Senator,
the ABC?
look, I'll respond to you on notice. We do have a similar provider in BAI, which provides other transmission services for us, so we would have had that comparison, although that's a massive contract, but certainly the components within that, but I'll confirm that on notice with you.
Okay, thank you. Just in relation to the contract, what provisions are in the contract? I'm happy to take this on notice because I'd like to know this in some detail. What are the provisions in the contract in relation to continuity of services, particularly during emergencies, particularly during emergencies?
Well, both in my understanding, again, I'll confirm on notice, both in the RBAH contract as well as the BAI contract, there is negotiated in continuation of service. So if there is an outage, certainly best endeavours with regard to restoring the outage, depending on what has caused it and what it is. So yes, they own the infrastructure and they're therefore responsible for the maintenance of it, and that is in both of those contracts.
Okay. In the past, I seem to recall it used to be assets owned by the government and sold off. Is that correct? Am I remembering that correctly?
Senator, I'm not entirely sure. I think so,
okay.
And I think it was funded separately to the ABC, then it was rolled into the ABC's budget at a point in time.
Okay. I'm just wondering what due diligence you do to establish whether this model is the best. Obviously, there's... thank you, Chair. Obviously, there's the best... obviously, there's a substantial amount of capital involved in this. Just the leasing kind of arrangements versus the cost to you when the assets were owned by the Commonwealth.
Well, that's right, Senator. And as you say, there's limited other providers here in Australia. But look, as a result of the large asset infrastructure required for this, those contracts are very long in nature. So some of those contracts go out past 2030, for instance, with BAI. There's certain, provisions that you can have along the way that you can exercise, but it's a long contract.
Okay, thanks. We haven't got long left, so Senator Abetz, you have the call again.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
On the 7th of June, Mr Anderson, you told this committee that the ABC is not liable for employees' personal social media. 2 days later, on the 9th of June, you informed the board that the ABC is in fact liable for personal social media activity, and you tell them about the $200,000 you authorised. Which statement's correct?
Senator, it is true to say that I did not believe that more generally we were liable for ABC's personal use of social media. I knew of one instance where I was given one particular circumstance that was quite complicated with regard to Ms Milligan that had happened previously, and I was seeking external advice on the broader liability with the ABC, and would that be repeated in other circumstances? I went...
No. Sorry, you're winding down the clock. This is a statement on the 7th of June. 2 days later, you are telling the board something different. Did all this external legal advice come in those 48 hours? I think not. So explain the difference.
The external legal advice more broadly on vicarious liability did not arrive until the 18th of June. And that was in draft form, and then I got an update on that on the 28th of June.
Right. So on the 7th of June, there was one story to this committee. On the 9th of June, 2 days later, a different story to the board. But look, let's move on. You're willing to tell the world that Ms Milligan was the beneficiary of $184,000 of taxpayers' money in relation to this matter. Yet, when we seek advice as to whether potentially, for example, Ms Milligan was the beneficiary of the $55,000 bonus, a sum 1/3 of that amount, somehow it's a huge invasion of privacy. How does that work? We're dealing with taxpayers' money. Why can't we be told who was the beneficiary of the $55,000 bonus that the ABC paid?
Senator, they are two different things. I understand that you're characterising...
No, they are taxpayers' money in my mind, Mr Anderson. Taxpayers' money.
I do not believe... I agree it's taxpayers' money, but I do not believe that settling the Louise Milligan matter is the same as a bonus. It is not the same as a bonus.
But you'll be pretty sure...
And I think
you might be paying fringe benefit tax on it though, mightn't you? What does that tell us?
There is a potential for... Well, it doesn't. I don't think that you derive from that it's a bonus. I think that, and anyone who receives a bonus is entitled to confidentiality about that.
Oh, right, and the ABC journalists were of that view in relation to Australia Post and the Cartier watches. Come on, give us a break, Mr Anderson. But moving along, can I ask, did the board approve of your decision, or did you just inform them of it? And they just sat there impassively and said, oh, well, that's another 200 big ones out the door. It's only taxpayers' money. Not a problem. Let's move on.
Senator, I did not seek board approval for that.
No.
And at that particular I did not seek board approval, and the board, of course, they would ask questions about it, and the former General Counsel and I answered those questions, the situation as we saw it.
Moving along very quickly, the ABC has removed its journalists quite wisely from Beijing. Whereabouts are you considering placing people in the general geographic area, and might I suggest to you that Taipei or Taiwan might be a very good place for them?
Senator, thank you for the suggestion. That has actually come up in discussions about where we put our people, as we cannot get a journalist back into Beijing at this moment.
And if you were to place them in Taipei, you would of course be following the lead of the Murdoch press. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Abetz. Our last 5-minute slot goes to Senator Antic, who's coming to us remotely. Can you hear us?
Thank you. I can hear you. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Anderson. I have a couple of questions about a couple of different shows and programming matters. The first one is a show which was on the 18th of June. It was an ABC Kids Community 5-minute video. I think it appeared on the social media page there, and it featured a drag queen by the name of Mr Shane Jenek, and he goes by the name Courtney Act, having conversations about gender and drag with small children, including quotes like, whatever someone tells you they want to be called, it's always best to listen to them and call them the name they want to be called. Why does the ABC believe that it is acceptable and needed for young children to be taught about adult concepts like sexuality and gender fluidity?
Senator, it's hard to hear you. There is a lot of noise coming from the committee room. I'm sorry, Chair. Sorry, Senator Antic. Can you? I think. Yep.
Sorry, I was going to say on the 18th of June there was a post put up on the ABC Kids Community social media page featuring a 5-minute clip. The drag queen by the name of Mr Shane Jenek, calls himself Courtney Act, having conversations with children about gender and drag. I want to know why the ABC thinks that it's acceptable for young children and in fact needed for young children to be taught about concepts of gender fluidity and adult sexuality when they're clearly adult concepts.
So, Senator, look, I didn't see that post and I didn't see the program, but I do think that when this is prevalent within our community, I do think having a responsible conversation about it, I think, is something that that certainly falls into the remit of the ABC. And I think that, but it's how you have that conversation. I mean, no one's encouraging anyone to change their sexuality. It is merely reflecting the diversity that we have in the community at the moment.
These are adult concepts. I mean, this would be like saying, we should talk to children about gambling or the pros and cons of alcohol consumption, is it not? I mean, are these not children's programs?
Senator, again, I think it is reflecting the reality of what we have in our community at present. I don't think this is pushing an adult's agenda. I think this is reflecting some of the challenges that people have in the community at the moment.
Right. Well, that being the case, does the ABC then have any plans that other groups talk to children on that show? Christian groups, for example, who might talk about a different version of gender fluidity and sexuality. I mean, are there any examples of that? Does the ABC have any plans to do so?
Look, I don't know, Senator, but I wouldn't preclude that idea. I think that I don't know, Senator.
It's a no.
I'll give you a response on no to Senator.
Sure.
Well, I'll give you a response on no to Senator.
The link to that story contained a link in itself to Mr Jenek's social media profile. That was through the ABC Community Twitter account. That link contained some fairly inappropriate images, including this one here, which is of Mr Jenek half clothed. Was the ABC aware that Mr Jenek's account contained images that were thoroughly inappropriate for children? And if so, why did they link to it?
Senator, I can't answer that. Look, I don't know. From recollection, I think we had an issue with that, frankly, but I can't remember offhand. Mr. McMurtry, do you remember that?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. We'd need to take a closer look, Senator.
Thank you. I want to turn to a separate program now. On the 21st of September, there was a documentary series called The School That Tried to End Racism, and there were 4 episodes. 10 and 11-year-old students were to undergo various racial awareness exercises to learn about white privilege, implicit bias and stereotyping. The second episode focused on systemic racism in Australia. The third, separating students into what were known as affinity groups. And I think the fourth talked about issues of racism or thereabouts. Now, I want to ask you this. Is it the ABC's position that Australia needs this sort of television program because it's a racist country?
Senator, look, I think, my position is that, look, I'm quite proud to be Australian. I think Australia is one of the most successful multicultural countries in the world. But that said, that doesn't mean that we're not without our problems. And yes, I do think racism does exist in this country. I think we're much better than many other countries across the world. And I think any society can improve. I think there's many things I can quote to you on notice that would otherwise suggest that we do have racism in our country. That's come from either our own survey on Australia Talks, from other research that has happened. And I think that what the program tried to do in a very responsible and controlled way, with parents' participation and being part of the project, was allow kids in schools to have a conversation around race. And I think the aim of the program was really to celebrate our differences that we have in our community.
In one episode, a student proclaims that all Australian politicians are white, in which an astute teacher responds, yep, before the episode launches into a scathing critique of Australia's lack of diversity in federal parliament. Really, this is just the ABC pushing critical race theory, isn't it?
No, I would say no, we are not pushing race theory at all.
Yes?
I actually think the Senator's asking for an opinion.
No, I'm not asking for an opinion.
I think Mr Anderson's happy to answer the question, so let's finish this answer, then we can close the session.
Chair, I've still got some more questions. I've been waiting for 2 hours to do them.
We just gave you a 5-minute slot, so you have to put the rest of them on notice like the rest of us. So you can, Mr Anderson, you can answer the question.
Come to Canberra.
Well, I think the question was around race theory, and no, I don't think. I think race theory is often misunderstood and misrepresented academic theory that highlights the systemic and institutional nature of racism, and I don't think that by that definition, this is what this program was doing.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, the program does look at systemic racism, but okay.
Thank you. We are going to let you go now, Mr Anderson. I just wanted to clarify one thing. Do you have delegated authority to pay personal expenses for ABC staff?
I have delegated authority to reimburse people for personal expenses that otherwise would be deemed to be work expenses. Yes. So, the number of people have that authority.
Okay, but they wouldn't be personal expenses,
that it was
would
a
they?
legitimate work. Well, they wouldn't do it. I mean, it might be that it's in their contract. So some people are contracted to have other personal expenses reimbursed of that nature. But yeah.
So okay, so you wouldn't pay a personal legal expense for Mr McMurtry, would you?
No.
Okay.
Not unless I was advised that somehow the ABC was liable for whatever that was. But no, generally not. No.
Okay. Thank you very much. We thank you for your time, and we will now briefly suspend while we get SBS online.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Corporation. Welcome back, Mr Taylor. We're not taking opening statements at this late stage, so we're going to go straight to questions from Senator Urquhart.
Okay, can you hear me down there in Sydney or over there in Sydney?
Yes, I can, Senator. Can you hear me?
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, so Mr Taylor, on the 22nd of September 2021, an article by Zoe Samios in the Sydney Morning Herald reported that Facebook snubs SBS, the conversation on media deals. The article stated that social media giant Facebook has shot down requests to negotiate content deals with multicultural broadcaster SBS. Is this true?
Yes, Senator. That article, if I'm familiar with it, referred to Facebook's decision not to enter into good faith negotiations with SBS. I think the article referred to another platform, The Conversation, as well.
So what attempts did SBS make to get a deal with Facebook?
SBS and Facebook had initial conversations in February of this year. There was an initial meeting in May of this year where we canvassed possible elements of a discussion, but no substantive discussions occurred. Facebook requested a delay to those discussions. The conversation to have a substantive negotiation was rescheduled for the 22nd of July. And at that meeting, Facebook notified SBS that there would be no negotiation and that there would be no deal.
Right, so just to clarify that, did Facebook reject an offer from SBS, or did you not even make it to that negotiating table with Facebook?
It's the latter, Senator. There were a series of preparatory discussions about having a discussion, but at the time when the discussion was to happen, Facebook indicated that they had no intention of entering into any form of negotiation and therefore any form of agreement with SBS.
Right. Has the Minister or the Department contacted you to assist or make representations on your behalf?
We've certainly briefed the Minister's office and we've briefed the Department.
Okay, so you've briefed them. Have they offered representations on your behalf?
No, not at this point. I think the Minister and the Department are deliberating on the matter and perhaps discussing it with other parts of government at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to talk about the appointment of some board members. First of all, just a tweet from a board member. So, Minister or Secretary, if I can maybe go to you first, do the APS social media guidelines apply to statutory office holders in the communications portfolio?
I'm not sure. I can take that on notice.
Mr Windier, you would know that.
No, Senator, I'm sorry. To be sure, I'd have to take it on notice.
Really?
And check.
So you don't know if the APS social media guidelines apply to statutory office holders in the communications portfolio? You don't know that?
Senator, I would have to take on notice. I don't know whether the APS guidelines apply to statutory officers.
What about, do they apply to SBS board members?
Senator, again, I would have to take that on notice.
This is extraordinary that you don't know that, Mr Windier. You've been in this department for a long period of time. You honestly can sit there and tell me you don't know that.
Senator, yes, I'm sorry. I don't know whether how the APS social media guidelines apply to SBS or its board members.
What about to statutory office holders? You don't even know that.
Senator, I've answered that question. I'm happy to take that on notice. I don't know the answer. I'm sorry.
You don't know if they apply to ACMA authority members?
Senator, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to take it on notice.
And the E-Safety Commissioner?
Similarly, a statutory office holder, I'll have to take it on notice.
Minister, are you satisfied that social media guidelines are being adhered to by senior members of the APS in the communications portfolio?
I have not heard otherwise, Senator Urquhart, but I'm sure you're about to suggest that they're not.
Are you, Minister, satisfied that Warren Mundine is adhering to the APS social media guidelines?
Again, I haven't heard otherwise, but I'm sure you're about to tell me that they're not.
Well,
that he's not.
no, I'm asking you whether you are satisfied.
I haven't looked at Mr Mundine's social media, so I couldn't answer that question.
So you don't know?
Well, I haven't looked at his social media. I try and stay off Twitter. It's a cesspool.
On the 1st of September 2021, Miss Michelle Rowlands wrote to Minister Fletcher about a highly inappropriate tweet by Mr Mundine, which has since been deleted. Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware of that, Mr Windia?
Yes, I am aware of
You
that,
are
Senator.
aware of that, right. So, Mr Minister, SBS board members are required to maintain the independence and integrity of the SBS, so why shouldn't Mr Mundine be removed from the board for this and other inappropriate behaviour on social media, including content that is highly political partisan?
Thank you, Senator. So my understanding is that SBS have said that the comment made by Mr Mundine is not in line with the values of the SBS.
Is not in line with the...
Does not adhere to the SBS's policies and is not consistent with the expectations which apply to SBS's staff or those that they work with, and the SBS board are expected to behave in accordance with the SBS Code of Conduct, and Mr Mundine has been reminded of his obligations as an SBS board member and has since deleted the tweet.
Yes, I'm aware of that. So, Minister, again, can you tell me why Mr Mundine shouldn't be removed from the SBS board for this and other inappropriate behaviour on
Well, I
the
think I
social
just
media?
answered that he's been reminded of his obligations and he has
So that's
removed
good
the tweet.
enough. You do something and then you just get reminded and that's it.
Well, I think that that's an appropriate course of action. I would hope that Mr Mundine has now understands his obligations and wouldn't repeat the action.
I just want to go to a couple of questions about a board appointment. And I understand that Mr Vic Al-Hadif, I think, is that how you pronounce it? I'm not 100% clear, but that's what I'm going to go with, was appointed to the SBS board earlier this month. Is that correct?
I think, Senator, he was appointed on the 30th of September.
On the 30th of September. Okay. That's right, we're in October now, aren't we? Time flies. I understand that there is legislated independent nominations panel appointed to make recommendations for appointments. Is that correct, Mr Windia?
There is a nominations panel, yes, Senator.
Yep. So the PMC website indicated that a secretariat supports this panel to undertake its work and, if required, a recruitment firm. Was a recruitment firm utilised in this case?
Senator, just let me check. I might... So, Mr Al-Hadif was not recommended by the nomination panel for the vacancy, so clearly did not come through a recruitment process run by the nomination panel. But
Right.
what I don't have in front of me is whether a recruitment firm was engaged for the purposes of running a process around
Right.
that vacancy.
Okay, so...
Happy to take that on notice, that's Senator.
Okay, so he didn't come through that process, but you don't know if a recruitment firm was utilised?
No, I don't, Senator. I'm very happy to take that on notice, but...
Okay, can you indicate the total budget of the nomination panel?
Senator, the nomination panel process is, as you alluded to, run through PM&C, so I don't have those details in front of me, but happy to take that on notice
Well,
as
could
well.
you take that on notice, and could you include any recruitment firms used in the Secretariat services, so that total budget?
Certainly, yes.
So you've said that the nomination panel didn't make recommendations, and he wasn't recommended by the panel. So can you tell me, in relation to the appointment, what process was undertaken to identify him as a suitable candidate, if you didn't in fact use the process?
I think he was an appointment made by the government and identified by the government.
Identified by the government.
Which is something that the SBS Act allows for the Minister to make his own selections pursuant to the requirements under the SBS Act. The Minister has tabled
Minister
reasons
Hume, I
for-
can't hear you. Could you just speak up
I'll
a
lean into
little
the
bit?
microphone. So pursuant under the requirements under the SBS Act, the Minister is not only allowed to make his own selection, but he has to table reasons for that selection, a statement of reasons, and he has done that earlier this week.
So what were the reasons given?
I haven't got the document that he's tabled in front of me, other than to say that he is clearly, Mr Alderhef is clearly a very qualified individual. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the board. He's a part-time consultant with New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies.
I'm not actually questioning his ability at all.
Well, I think this was in the statement of reasons, and you asked me what was in the statement of reasons. So I'm just telling you. He's also on the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, and he's a member of the Australian Institute of Company Directors. He's previously the chair of Multicultural New South Wales, and he has extensive experience in both media and multicultural affairs. So I would imagine that he would add great value to the board of SBS.
Right, okay.
Senate.
I've only got about 3 left.
Okay, fine, finish your
Okay.
line.
So, Mr Windeyer?
I was just going to say, I have just been advised, I don't have the costs, but there was a recruitment process run and Watermark was the firm used
For
with
this
respect to
appointment?
the vacancy.
For the vacancy, but not this appointment, so he didn't go through that process, is that what you're saying?
As we've explained, that's
Yes,
correct, Senator.
okay.
Yeah. But
So
we'll come
you'll
back,
get-
we'll answer the question on the
You'll
costs.
get me the costs
Yes.
on that, yep. So given that Mr Al-Adif has been throughout his career a prominent advocate for Israel, was there consideration that his appointment might compromise the SBS's perceived impartiality in regard to international affairs? Was that taken into
What are you
consideration?
suggesting, Senator?
Sorry?
I'm just interested to know what you're suggesting.
I'm not suggesting anything, I'm asking a question. I am not suggesting anything, I'm asking the question.
What question are you asking? Can you repeat that, please?
I said, given that Mr Al-Hadif has been throughout his career a prominent advocate for Israel, was there consideration that his appointment might compromise the SBS's perceived impartiality in regard to international affairs?
Who suggests that SBS has perceived
It's a
impartiality?
question I'm asking.
But I'm wondering why you're suggesting that SBS has perceived impartiality.
I'm asking because he's been a very prominent advocate for Israel. Do
As
you
is the
think
government.
I beg your
As
pardon?
is the government.
Yes, I'm not suggesting that. I'm asking a question.
I'm questioning the premise of your question. Are you suggesting that the SBS...
No, I'm not
has
suggesting
some
that.
sort of
I'm
inherent
asking the
bias?
question, given that he's been a prominent advocate for Israel, was there any consideration given to his appointment about the fact that it might compromise SBS's perceived impartiality in regard to international affairs?
Well, I don't think there's a perceived impartiality, so I don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay. I understand that Mr Al-Adif was part of a meeting with the ABC Managing Director in June this year with the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, and that their own press release prompted the ABC had to issue their own clarifying press release stating that they had been misrepresented and they were deeply disappointed by their statements. Was this considered in identifying whether Mr Al-Adif was an appropriate candidate for a board of the multicultural national broadcaster? It either was considered or it wasn't.
Again, I'm not entirely sure why it would be considered.
Okay, so I'm asking, was it considered or not? It's a very simple question.
Well, I don't suppose it is. I don't think it is a simple question because I don't think it's an appropriate premise.
Minister, I've got 2 more on this and then I'm done. Minister, has Minister Fletcher received any correspondence from groups who are concerned about the appointment of Mr Al-Adif?
I can't answer that.
Could you
I
take
will
that on
it
notice?
on notice, but I would imagine that board appointments are almost always contentious. There are an awful lot of community groups that would like to be represented on
If
this
you could
SBS
take that
board.
on notice and provide us with the groups, that would be great. And what is the Minister and SBS's response to those concerns?
Well, I don't know whether there have been any concerns, so I can't tell you.
No,
what
but
the
you're going to
response is.
take it on notice,
Yes.
so are you able to provide that on notice as
Yes.
well? Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, just seeing whether or not, after I come back from Senator Patrick, if you have more questions for it. No.
That's it first.
Okay, take us home.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to go to some concerns that have been raised by a number of constituents, and I'm sure you're familiar with them, and they go to advertising during programs. I'm sure you're aware, at least there's some disquiet amongst your viewers in relation to that. Would it be fair to say you're at least aware of that?
I would say some limited disquiet, Senator, but yes, I'm aware of the issue to which you're referring.
So, sorry, can you say that last bit again?
Sorry, Senator, I said I think you're referring to an issue around program breaks and the insertion of breaks during programs, natural program breaks. What I was saying is there is some limited feedback from audiences. I wouldn't say it's a prominent issue that audiences write to us about.
Yeah. Okay, well, I was going to come back to the question of whether you've made an assessment about your audiences and try to get an understanding of the level of concern. Have you made any effort to do that at all?
Well, Senator, we make a lot of effort to understand all concerns or feedback from audiences. We get about 4,000 contacts from audience members every month. We respond to contacts on average in less than 10 hours. We address 80% of contacts in a first contact, and we have a post-resolution satisfaction score of over 85%. So we take audience feedback very seriously. I would say, though, that if you're asking me whether I get a lot of feedback from audiences about the way in which advertisements are inserted during programs, I would say no, it's a very, very, very small issue that audiences provide us feedback about.
Okay, so my question did go to quantum, and so in some sense, and I'm not suggesting anything. But having said that, it's a small amount, it'd be good to be able to ground that in some in some way by saying, look, we have this is how we've done that.
I'm very happy to take the question on notice and give you some quant to back my qualitative assertion, Senator.
Thank you very much. That's appreciated. Now, look, part of the controversy here, as far as I can see, relates to perhaps the definition of natural program breaks. Now, it's understood, and I've seen an FOI that relates to this, that Brett Walker SC gave some advice at some stage to SBS in relation to this, and so that's a proper due diligence sort of process when you went to change the way in which you did business. If I'm really honest with you, I read your Act, I read the word program, I go to the definition in the Act, and I'm not convinced that my constituents are correct in their legal interpretation of this, but I just look and say, you know what? If you released the advice of Brett Walker, it may simply resolve the problem, and there is nothing that fetters you from simply waiving privilege and releasing that advice, and in some sense that may help to resolve part of the problem. You know, people might say, well, it's lawful. Now it's just a case of customer, whether or not it's a huge quantum of customers that are concerned about it. I just wonder whether you've given any thought to just waiving privilege on that advice and making it available. It doesn't undermine the principles of legal professional privilege. And I will point out that there is something called the Brazil Direction that was made by the Secretary of the Attorney General's Department many, many years ago that says that, you know, because this is, in summary, because this is taxpayer funded advice, it belongs to the taxpayer. Only in circumstances where it causes harm should it be withheld. And I suspect benefit would flow from this rather than harm.
Well, I'm grateful for the suggestion, Senator. I will happily take some advice from my General Counsel on the matter. If you permit me to respond, Senator, I know that there are individuals that feel very passionate about this, and I suspect I've spoken to some of the same individuals you have about the topic, and I respect their right to their view. I'm not convinced that they would be convinced by legal advice. I think they are just of the view that they don't like advertisements during programs, and they do not accept, despite the many conversations we've had about it, that the purpose of advertising is to allow audiences the most seamless experience in a network. There is a reason all networks place advertising during programs, because if you place them between programs, people switch channels and they leave the network, and it has a catastrophic impact on the commercial revenue capacity of the organisation. But I'm very happy to consider your suggestion and
thank you. And really, if that issue gets resolved, then we could simply move to the next proposition, which is you have a view about that. Again, if you ground that, it really does help the debate. So I'm just really calling for a little bit of transparency around this that may help solve the problem rather than have people sort of standing at 10 paces. That's where I'm going with this.
I appreciate the suggestion, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks very much to SBS. You go with our very best wishes. And
thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and good evening.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll now move to the department, back to the department, which I'm sure aren't too far away.
They've got to come up one floor.
We've got
Senator
Chair, the DevSec here already, so
yeah, the wrong one. I'm sorry.
You may be able to do something for us. So we'll suspend.
Minister.
We'll suspend.
If they're not here, you're allowed to answer any way you like. Got to make sure.
We will resume, and we welcome back the department. Trying not to repeat our COVID transmission from last year, and so thank you very much for being here. We're on outcome 6.1, and we're going to start with Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Chair. I just had some questions about a press release from the Minister from 24th of September this year entitled Record $10 billion in Government Support for the Creative Sector. So in that press release, the Minister boasts of $10 million support for the government, from the government, including $8 billion in JobKeeper payments and $2.7 billion in the boosting cash flow for employers payments. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Senator.
The Minister's boast is based on research done by the Bureau of Communications, Arts and Regional Research. What definition of the creative sector did the Bureau use to get that figure of $10 billion?
So they used, Senator Stephen Arnott, Acting Deputy Secretary, they used the Australian Bureau of Statistics definition of cultural and creative activity across the economy.
Yep. So I'd just like to take you to that fact sheet produced by the Bureau, which break down the sectors that are considered to be included in that definition. Can you confirm for me on that list clothing retailing, footwear retailing, watch and jewellery retailing, and zoological and botanical gardens operations? Is that correct?
That's correct. They are included in the cultural and creative activity definition from
Right.
the Bureau of
So
Statistics.
is clothing retailing really considered to be part of the arts sector?
Not part of the arts sector, no,
Okay.
Senator, part of the cultural and creative economy.
Okay, so it's not something that the department looks after at all, is it?
No, Senator.
The retail sector. And it's not part of the Minister's portfolio?
No, Senator, not strictly.
Okay. And given the size of the clothing retail sector and the fact shops were closed during lockdowns, it's quite likely that a large chunk of the JobKeeper payments the Minister counts as going to the arts would instead have gone to these types of retailers, isn't it?
Well, the JobKeeper would have gone to businesses across the cultural and creative economy.
Sure, but given what went on in the economy over the last 18 months, it was those sorts of businesses that were impacted the most, in that you could go into a shopping mall in any part of the country and see that they were closed and receiving JobKeeper.
Yes, Senator, and also, the arts, performing arts sector and other parts of the arts sector were also incredibly impacted by COVID.
Yeah, but in terms of the amount of JobKeeper they received, can you explain to me how the Minister can claim with a straight face that JobKeeper payments going to clothing retailers like Susan should be counted as support for the arts?
Well, Senator, the JobKeeper applied to the cultural and creative activity across the economy, and the Minister was just reporting on the impact of JobKeeper on that part of the economy.
So what he claims in his press release is that The figures, he's trying to say that claims to the contrary were dead wrong, but the analysis that was used in his press release actually just doesn't apply to the industry that he's talking about.
Well, it's how cultural and creative activity is measured across the economy according to the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So it's just the way that it's tracked in the national accounts. So we're just applying that.
There's a fair bit of
JobKeeper and how it applies to the national accounts.
There's a fair bit of misleading in this, though, when he says support for the creative sector. Like in his press release, he doesn't mention retail shops at all.
But the report from the Bureau does make it clear what the
but
was applying
the press release from the minister doesn't.
Well, Senator, I think it's a common measure. It includes the arts, it includes media, it includes heritage, it includes design, and it includes fashion, and it includes information technology. And it's a common measure of the cultural and creative activity.
It includes newspaper and book retailing, clothing retailing, footwear retailing, watch and jewellery retailing.
Well, they do
software
fall
pumps.
into design and fashion, which is a creative industry.
Retailing.
Well, design and fashion is also involved in retailing.
Sure, but surely you accept that when the businesses that were impacted by the pandemic and received JobKeeper, a lot of those in that area would have actually been those workers in retail shops, in shopping centres.
And across the rest of the creative economy too.
Sure,
Not
which the
suggesting that
minister
one
has...
sector is more worthy than another sector of getting JobKeeper.
The minister has no responsibility for those workers, though, does he?
This falls into the ABS's measurement of that sector of the economy. What other measurement would you choose to use?
Well, I'm
other
just
than
saying that
ABS's?
the minister's press release doesn't make that clear.
Well,
he's really just cherry-picking to make him sound
no, he's
good.
not cherry-picking. He's using a standard measure.
He is, but he's not making clear who it applies to.
How would you suggest you do that?
Huh?
Well,
By-
I'm just wondering how you'd actually express that in a press release.
Well, I'm just
when you're
saying
using
that-
ABS data.
Well, it's not up for me to say it. I'm just pointing out that his press release actually doesn't do what it says and
Perhaps we should talk to the
detail that.
ABS about changing the definition of cultural and creative activity.
Well, I might just do that on economics tomorrow, Minister.
Knock yourself out.
Because it might be an opportunity to actually clear the misleading press release from the Minister up. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Senator Chisholm. Senator Patrick, you have the call.
Yes, thank you very much. Just want to go back to the issue I talked to in the previous session about the Screen Fund grant arrangement to assist cinemas coming out of COVID. I'll just sort of repeat. I understand from answers provided that it was a $20 million fund, of which $9.8 million has been spent. So there's $10.2 million sitting in there. It's been put to me by a couple of, a number of cinemas in South Australia that they're going through a sort of an aberration at the moment that where there are no movies. So it's pretty hard to generate income when there's no new movies that are coming out. I understand that shortfall will be over very, very soon, but that may break the camel's back in terms of some of these entities that have struggled all the way through the pandemic, have now come out of it, gone into a bit of a dip, and I'd hate to see us in a situation where we've worked so hard to get them through and they drop off just before the finish line. And so my question really goes to what capacity is there for perhaps a change by the Minister or perhaps the department itself to look at cases where people are adversely affected by this and to perhaps offer some very short-term support, additional support, to help them get through, noting that the money has been allocated for a purpose, and that purpose ultimately was to keep cinemas open.
Senator, obviously I updated you with that information earlier.
Yep.
Dr. Arnott might just be able to update on the program guidelines and structures of where it's up to at the moment.
Well, the program is still operating, and the guidelines are still up on the Screen Australia's website. The cinemas are obviously beginning to operate again.
Sure.
You know, we're getting restrictions being lifted and venues being open, and we've got a number of major Hollywood and other films starting up this month. So you know according to the guidelines, they would have to demonstrate that their revenue is considerably below what it would normally be and go through all of the eligibility and so on.
So I'm generally talking about people who may already have received a grant. So they've actually already shown that there's been a drop in revenue. They're marching forward, and really, in some sense, you've got a grant agreement with them already, and maybe that can be modified. So the answer I'm not seeking is if it fits within the guidelines, then we can do it. Because it might be a case of you might have to seek a modification to the guidelines, which I'm sure the Minister, who can change those guidelines?
We usually have to agree them with the Minister for Finance.
With the Minister?
Grant guidelines usually get agreed between the Minister and the Minister for Finance.
Oh, well, he's a South Australian Senator and these are South Australian senators, so I'm sure he'll be at least sympathetic. So how do we go through that process? How do I write to you? Is there some way, do I just pick up the phone to the Minister and ask him to reconsider this? I'll wander around Minister Birmingham's office. In fact, I already spoke to him about it, so he knows about the problem. I'm looking for some.
Don't have the authority to make changes to the guidelines.
I don't like officials that tell you how not to do, what stands in the way of doing things. So, I'm much happier with officials who say, you know what, we'll help you solve that problem, Senator. We'll help your constituents. So what do we do to help these people out?
So could I was about to say, can I ask you a question? I'm not allowed to ask you a
Well,
question.
you can. If it gets us to the point you need to be, I'll happily answer any question you've got.
Are the people we're talking about, basically, this is still open.
Yeah.
If they apply, they can access it if they are eligible. Is it your understanding that they're not eligible, or the change might be that they need to be able to have a second go at it?
I think that they're after a second go, or perhaps some additional funding within the context of a grant that they have already received to get them through this.
So they just need a bit more.
They just need a bit more. See, the problem is that whilst New South Wales and Victoria were locked down, movie companies weren't releasing movies, okay, because that's where the bulk of the customers lie. And they may well have been receiving assistance from other methods. So we have people in South Australia who are not locked down, but there's no movies being released because of the circumstances in those other states.
So as an official telling you how to get that change, you would need to talk to the Minister and get the Minister's agreement that there would need to be a policy change to the structure of the program, which would then need to be agreed with the Finance Minister.
Okay, that's very helpful, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Patrick. I can come to Senator Davey, knock you off.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, what's that?
That's fine, Chair.
Okay, yep.
Thank you very much, Senator Pratt. Thank you, Chair. I just have, I could sit here all night and ask about support during COVID, but I won't. I'll try and stay focused. Can you there's been a lot of packages that we've provided during COVID. I'm particularly interested in what packages were available for rural and regional arts enterprises. Can you give me a quick overview of those, please?
Senator, I'll get Dr.
I think Mr. Cox.
Mr. Cox will run through that. Obviously, there's significant supports that contributed to regional.
So within the flagship RISE program, which provided $200 million of support for the sector, that program is supporting activities across Australia with 49% of events that are being funded through that program to date occurring in regional or remote locations. There's 1,693 events that have received approximately $95 million in RISE funding and are expected to reach audiences of up to 30 million, supporting over 90,000 job opportunities. And of the 259 applications submitted by remote and regional organisations, 31% received RISE funding, compared with 26% of applications from organisations in major cities. and organisations based in regional and remote Australia comprised 21% of funded organisations through RISE. And in addition to the RISE funding, the government also provided additional funding for regional to support regional programs. So there was $11.4 million that was provided for funding for arts and cultural development tourism experiences, including additional funding to the Regional Arts Fund, Festivals Australia, and Indigenous Visual Arts Industry Support Program. And there is also $3 million there of funding for the CHART program, which is the Culture, Heritage and Arts Regional Tourism Program that is about to be rolled out as well, Senator.
That's very reassuring, and I'm glad to see a lot of focus on regional organisations and Indigenous organisations. I want to focus on the RISE program. My understanding is that the guidelines have recently been changed for the RISE program. Can you explain what those changes were and why they were implemented?
So we've changed the RISE guidelines a couple of times. Both times we have changed the guidelines. We've done so in support of feedback that we have received from the sector. And so the first time that we changed the guidelines in May of this year, we changed a couple of important things, which was we moved down the minimum amount of money from $75,000 to $25,000 that could be provided for activities under RISE. And we also provided more flexibility for organisations which previously had not been eligible under the program to be auspiced by another organisation which was eligible, so to assist them to be able to access funding through RISE. And
can you provide an example of like how that change would apply? Was that organisations that weren't say registered or didn't have an ABN or what? Just explain that change.
Yeah, so there were, I think, particularly some, and my colleague will correct, some councils and some local government organisations that weren't eligible for funding, and so the auspicing arrangements allowed for those organisations to be eligible for funding, to receive funding in their local area.
So that potentially opened it up further to regional organisations that wanted to...
That's right, Senator, yes.
Great.
And the other more recent change that we made to the guidelines made it clear that because a number of the activities had been postponed essentially due to COVID impositions, that those projects which had been knocked about by COVID would specifically be eligible for funding for postponement fees, and also to ensure that, in listening to the sector, what we had been told repeatedly was that the funds needed to get through to individuals who were supporting the events, and so we made it clear in the guidelines and in the supporting funding contracts that 33% of the grant received by an organisation had to be passed on to those subsidiaries within 30 days.
So just one final question, thanks, Chair. I have heard RISE described, because of those changes and because the allowance for organisations to keep their RISE money even if they're postponed, are they also allowed to keep their money if the event has been cancelled altogether but at such a late date that a lot of the expenditure has been made?
Yes, and we've had a couple of examples of that, Senator, where I'm probably familiar with Blues Fest, where it was cancelled right on the eve of the event occurring, and we didn't seek that money back, essentially because not just in that particular instance, but in other instances, the applicants have been able to show us that they expended the money for the things for which we had provided the grant.
So it's like a pre-insurance almost, in that sense.
It certainly provides a level of certainty in terms of being able to plan and prepare for events. That's right, Senator.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you
Senator
very much,
Davey. Now, we have a tea break due shortly, but we're going to try and get as far as we can. So, Senator Sheldon, you have the call.
Very good, thanks. So just, I was looking at just regarding the industry code of practice for the Safety Commissioner, and looking at that position paper, the development of codes look like a very ambitious project that impacts a lot of different businesses, large and small. Pages 33 to 34 of the position paper set out the very wide range of services and providers who are in scope of the codes. What companies do you expect the codes will cover, and who's in the scope?
So are you talking about the E-Safety Commissioner, Senator?
That's what I've got here to ask, yes.
That's in the previous group, and the E-Safety Commissioner was here this afternoon.
Well, there you go.
Sorry.
I think they were referring to some. Well, they've referred those to you guys. So, if it's some oversight that you have of that.
Well, we can take that on notice if you like, but the officials who would know the answer to that are not here. So.
Right. And there's a couple other questions on notice, which I'll then subsequently do as well.
Okay, thanks, Senator Sheldon. Really appreciate that. Okay, Senator Pratt, to take us to the break, and then we can dispense with the department.
Thank you. RISE grant schemes, what kind of tests, when they're given out, are applied to applicants in terms of their past experience with events? Is it a requirement that they have past experience in putting on those events?
Thank you, Senator. It's one of the considerations that we look at under the guidelines, yes.
How much onus is put on it?
It's one of the considerations that we look at. Obviously,
Okay.
we need to satisfy ourselves.
Criteria 2 says demonstrated experience and capacity of the organisation to undertake the grant activity, including in a COVID-safe manner. Can you explain what that outlines? What it means?
Well, it means that one of the considerations we have is we look at the capability of the organisation to deliver on the project that they're applying for.
Okay, so would that mean that they would have experience in that kind of project?
They would need to have some experience in public events of some sort, I would think.
It's about the capacity to deliver. It's a fairly normal thing in a Commonwealth tendering piece.
I beg your pardon?
It's about capacity to deliver.
Okay. Are they given points for each of those criteria, which are then added together?
They are given points against each kind of area of criteria, not the individual ones, so each kind of group of criteria they're rated against.
Okay, so does that mean there's a point system? On what basis does the department make recommendations to the minister about who deserves funding? I know it was oversubscribed.
So two departmental assessors assess each grant and give it an assessment score. The Australia Council, as I said previously, also looks at the projects and provides their view, and the Creative Economy Task Force also provides strategic advice, and we then make recommendations to the Minister on the basis of that process.
So can I ask, in that context, the grant of $621,600 that went to Joy and Gregory Hamlin as part of round 5, they have, by their own admission, said that they have no experience in putting on live events. Are you able to tell us how their submission qualified for a grant under criteria 2?
Senator, I'm not sure if you're aware, but we answered that question and a whole series of questions around this morning already.
I was here, but it did intersect.
With another thing.
I understand that Senator Hanson asked some of those questions.
Well, we're happy to answer them again, but
I just wanted
those answers are there.
to unpack. Manjimup is a small town. It's struggled to put on live events of that nature in the past. Why was this particular project considered viable?
It was assessed in a normal way by two departmental assessors who provided...
And what kind of assessment would they do of whether it could be sustained?
They would look at the application and what the applicant said in their application, and they would make an assessment on that basis against the criteria.
Okay, so what assessment was done of them being able to attract both musicians and audiences given their distance from Perth?
Well, their application included details about what they would do in terms of putting on this project, the artists that they would select and support, and as well as detailed budget information and other things that are required in a normal application.
Okay. If the recipient can't deliver on that project, what mechanisms are available to the department to reclaim the taxpayer funds given to them? But equally, what's the onus on the department to ensure that it's not giving money to setups that are going to get that particular organisation into trouble?
So, Senator,
because they've been inappropriately assessed.
Well, Senator, we don't accept that. We will sign a funding contract with them in the usual way, which will bind them legally to deliver what they've said they would deliver against their application, and they will be required to report against those activities in that funding agreement, and they will be required to acquit those funds like any grantee.
Can they give the money back if they suddenly get worried that it's that the concerns that have been raised publicly are very real?
Well, they can certainly decide not to accept the grant, or they can return money if they so wish. They would get paid according to a schedule with milestones as they deliver various parts of the project.
What's the timeline for that grant? I wish them every success, but it does, I worry that, I wish them every success, but I worry for them if they're unable to acquit it, given the track record in the town of Manjimup around these kinds of events.
I think that a number of projects went to regional events, though, didn't they? I mean, I think that was...
Yes, of course, and that's a very good thing about the regional project. It's, if it was a festival over a weekend and a smaller amount of money to pull in artists, or it was a regional tour, but a weekly event every week of the year, that's a ticketed event that also claims to pull in from people from out of town. It's not really the pattern of tourism that takes place in that region.
It would be lovely if they could change it. It was something worth going to Mandurah for.
Absolutely.
I think that's a great way to attract people.
Absolutely, that would be terrific, but the department did tell me that experience is usually required in terms of an assessment of that capacity.
Well, my understanding is that the grant agreement has to be executed before any payments can be made, and the Commonwealth can recover the grants at any time.
Are you going to do the other section, please?
We'll put them on notice.
Yeah.
131.
Sorry.
We've got to give
1, 3.
If you can put them on notice, I think.
No,
Hansard and broadcasting.
131.
I beg your pardon? Is it 8.3 that we're doing now?
Yep.
The Australia Council's Take Your Seats campaign advertises to audiences to encourage them to get vaccinated. Does the department agree that high rates of vaccination are important for getting the arts sector back on its feet?
I think that high rates of vaccination are important to the reopening plan that's been agreed by National Cabinet, and the reopening plan is important to the arts sector getting back on its feet.
And every other sector.
What was the impetus for that advertising? Where did it come from? Was it the Australia Council, the department or the government?
It was an initiative of the Australia Council.
I beg your pardon?
It was an initiative of the Australia Council. Sorry, Senator.
Would the Board of Australia Council have had to authorise that advertisement?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the social media activity of an Australia Council board member, Rebecca Weiser, and I'm sorry if I haven't pronounced her name properly. She was appointed by former Senator Brandis in 2015. Her Twitter account is full of anti-vax messaging. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't, Senator.
Okay. They're messages that say things like vaccinated people are dangerous and need to be quarantined from society, medical apartheid, throwing a politician into a volcano to appease the virus was a novel solution to the novel coronavirus. Can I ask, is it consistent for an Australia Council board member, a behaviour like that, is it consistent with the Council's encouragement for audiences to get vaccinated? Well, I think the answer's obvious.
I was about to say, are you asking whether anti-vax and pro-vax are different?
Well, clearly they're inconsistent. Is there a conflict of interest in her role? Is it appropriate for a board member to be posting content like this, suggesting politicians be thrown into volcanoes and vaccinated people are dangerous?
Sorry, Senator, was that a personal Twitter feed?
Yes.
I just have to...
Yeah, we haven't seen it, Senator, so it's a bit difficult for us to comment, but obviously it's not consistent with the approach taken by the Australian Council, which is to promote vaccination.
Yeah, is there anything in the contracts for board members that would bring that behaviour into question? For example, bringing the council into disrepute?
That's the thing that I would need to just...
I beg your pardon?
I'd just need to check that on notice as to what the obligations with respect
the Australia Council board would have a code of conduct and they would be responsible for...
And noting that the Australia Council's mission is to bring audiences together, and it is a matter of public safety that we want to be able to promote vaccination in audiences. How does it serve Australia's arts community and the Australian public attending events if one of its board members gets away with saying stuff like that publicly?
That's what I'd need to just check, is that the difference between private citizens posting things and people acting in official capacities and those sorts of things. So I'll take it. I can take that on notice and have a look what the answer is.
I would. Thank you very much, Senator Pratt, and we thank the department very much for your time today. We now release you. We'll have a break, 15 minutes, and we'll be back with the NBN. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
I seem to have lost the power of speech. I'm falling over my words.
Please don't do that anymore.
Okay, I can see myself and I can see the committee room.
Yep, and we can hear you, Mr. Rue.
Oh, good.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, the committee will resume, and now we're on to the National Broadband Network. Now, it's quite late in the day, as you know, so we're taking statements to be tabled. The senators have got those, and they can ask you questions about your opening statement, which is to be tabled if they so wish.
I'd like Mr. Rue, hi, it's Kimberly Kitching. I'd like Mr. Rue's opening.
You want the statement? Yep, we want the statement. So I think we've asked for it previously, so we want the statement to be tabled. Please.
I think we have someone there, Chair, who can distribute it for us and pass it out.
I'm just checking with the Secretary. Yes, we have a
copy. Lovely.
And the statement will be circulated to senators pretty much immediately. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Now, I'm going to offer the call. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Mr. Rue. Just starting with the NBN Regional Co-Investment Fund, can you confirm the $300 million contribution from the NBN Go is coming from borrowing sourced through debt markets?
Yes, that's correct, Senator Chisholm, yes.
Okay. And how much of the co-investment fund has been spent so far?
Not a large amount, Senator. I don't know the exact amount, but not much to date.
Okay.
Has any we're talking, I'll see if I can get the answer to that, Senator, but I'd say it's $10 million, but let me just check on this, Senator. It's that sort of range of about, we'll try and get to the exact number before the evening's been.
And what is the typical co-investment split? Is it 50-50 or can it vary?
No, Senator, the way that we have set it up is that this is aimed primarily at regional and rural parts of states, whereby NBN in itself would not be able to get a very small return on investment. And because we are sourcing the funds, as you quite rightly asked from your opening question, from borrowed money, we need to make a very small rate of return. I mean, I'm talking about single digits. So the contribution for any individual project will depend upon the cost of the project and the expected economic benefit to NBN from the project. So there may be projects that would be 50-50, Senator, but I would expect that in the majority of cases, the state contribution would be greater than 50%.
Okay. And just trying to get a bit of a sense of different models that you could apply. So, for example, does the NBN Co require a different co-investment ratio for satellite to fibre from satellite to fibre to the premises than it does for fixed wireless to fibre to the premises?
Well, again, Senator, the ratio would depend upon the cost of the program. So, typically, satellite to fixed line would be more expensive than fixed wireless to fixed line because satellite typically serves those areas which are harder to reach, if you like. So I would expect typically the answer to your question would be yes, that the contribution would probably end up higher, but it would depend upon the mathematics. There's no specific requirement from NBN for one thing or another, simply that we get a very small return on investment and that the difference between, if you like, us losing money and making a small return on investment is what we're looking for the states to contribute.
Okay, and I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but earlier you said that typically the NBN would be putting more money in than what the applicants would.
No less. I'm sorry if I misled you. We'd expect greater contribution from the states than from NBN. I'm sorry if I misled you.
Okay. What's the threshold commercial rate of return that the NBN must achieve in order to co-fund a project?
Yeah, you'd be talking somewhere between 5 and 7%, Senator, that sort of range.
Okay. So you don't have a specific, it has to be above this, you've just got a range that you operate to?
It's that sort of, it depends on the time, the rates of borrowings and so on at the time, but it'll be, if you take a guide, it will be mid-single digits is what I would suggest is what we'd be looking for.
Okay. And in terms of transparency, will NBN Co be publishing details about how much it will invest and how many premises will benefit on a project-by-project basis?
I haven't thought that through, Senator. I'll have to think about that. But there's certainly, from a transparency with the states, it's in fact no program would be more transparent with the states because at the end of the day we're using NBN money and state money, and the states would expect full transparency to timing of the programs, to what premises are being built to, et cetera, et cetera. So in terms of making it available outside of the states, I haven't thought that through, Senator, but certainly within the state, it absolutely would be. I mean, I would expect there to be teams from NBN and teams from the state would be very much involved in governing programs.
Well, we'd certainly be expecting some transparency as well.
Yeah. Well, let me take that a notice and think how I address that best, Senator. Okay. Certainly.
So I was going to ask how many applications projects have been approved to date.
Yeah. So sorry, Senator. There's two types. There are state-specific agreements between NBN and the states, and we have as you're probably aware, come to arrangements with the Victorian government whereby the Victorian government has committed just over $70 million to co-invest with NBN on a range of programs over a period of multiple years, which we announced a few months ago. Can't remember the exact month, but a few months ago. So that's one program. On top of that, Senator, there's also what's called the RCIF, or that's where there is investment with the Commonwealth Government, NBN, and maybe councils, for example. In that case, I thought you might ask, so I looked this up earlier. We've actually had 174 estimates we've made, 11 quote requests, and we've committed around about $29 million to date, and that's on a range of projects across a range of states, which I can send the committee the details rather than bore you by reading them all out now.
Okay. And by nature of the way this fund works, each of those projects will be profitable to some level to the NBN.
That's correct, Senator, because of our requirement to make return, given that we're borrowing. That's exactly right.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
But minimum, Senator,
Thanks,
I should stress.
I'm just going to keep the timers going so people know where they're up to, and it's really up to you. Where am I going next? Senator Pratt?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Rees, Senator Urquhart, on her behalf, I'm asking some questions about non-responses to some questions on notice.
Right.
Question on notice 215 from budget estimates. This question asked, when are all brownfield premises going to have access to a minimum speed of 25 megabits per second? In answering this question, they referred to question on notice number 27, which did not answer that specific question. So again, now I'd like to ask, and given there's an expectation that NBN Co believes it's answered this, I'm sure you'll hopefully be in a position to tell me in what year will all brownfield premises have access to a minimum speed of 25 megabits per second as required by Australian law and the Statement of Expectations.
So Senator, if I could just ask one of my team if they could send me the question on notice. But I guess when I look at that, I'm probably going to respond. I'll take that on notice again, Senator, to answer the question. But let me see what we've responded.
Okay.
Again, I'll get this to me, Senator. But
I might be able to...
for now, I'll take that on notice. I'm just waiting for it to come
Question
through.
3909 asked NBN Co to provide the number of premises that would receive on-demand FTTP access for each of the publicly announced locations. And NBN Co answered, however, the response from the Minister, this is the information that NBN Co has, however, the response from the Minister to the Quan referred back to an NBN press release which did not provide a breakdown of premises by each announced location and had nothing to do with what the question on notice requested. So this question on notice will be lodged again.
Yeah.
Are you able to confirm that you can provide a response
Well,
this time for each announced location?
Senator, what I can tell you is I'll talk to the team and see how they've responded and why they've responded that way, and we will respond to your question.
Okay, perhaps you can loop back towards the end of the hearing to tell us.
It's probably going to be hard to do that in the next hour.
Question
but I'll
on
do my
notice
best.
102 from budget estimates asked questions clarifying figures contained in the 2013 NBN strategic review pertaining to scenario 2. The department responded by saying questions related to the 2013 strategic review should be directed to NBN Co Limited. Why wasn't this question on notice transferred to NBN Co for response?
I don't know the answer to that question, Senator. Again, I'd have to... That sounds like question for the department, or maybe it was sent to us. I don't know, Senator. And we attempt to be very diligent in answering all these questions. So if it was sent to us, I'm sure we would have, but I honestly don't know. I haven't heard of that. Again, I'll ask my team if they can send me through by email some of this, Senator. I may be able to help you.
Okay. In terms of the rough range of cost per premises that you have seen to date for the fibre upgrades in the fixed wireless footprint, what's the rough range of those costs?
Is this a question on notice, Senator?
No,
or
sorry,
is this
separate now.
is this a separate?
Sorry, it's been a
separate-
long day. It's a new question.
No, that's okay. I was just confused. Sorry, could you repeat that again? I thought that was a question on notice. Sorry. So
No, I apologise. It's my fault. The rough
No,
range of
no.
cost per premises you've seen to date for fibre upgrades in the fixed wireless footprint?
Catherine, would you have any? Could you help? I think we'll have to take that on notice, Senator. But maybe Catherine might be able to.
Yes, we will, Stephen. I don't have those figures at hand.
Are the applications as part of the regional co-investment purely for fixed wireless to fibre to the premises, or are you also getting applications for fixed wireless to fibre to the curb?
And no, they, to the best of my knowledge, they've either been satellite to fixed wireless, or or satellite to fibre to the premise, or fixed wireless to fibre to the premise. I don't recall ever seeing.
Okay, so
a request.
fixed wireless or satellite to fibre to the premise? Sorry,
Yeah, either satellite to fibre to the premise, or fixed wireless to fibre to the premise,
Okay.
or satellite to fixed wireless.
Okay, but not
Catherine,
fixed
again,
wireless
I'll
to
just
the curb.
check with Catherine. Have you seen anything different, Catherine?
No, I haven't. That's correct, Stephen.
Yeah.
Why would NBN Co require a return of between 5 to 7% when your cost of borrowing is below that?
Because an appropriate rate of return when you mix a combination of equity and debt would be in and around that range. It's not just a return on debt, it would also be a return on equity, because there's alternate ways that money can be spent, which is why you look at a minimum return on both equity and debt.
Yes, but as a government-owned agency, that's still the parameter that...
Yeah, but you have to
into it.
consider, but Sandra Pratt, you have to consider that there would be alternate uses of funds as well that could be used somewhere else. The reason why you use a weighted average cost of capital would be to take into account that the money could be spent on alternate programs. So it's not just a return on borrowing you look at. It's in and that's why I said to Senator Chisholm earlier that it's a range, because it depends upon movements in weighted average cost of capital over time. But that's the sort of return which does reflect the fact that NBN is 100% owned by the government, because if we were a privately owned enterprise, we would have a higher threshold, I am sure.
Okay, so you reckon 5 to 7% is low enough
That's sort
for
of
a
range,
government
minimum.
owned?
That approximately that, Senator, yes.
So as a government-owned enterprise, you can't go any lower than that, you still reckon?
Well, because we believe that there is because the appropriate way economically to measure these things is to look at what would be what I just said earlier, Senator, weighted average cost of capital. So you've got to take into both debt and equity, and that's about that sort of number is about right, Senator.
Is the 5 to 7% as a rate of return, is that the rate you require on the fibre overbuild of the copper network?
We've looked at over the long term what would be the best economic outcome, Senator. We would not necessarily use that for a longer-term, higher investment program, we may use alternate rates of return, Senator. Again, I'm not, because of the fact that we are borrowing money internationally, I'm not really at a liberty to talk about the sort of rates of returns. But certainly for the programs in regional Australia where we're co-investing with states, we've always said we look for minimum return. Don't assume that's the return for other investments.
What are your alternative rates of return?
It could be a range, Senator. It depends.
Are you able to table those later?
No, Senator, because it gets to
Okay.
It gets to the broader issue that we have, which is as we're borrowing on international markets, we need to be very careful around about future forecasts.
Thank you. I think.
Senator Sheldon? Senator Kitching?
Yes, okay. Thank you.
I think very patient man.
I'm a patient man.
Very patient man. It's good to have patience.
It is, patience is a virtue.
I don't know how you do it.
Good evening, Mr. Rue and Ms. Dyer.
Good evening.
Good evening, and Mr. Whitcomb. Could I ask, could you describe for me what a field-based safety worker in the NBN is?
Yeah, I'll ask Catherine to talk to that.
Thanks, Ms. Dyer.
So we have, if we're specifically talking about field-based health and safety officers, we have those within NBN, but our senior field technicians are qualified to do health and safety.
Sorry, Ms. Dyer, I just missed a little bit of that sentence. Sorry, what? It was just.
Sorry, I think your question was asking me about health and safety officers working in the field of NBN. So we have various members of the NBN field team who have health and safety qualifications, and we also have health and safety representatives that work through our delivery partners as well.
Okay, thank you. What was agile training conducted by NBN Co HR department?
Sorry, Senator Kitchen, I'm sorry, Catherine seems to have disappeared.
No, I can see her. I know. I think it's Dyer.
She's back.
Yeah, sorry, I was here, Stephen. In relation to that question, agile-based training related to the field, I'm not sure if that question was related to the field because, to my knowledge, been agile-based training to the field. So, is the question more general
Can I ask
nature?
you, did it take place in Sydney in August 2020?
Agile-based training for the field.
Yes.
I would need to check that, but not to my knowledge.
Okay. Does agile training have a syllabus?
I would need to take that on notice because I'm not aware of agile-based training being utilised. If the question,
it wasn't done in the field. It was done in an office.
For the field staff, is
Yes.
that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll need to look into that because I'm not aware of it.
It was done. So agile training, or as I think you're calling it agile-based training, but agile training was done in an office in Sydney, I think probably in August last year.
Right, okay. I will absolutely take that on notice because I...
Can you help, Senator Kitchen, with the information? Is that from a question we've answered, or is...
No, I've got some of those coming up, but no, this wasn't. But I understood that you knew about it. But if I can have the syllabus and if I can have a copy of the full syllabus tabled or taken on notice, that would be good.
Sure.
As part of this training, so maybe I'll just ask Ms. Dyer, do you run agile training or agile-based training in the HR department?
I will have to take that on notice.
You don't know what's in, do You're the Chief Operating Officer, but you have HR in your remit?
No, I don't, but, and I'm not aware of agile-based training being utilised in the field, but
No, it wasn't
absolutely-
you. It wasn't in the field. It wasn't done in the field. It was done in an office in Sydney.
But focused on the field workforce or just focused on...
I was hoping you could tell me, because I know that it was done for field-based safety officers, safety workers, but it was probably done maybe for others.
If we could take that on notice, because I don't have HR reporting into my area, but absolutely we can check that for.
So if you can tell me, so you agile-based training or agile training, I'll go to Mr. Rue. So you don't know what that is, Mr. Rue?
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. I mean, clearly agile is a way of operating organizations where you think about doing an end-to-end process where you quickly put, for example, code into production and test it for a while, and then you keep going. That's sort of agile, but I'm not sure
would it help?
I'm not aware of.
Would it help
training.
Would it help if I told you that as part of this training there was a component that involved playing with Lego?
No, Mr. Brad, do you?
That
No, Senator.
NBN co-workers undertook training that involved playing with Lego.
I'm not familiar with that at all. That doesn't mean there wasn't a training program where, Lego was used as a prop of some sort, but I'm not familiar with it.
No, I think it was using Lego to build things. And my understanding was that you were unimpressed with it.
That I was unimpressed with it.
Yes.
I'm at a loss, Senator. Maybe again, I'll ask my colleagues who are listening if they could remind me, but I'm not
I think
familiar.
maybe Ms. Kincaid knows something.
Okay.
Would she be listening?
I'm not sure. If she is, she might tell me.
Because maybe you can take on or ask Ms. Kincaid while we're here this evening, who ran the Agile training course? What was the cost of Agile training for 2020? My understanding is it was over $200,000. Was the training cut short early? And if yes, why? Were field-based safety workers involved in this training? And how many? How many were flown in from different parts of Australia to take part in the training? Were any complaints or displeasure from this cohort recorded regarding the training? My understanding is that some people were unimpressed that they were playing with Lego. How many field-based safety workers were there at the start of 2020? And how many are there currently? NBN conducts a staff survey entitled Great Place to Work survey. Is this correct?
Yep. Yes, we do. It's an engagement survey. It's a standard
Yes.
engagement survey that we do annually, Senator, yes.
What was the average overall satisfaction score for the last survey?
76%, I think.
What was
Just
the
check that.
average? What was the average overall? Oh, sorry, what was that?
I think it was 76%, Senator. I'll just make sure that's right.
Okay, thank you. What was the average overall satisfaction score for the HR department? My understanding is it was significantly lower.
I don't have that, Senator.
Can
But broadly, departments were pretty similar.
Mr. Rue, would Ms. Kincaid be listening to this, do you think? Or did she?
I don't. I honestly don't know.
So I'd like the average overall. Sorry, what was that?
Sorry. But I'll have to take that Agile on note. I think you had about 5 or 6 questions on Agile. We'll take that on notice, Senator.
And I'd like the average overall satisfaction score for the HR department.
Yeah, I think it was broadly the same as the company, but I'll go and check that.
Actually, and if you can divide the other section, I'd like the other sections of NBN Co's overall satisfaction score as well.
Yeah, well, let us take that on notice then.
Yeah. My understanding is the HR department is lower than the overall satisfaction survey, overall satisfaction score. Now, can I quickly just ask you some questions on in the financial year ended 30 June 2020, you held a virtual event for all staff to mark the completion of the volume rollout. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you engage media personality Jessica Rowe to appear at this virtual event?
Yes, we did.
What was she engaged to do at the event?
She basically coordinated, again, on a virtual basis, the questions to myself and the executive team.
So the whole executive team, or to you principally?
And it was the whole executive team. Clearly, I had a large part to play, but it wasn't just about me. It was about, as I said, the executive team.
Okay. How much was she paid?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
My understanding is it's about $100,000. Now,
okay, let me take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. On the 3rd of December 2020, I lodged a series of questions on notice. And for your reference and for Hansard, it was question number 2386, which included a question as to whether in financial year 1920, NBN Co, and I quote, engaged, employed or hired the services of an entertainer, including but not limited to musicians, performers and DJs. And I asked, if so, who was engaged, employed or hired, for what purposes and at what cost? Now that's a pretty specific question, and I did not get a specific answer back. And what I got back was, over the years, here it is, NBN Co does, from time to time, engage external professionals for employee engagement or education purposes. Why couldn't you just have given me the name of Ms. Rowe?
I'm not sure that, again, Senator, I'll have to look at the question, but it doesn't seem that that fits what you said, an entertainer, a musician. I mean, she's a professional, if you like, interviewer. I'm not sure it fits the category.
But you could have mentioned in that was in terms of entertainment, you were running a function, a virtual function at which she was engaged for that virtual function.
I wouldn't call that entertainment, Senator. The company had gone through an extremely long period of building out the network.
But don't you usually,
the end of,
would you not have had a party? Would you not have had a party and in fact you had a virtual party?
Well, a virtual party simply means, Senator, I wouldn't call it a party. We simply had an hour with staff, an hour and a half with staff.
And you paid Ms. Rowe $100,000 for an hour's work. Senator,
again, we'll take that on notice, but we wouldn't have paid anything like that. This was a information, if you like, end of build session with staff who have been through years of building out a network across the nation, and thank goodness we did.
Mr. Rowe, in another question, in question number 2386, I asked, in each of the 2018-19, 2019-20, 2021 financial year to date, because this question was December last year, has NBN Co engaged, employed or hired the services of an events planner? If so, who was engaged, employed or hired, for what purpose and at what cost? Now, I think you said that Ms. Rowe coordinated, etc., reported to you. That sounds like an events planner. Even if you don't agree with that, Mr. Rowe, what you responded to was engage, NBN Co does from time to time engage external professionals for employee engagement or education purposes. You have just called Ms. Rowe a professional person, etc. So why wasn't her name listed in your response? Your own response, or not your response, but in the section who does it, and now I understand that you have quite a lot of people answering questions on notice, why didn't you respond to this properly?
We actually don't have a lot of people answering questions,
Well,
but we do coordinate it through the company, to be fair. But Sandra, I think my people try to answer the question that's asked. And as you can see, we answer the question around...
why didn't you give me a cost?
You asked about event planner and you asked around other things, and we simply said that...
That's right.
You know,
I also asked motivational
yes.
speaker. I asked business and executive coach. I asked whether you hired the services of a media personality. And the response I get back is NBN Co from time to time does engage external professionals for employee engagement or education purposes. Don't fudge in your responses to my questions on notice, Mr. Rue, and it's not the first time we have had this discussion.
I don't think there's an attempt, Senator, to fudge. I'm sorry. There's an attempt, if you feel that way. That's not the intent. The intent is to answer the questions the way
Would you say that Ms. Rowe...
The best we can.
I also asked you whether you engaged a social media influencer. So a social media influencer, media personality, business or executive coach, motivational speaker, entertainer, events planner, events designer or event stylist, the services of a marketing agency, the services of a business development agency. I asked you about celebratory events. None of that elicited Ms. Rowe's name, nor the amount of money you spent in any of those questions. So why was I given no costs?
I think, Sandra, we've answered the question in the sense that we do employ professionals from time to time. We're not suggesting we don't.
So why couldn't I be given an answer including cost, which I asked for?
Well, it sounds like the question is a broad question, Sandra.
No, it wasn't a broad question at all.
If you want to ask a specific question, we'll see to answer it.
Mr. Rue, did you engage, employ or hire the services of a media personality? Did you engage or employ or hire the services of a business or executive coach, motivational speaker, entertainer, events planner, events designer or events stylist, marketing agency, business development agency? I was given no cost. They are very specific questions. I gave you a specific financial year. No response.
Well, Sandra, again, let me take that back. Let me take that another.
It's question number 2386, and I'd like it answered properly.
Okay.
Thank you.
All good. Senator Sheldon, I'm having trouble with my voice, but Senator Sheldon.
Good, thank you, Chair. And good evening to everybody. I'm pleased you're all here with us. Ms Dyer, according to NBN Co's 2021 annual report, your base salary in 2020 was $777,303, and in 2021 your base salary was $986,489. That's an increase in your base salary of 20% in the last year. Is that correct?
Sandra, I think I should answer that rather than if that's okay.
No, I'm asking Ms Dyer. It's not okay.
The witness should answer the question.
Well, I think I'm allowed to answer the question.
Well, I can actually ask the questions to people I'm asking the question to. It is concerning Ms Dyer. It would be appropriate for Ms Dyer to answer it. If you want to add something in, I appreciate that you may do that after Ms Dyer answers it. It's going to be a long night. We're going to be here until,
Okay.
Well, it's just normally people don't talk.
So the witness is required to answer the question. The witness can refer the question to a senior officer. So that is the standing order in this case. So please answer the question.
Ms Dyer.
Yes, that's correct, as published in the annual report.
Thank you. And you received a bonus of $225,000, is that correct?
I haven't got the annual report in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
And a total remuneration package of $1,380,000. Is that correct?
I will have to look at the annual report, but if that's what's published, then that's what I was paid.
Now, this raises the question of whether the taxpayer is getting value for money. You received an annual pay of $1.38 million to run the operations of NBN Co. But as you've revealed in responses to questions on notice filed just a few hours before, responded to, questions on notice filed just a few hours before your appearance here, about the actual, any actual NBN technicians and what they're getting paid, and you said you don't know. I wanted to turn to question on notice IQ 21 0000112. I asked whether the New South Wales NBN, I asked whether NBN audits the pay NBN technicians receive or the amount withheld by middlemen. You said on both accounts, I quote, no. Is that correct?
So is the question related about the contracting model and prime contractors holding money back from the subcontractors, or is I'm just a little bit unclear of the question, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll turn to the question on what was on notice IQ 21 0000112. I asked whether NBN Co audits the pay of NBN technicians and what they receive, or the amount withheld by middlemen, and you said on both accounts, I quote, no. That's still correct?
That is correct, yes.
I want to turn to question on notice IQ 21 0000113. I asked about claims made by NBN technicians that their rates of pay for some jobs had not changed for 5 or even 10 years. You said that you don't know and suggested I ask delivery partners. So why is the Australian taxpayers stumping up $1.38 million per year for a head of operations who can't tell me if their workforce, lowly paid technicians carrying out NBN work, hasn't seen they haven't seen a pay increase for 10 years?
Our agreement is with our delivery partners. So we manage the contractual relationship with our delivery partners. The delivery partners use various forms of engaging a workforce, as you would have recently heard in the recent committee. So many of them will employ technicians directly. Many of them will have subcontracting workforce, and that is a matter for the delivery partners. And as we've discussed before, some technicians want to work more and work longer days and have different skills, and therefore get paid a different rate. And other technicians don't have the same skills or work in different areas or don't want to do as many jobs and get paid a different rate. So there's no one size fits all. And just to further explain my answer.
So you're not able to confirm, even though evidence has been given and you haven't checked to see that some had not received pay increases for 5 or 10 years?
We monitor the delivery partners, commercial rates with delivery partners. We also have an annual pricing review, and we do shift with the market in consultation and commercial arrangements with our delivery partners. So that's how they then engage their workforce and how they in fact pay their workforce.
Mr. Dyer, thank you. You said that virtually before, and you have said that in previous evidence at estimates inquiries. What I'm actually asking about, have you done an audit of people that are carrying out NBN work, technicians working for those delivery partners? Have you carried out an audit yet, or have you not?
We conduct audits with our delivery partners, and our audit regime looks at various things. It could be the payments and how delivery partners are paying their contractors. It could be quality audits. It could be security audits. There's a range of audits we do with our delivery partners, and that's who we're contracted with to perform the works for NBN.
Well, I've asked questions on notice IQ 21000112. I just want to work out where this, there seems to be a conflict with what the evidence you just gave. I asked whether NBN co-audits the pay NBN technicians receive or the amount withheld by middlemen. You said on both counts, I quote, no, and I asked if that's correct, and I understood you said yes, that is correct. So you're now saying to me that you do audit whether there's pay increases for technicians. Now, there's small business people that we've seen horrendous information and evidence given over a number of months now about how they're highly exploited, they're poorly paid, there's drug use, drug buying, selling for jobs, a whole series of accusations about potential corruption, and you're saying you haven't done an audit on a very fundamental question, and that is about whether the large number of technicians that are doing work for you have received a pay increase. Is that correct?
Sheldon, I understand your question, and my answer is the same, which is we do conduct audits, but we conduct audits with the delivery partner who we have the contract with, and we, again, they make a statutory declaration to us in relation to their compliance with the agreement with NBN, the way they pay their technicians. But
Ms. Dyer, if you don't, I'll just interrupt you for a moment. I'll let you go back to what you're saying if you really have a deep desire to do it. But can I just say that's an answer you've already given me. What I'm saying about, do you audit? And if you don't audit, then just say you don't audit. Do you audit those people that are paying, that haven't received a wage increase in 5 to 10 years? Are you aware of those accusations? And do you do an audit?
We don't audit the end payment of the delivery partner workforce. We audit the delivery partner, not their payments to their workforce.
Thank you. Ms. Dyer, is it appropriate that you received a 27% salary increase last year while NBN technicians are getting the same rates for some jobs as they were 5 or 10 years ago?
I don't comment on my salary. I did start.
Well, I have.
Role. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you want me to say, but I can't comment on my salary.
Senator Sheldon.
Mr. Roux, just hang on for a sec. This is a follow-up question, Ms. Dyer. Look, I'm asking a very straightforward question. Is it appropriate that you received a 27% salary increase last year while NBN technicians are getting the same rates for the same jobs as they were 5 or 10 years ago? Either yes or no.
Sorry, Senator Sheldon. Does your performance package get rewarded for your contractors containing their costs to NBN Co? In other words, if they keep the wages of their workers down and therefore decrease costs to NBN Co, do your performance bonuses go up?
That's not a metric for me. As part of my my at-risk component of salary.
So, but surely that's part of a performance metric in terms of the costs of contractors. And if that's not a metric, on what basis do you work so hard to keep those costs of those contractors down so that their workers haven't had a wage increase in 10 years?
There's overall financial metrics as part of that risk component of our pay. But just sort of circling back to what Senator Sheldon was asking about in relation to those technicians, we are in a very vibrant market, and certainly it's a very vibrant employment market for those skilled technicians. And we see technicians able to work for different delivery partners in multiple sectors. So again, I think through the attraction of that workforce by the delivery partners, I've got to believe, because all of our metrics and the way we perform our work are performing at the expected levels. So I do have to believe that the commercial arrangements that exist between a delivery partner and their workforce is functioning.
Can I just ask at this stage, how are we going with this?
Well, depending on how clear the answers will get, hopefully we'll be finished sometime before 11.
I've got a series.
Okay, so who else? Can I just ask who else has questions? Just so I'm not really sure where we're
Well,
up
I
to.
want to ask Mr Rue if he's confirmed whether Ms Kincaid is listening or not.
I have no message from Ms Kincaid.
So
Senator
you've
Kitchen.
texted her?
No, but my team would have done it, Senator. I'm concentrating on
And she
the
hasn't
hearing.
responded?
I haven't. My team haven't indicated that she's responded.
Really? So she just, does she think it's just a 9 to 5 job?
Oh no, Ms Kincaid works many hours. Senator.
Well, not
I
tonight.
assure you. Yeah.
Not tonight.
Yeah, she regularly works weekends and.
Yeah, but not tonight. And she must have known you were coming to estimates. You might have thought she was just a mite curious about what might be asked.
Senator, I honestly don't know what Ms Kincaid is doing at 10:22.
She knows what you are doing, Mr Rue. She knows what you're doing tonight. Won't be a
She
surprise,
knows
and she
I'm
can't
at-
be bothered listening.
I don't know if she is listening or not, Senator.
No,
Chair,
you don't
can
have a
I-
message back
Now,
from
I'm
her.
just trying to get a sense from my colleagues as to how many more lines of inquiry we might have.
I've got a line of inquiry about.
And Senator Kitchen, do you have further lines?
Well, I would like Mr Rue to tell me if Ms Kincaid eventually responds to a text message from her work.
Okay, and if not, you don't have any of it. It sounds like you've got more.
Yeah, I've got more on this.
Okay,
subject.
so I'm in your hands. I mean, would you like to finish your? Okay, Senator Sheldon. Sorry, would you like to make a comment, Mr Rue?
I would, Chair, if I could.
Okay.
I just simply want to make the point that Ms Dyer was in a different role this year from the previous year. She was in a role that it was a much more significantly, much larger job. It is not a like-for-like comparison whereby she took on the Chief Operating Officer role, she took on the operation teams and in addition to the work that she was already responsible for.
Okay, thanks.
I just simply want to make that point.
Thanks, Mr. Rue. I think at this late hour, I mean, the cleaner and simpler the answers can be, I think would aid the committee's deliberation. So you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Just note that you've said that there's a vibrant, Ms Dyer, there's a vibrant market out there. Well, you're aware that they're using Gumtree and other platforms flooding the market with unskilled contractors through middlemen. Are you aware of that, or is that something? I think you've told us you don't audit.
I'm unaware of that example.
So you are aware of it or not aware of it?
I'm not aware of it.
Not aware of it.
Well, it's quite clear that ignorance is splendid in the circumstances of when people are getting ripped off. And for many, many months now, you've been receiving advice about these small business people struggling. Doesn't NBN control the market through the tendering process? Therefore, you would know clearly technician rates haven't moved in years.
The modelling we do with our delivery partners and the engagement we do is based on work activities, which the delivery partners respond to under a commercial framework. So we engage with multiple delivery partners. So it's quite common in the industry, the model that we're talking about. It's not something unusual that NBN has set up. So again,
they
it
rip
is.
people off in various places, you're very right. And they don't take responsibility for those that are getting ripped off. So I want to ask you this question. This is to you, Minister. Earlier today, we heard the Australian Post had paid bonuses of $171.4 million during COVID-19. Now, we've also heard that Ms Davies, the Australian Post General Manager of People and Culture, was given a 92% pay increase. We've heard that NBN Co has paid out bonuses of $124.5 million during COVID-19, and Ms Dyer was given a 27% wage increase and with a 225% $100,000 bonus on top. And at both Star Track and the evidence we've received and NBN, we've heard workers haven't had a pay rise in years. Does that pass the pub test?
Senator, I think we've already been through this morning. Remuneration paid by government business enterprises is entirely a matter for their respective boards. NBN Co operates in a competitive commercial environment, and they have to attract and they have to retain the right staff with the necessary skills and expertise to manage those complex telecommunications and logistics businesses. However, government-owned businesses must also meet government and public expectations about appropriate compensation, and that's exactly why the Morrison government recently released new guidelines for all Commonwealth entities for the appropriate use of performance bonuses and other at-risk remuneration incentives. And this will apply from the financial year 2021 to 2022 and onwards. That guidance follows the review of performance bonus arrangements that were commissioned by then Assistant Minister Ben Morton, and makes clear the government's expectation that the Commonwealth entities and companies should exercise rigour and restraint in the use of performance bonus payments.
So can I just then just take you to, and I've taken you here before, but in light of the evidence we've received today, and you did make a point earlier today that evidence would need to be given by Australia Post and NBN, and there was a report on the 18th of February 2021 where a journalist asked Minister Fletcher, are you comfortable with NBN Co paying out $80 million in bonuses during the pandemic? Is that within the government's expectations of those matters? And Paul Fletcher, Minister Fletcher, can I make a number of points, he said. Firstly, a substantial proportion of those bonuses were paid to frontline staff. But we're hearing now on two major occasions, both at Star Track and NBN, that's not happening.
I'm sorry, is there a question?
Well, the question's this, and that is that, the question is this, and if you've got a situation where you've got people not getting paid increases, the NBN Co receiving numerous complaints over many, many months and arguably years, certainly publicly over many, many months, haven't investigated the middlemen taking percentages off technicians, haven't investigated what technicians are getting paid, won't investigate whether they've been not received an increase for 5 or 10 years, whilst they're paying themselves hundreds of millions of dollars worth of bonuses over this period of time. So the question is, does that pass the pub test?
Well, Senator, I can only reiterate that that NBN, as is Australia Post, are both government business enterprises. Their remuneration is entirely a matter for their boards. As you would well know, NBN was set up as a government business enterprise with this remuneration option available to them by a Labor government. This government has not changed that. In fact, this government has instead issued guidance around performance bonus arrangements commissioned by then Assistant Minister Ben Morton that makes clear that this government's expectations about Commonwealth entities and companies and how they should use rigour and restraint in the use of performance bonus payments.
Good, thank you. Mr Fletcher very stridently said, as I've said, a substantial proportion of those bonuses were to be paid to frontline staff. Are you concerned that that's not happening in these circumstances with Star Track employees and the NBN workers?
Well, I have seen no evidence to the effect that there aren't performance bonus payments being paid to frontline staff. You haven't presented anything, you haven't tabled anything. Perhaps you're talking about the other committee that you've used to prosecute this ideological position. Now, I understand that's what you're doing.
I just find that, to say this is an ideological position when workers have not received a pay increase for 2 years, that's ideological. And then you're saying that technicians who have not been paid for 10 years, small business operators, that are getting their amounts of money they get paid clipped by these middlemen, that's just ideology? Well, I'll tell you what, that's ideology that I turn around and very happily accept.
And no evidence to NBN and no evidence to Australia Post that is in fact the case today.
NBN Co, well, that's actually untrue, Minister.
Perhaps you can ask
NBN Co
whether that
has
is true.
received evidence to that effect. They received the evidence, they haven't investigated, they haven't audited, and just as you're saying, it doesn't matter.
Okay, order.
That's not what I said at all. In fact, I said that this government...
Order. We have half an hour remaining. I'm very happy to spend the time getting through the questions that you have to the NBN Co. And if you want to take up the time, it's up to you. So
I'll just go quickly.
So where are we up to? So
I'll go quickly to it, and maybe we can get short, concise answers to these questions.
Yeah, can I emphasise that we're just looking for, direct, clear, frank answers to the questions?
Thanks, Chair. During a recent Senate estimates hearing, NBN Co indicated it engaged KPMG to audit its pyramid contracting arrangements and to provide line-of-sight traceability for payments flowing from NBN to subcontractors. Is that correct?
I'll answer that, Senator. We have engaged an independent group to conduct a review of our operating model with our delivery partners. But specifically, I think it was about pyramid contracting. That wasn't the brief. That's not what we're looking into.
Well, let's just go to whilst we're dancing around, let's go to this next question. Was that audit commenced after the $75 per job supplement payment?
The review was actually initiated, and I'd have to get the exact date, back in, I think, the end of March. So we actually commenced our review back then. So it was prior to the $75 rate being introduced.
So I can put to you that this payment NBN Co introduced in recognition of the fact that it had been caught out cutting payment rates and had resulted in widespread strikes. Is that correct?
The issue that no, that's not correct, if you want me to be concise.
So there wasn't strikes, there wasn't action, there wasn't small business people that were complaining and taking action against NBN Co?
The underlying issue relates to the implementation of a new workflow system and a new IT system. What we did pick up is some contractors in the field were having difficulty in utilising the new app. What that meant was when they were in the field, they were unsure what rates they could claim. They were unsure of some of the processes. How that manifested for some subcontractors in the field was they couldn't work out what they could claim in the app. So the $75 interim enablement fee...
Ms Dyer, you are going over ground you've already given me. So I just want to go to another question, and we've short of time, concise answers would be of assistance. Did KPMG audit examine the flow of payments before the $75 per job supplement? In other words, did KPMG examine the period when subcontractors experienced a rate cut of up to 30% in their payment rates?
What the review covered was, as I've said previously, was traceability from the previous contracting rates to the new contracting rates. That was what was examined.
This is getting very, very difficult to get clear answers here. Has KPMG provided you with an interim report?
We do have a report related to the overall enablement and implementation.
You're able to make that available to the committee?
To answer you in a short way, I'll take that question on notice.
Mr Rue, Labor understands that there were discussions within NBN Co whereby the KPMG audit was referred to as an exercise which has been, and I quote, designed to disappear up its own backside. Were you present at a meeting where the KPMG audit was referred to in this matter?
I've never heard that, Senator.
How much is NBN Co paying for the KPMG report?
I don't have that with me, Senator. We'll take that on notice.
Which partner is leading the work?
Catherine?
Mark Tim.
How many consultants do KPMG have on this project?
It's the review that we are completing is based on a review period. So again, I couldn't answer that directly of how many people are looking at all the elements of the review.
Can you take that on notice? Have KPMG...
Yeah.
Can you take that on notice? Thank you. Have KPMG met with the union?
As part of the review, part part of the interview process was a number of technicians were invited to take part and provide interview feedback. And based on that, the subcontractors could have brought a union representative to those meetings, but obviously we wanted that to be absolutely confidential in nature, so I don't have that detail whether union members turned up to those meetings.
I'm not talking about confidential meetings. I'm talking about, has there been a reach out to the elected leaders of the union that represent those NBN technicians? Has there been a reach out by KPMG to them?
I would need to get that on notice.
Well, I've got to say, I mean, goodness me, you're the one in charge of it. Obviously, taking it on notice means that we're going to delay it as long as we can. And the shutters have gone down. What proportion of the original NBN payment rate did the KPMG audit find Tier 1 delivery partners were holding onto before Unify?
I'm not sure that the report didn't look at that specifically, and that's something that we don't have insight into, because we were obviously reviewing the rates that we pay our subcontractor.
What proportion of the original NBN payment rate did the KPMG audit find Tier 1 delivery partners were holding onto after the Unify system was implemented?
We don't look at that. We look at the rates that we're paying our delivery partner, or our subcontractor being the delivery partner. That's what we review. We look at what we pay according to our contract and the work performed.
What proportion of the original NBN payment rate did the KPMG audit find primes were holding onto before Unify?
I apologise, Senator, but it's the exact same answer as the previous two answers. We review the amount that we pay our delivery partners.
Did KPMG audit that in the context, and this is the case of, just jump back one. What proportion of the original NBN payment rate did the KPMG audit find was flowing through to frontline workers and small business contractors?
Senator, our review is focused on our contract with our delivery partners. It's up to the delivery partners how they've got their own direct workforce, or whether they have subcontractors or the arrangements they've got. That is a matter for the delivery partners, not for NBN.
Did KPMG audit that in the context of payments that were being made under the new system prior to the 75 supplement payment?
The review that we've conducted, Senator, specifically looked at our contract with the delivery partners and what we're paying them over the life cycle, if you like, and the change from one contract to another. So the review actually looked at our agreement with delivery partners.
Is the $75 supplement still in place, and has it been extended several times? Is that correct?
The $75 interim fee is still in place, and we've recently engaged on that matter. We have been, and it has been extended. So what we've again consulted with our delivery partners, and we have provided information to the industry, is we will advise them as we look to progressively remove or reduce that payment as we continue to further implement improvements in the system and process, so we can be really confident, Senator, and I think this is a really important point, so we can be confident that technicians understand the rates that they can claim, and we're sure that they're being paid fairly.
So, Ms. Dyer, your prior evidence to the Senate was as follows, and you said, as I said earlier, and this is evidence to the estimates. As I said earlier, because we've recognised how a task has gone from one contract to another and from one IT system to another for contractors, we are doing that line of sight now to compare in looking at what the techs are seeing. We don't believe that inherently there is a problem. Ms. Dyer, if there's no inherent problem, why did you introduce the $75 payment, and why has it been extended? Isn't that an admission that there has been a big problem?
Senator, what we're working through, and what, you know, as any business would do when they implement a new system or process, is continue to do, review and improve. So nothing's ever set and doesn't further improve. What that recognised was that in the field, the way some technicians experienced the app, they were unsure of what rates they could claim. So if you're a technician in the field and you were unsure of what items you could add on, how you could experience that is that you were getting a reduced pay. We recognise that. So we did give subcontractors, now delivery partners, the option. So for technicians that absolutely could work out, navigate and
Mr.
understand
if it helps, you
items.
have given this evidence before at estimates, so I just might go to the next question. Has NBN Co examined whether the pre-supplement payment rates flowing through to subcontractors represent, for technicians, a fair return on labour and capital?
The intent of the interim enablement was very much focused on technicians that were unable or needed additional assistance and being able to work through what rates they could claim. But for those technicians that couldn't work it out, we do feel and we do believe that that is balancing up for those technicians as we continue to simplify the process and roll out further improvements. And we're making great progress on that front.
Can you give me the calculation of what, take this on notice if you haven't got it there handy, what you consider as a fair return on labour and capital, and the rise and fall formula you use for that?
I'm certainly happy to take that on notice, but the way our agreement is with our delivery partners, we pay them to perform certain work and activities. That is costed out. That exercise that you're asking is costed more fully by our delivery partners. So again, I will take that on notice, but the response will come back in that format.
I'm conscious we're about to adjourn, so I think we have one final set. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Is the HFC capable of delivering gigabit speeds?
It's capable of delivering up to gigabit speeds, Central, not up to gigabit speeds.
Up to. So it's not consistently capable of delivering gigabit speeds?
Brad, do you want to? Brad's been quiet, Senator. I might let Brad talk, because otherwise he won't have answered any. Brad, do you want to
I
talk
guess
to
what
that?
you're saying is sometimes it doesn't intrinsically always deliver that. So the answer.
Let Mr. Wickham give an answer, Senator Pratt.
Yeah, Senator Pratt, the HFC network is a shared network, quite similar to, say, the mobile network that you're on right now. So in the event that there's an unexpectedly large number of people using that network at the same time, then in that case, you may not get that full gigabit speed. But we are engineering it for the up to the gigabit speed.
Did you mislead Minister Fletcher when he told the National Press Club that fibre to the curb would be used to deliver gigabit speeds?
We never mislead anybody, Senator.
The Minister said NBN will commit 100 million to speed uplift for the 1.5 million homes served. This will give them access to gigabit speeds through the enablement of GFast capability by 2023. Was that statement accurate and based on advice from NBN Co?
I think at the time, Senator, we were considering multiple ways in which we could upgrade the fibre to the curb network, which gives currently 100 megabit per second speed to enable it to give up to 1 gigabit speed. And that could be done in either using GFast, or it can be done with replacing with fibre to the premise. We concluded recently that it would be more economical over the long term for us to implement fibre to the premise. Certainly GFAST could be used across the copper line in fibre to the curb, but we have chosen to use fibre to the premise.
Okay, so to be clear, NBN Co is saying...
Sorry, that does not mean we've abandoned GFAST, so Sandra, there may be other uses of GFAST in our network.
NBN Co is now saying that FTTP is more expensive in the near term but will achieve a return over the medium term?
Yeah, we believe that by using basically a fibre lead-in, Senator, that over the longer term that gives a better return on investment for the upgrade for fibre to the curb for those people who wish to have speeds greater than 100 megabits per second.
Okay, so does that mean that remediation and operation costs for copper exceed the cost of building a fibre lead-in?
It means the development of GFAST across a network. It means issues of home wiring. It means issues of remediation of copper. It means in terms of take-up rates. All those things we have concluded, and ultimately, potentially the upgrade eventually of some of the copper wire over time.
Okay,
We have
so you
concluded
changed
that-
your mind.
No, I'm not sure we changed our mind, but we did more. We always planned to use a combination of fibre lead-ins and GFAST, but we had subsequently concluded that we wish to use fibre lead-ins.
Labor had a promise of fibre to the premises a long time ago, probably based on exactly the kinds of issues that you're now disclosing. Can I ask? Sorry, that was a gratuitous statement on my behalf. I apologise. How many lead-ins for FTTC premises do you expect to build by 2024?
Senator, again, if you could forgive me in terms of talking about future forecasts, which is not something I'm, for the reasons that I've outlined many times. It's not
Okay, you
something-
did say at the last estimates to hold that question until the next Senate hearing because we'll have done our plan and I'll be able to answer on that occasion.
Well, I can certainly answer, Senator, in the future in terms of what we have actually done. At this point
No,
in
the
time,
question was, how many lead-ins do you expect by 2024 for FTTC?
But again, Senator, I'm sorry to do this, but I'm not in a position to talk about future forecasts.
You said at the last estimates that you were. That you would be at this estimate.
I don't recall that answer, but I trust you. It'll be on Hansard. But maybe I need to correct that statement, Senator. But I'm not in a position to talk about future forecasts.
What is the cost of building?
Obviously, it will depend on the demand from the community, and it will depend upon the retailers marketing the higher speed tiers.
What is the cost of building fibre lead-ins out to 2024?
Senator, again, you're asking me to comment about future forecasts, which I'm not able to do.
You said you didn't have the data because you're in the middle of preparing a corporate plan. Does your corporate plan deal with that information, or did you not complete that? Why did you refer to the corporate plan? Was that because you were busy doing something else, or because the corporate plan would enable you to answer the question of how many fibre to the curb premises?
I'm not sure the context which I answer the question, Senator, but in terms of...
Okay, you said, I don't have the information about how many lead-ins that you could be expected to build by 2024. You said, I don't have that. We're in the middle of preparing a corporate plan. I hate to say this, can you hold that question until the next Senate hearing? Because we'll have done our plan and I'll be able to answer on that occasion.
Okay, well, clearly we do long-term forecasts all the time, Senator, but in terms of being able to answer your question, I'm not in a position to talk about long-term forecasts.
What is the cost of building fibre lead-ins out to 2024? And in your letter to Minister Fletcher on the 15th of April, explaining a fibre to the curb backflip, can I ask,
Sorry, Senator, what letter are you referring to?
the 15th of April, explaining the fibre to the curb backflip debacle? I'm sure that you wouldn't characterise the letter that way, but the chronology of events detailed in an NBN document pertaining to a freedom of information seeking to access that letter. Are you aware of the letter I'm speaking of?
I'm not aware of the letter you're talking about. But can you table that, and then we can take that on notice, Senator? Sorry, I'm not being.
No, I think we're trying to get a copy of that letter that you wrote to Minister Fletcher on the 15th of April.
I'm sorry, I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, so on the 11th of August this year, the department received an FOI request for a copy of that letter. On August 16, the department requested that NBN accept transfer of the FOI, and NBN accepted. On the 3rd of September, NBN advised the applicant they would reject the FOI request on the basis that the letter was in respect of NBN's commercial activities and is exempt. The applicant requested an internal review of that decision, and NBN undertook the internal review and said, having reviewed the request, I'm satisfied that it wholly refers to NBN's commercial activities and that the document was brought into existence in the course of the carrying of NBN's commercial activities. It's an email that explains NBN's reasons for using certain access methods, e.g. fibre on demand and GFast, in relation to FTTC, depending on the premises and wholesale access speed. The reasons include technical, possible regulatory and service provider, stakeholder reactions, timing and commercial reasons. These factors relate to NBN achieving a commercial outcome, and given that the build and operation of the network impacts NBN's revenue, its intrinsically commercial release of the document would be disclosing NBN's network upgrade methodology and would likely provide NBN's competitors with an unfair advantage and would be likely to impact on commercial activity. So can I ask you, Mr. Roux, who are NBN Co's competitors and how could they possibly obtain an unfair competitive advantage if the Parliament or the media obtained a copy of an email explaining the Commonwealth Government's backflip in relation to this technology?
Well, firstly, we take our freedom of information responsibilities very seriously, Senator. But secondly,
what about your obligation to the Senate to provide this information?
Well, again, Senator, I can answer that question on notice, but our freedom of information system we take that very seriously. In terms of competitors, we've got many competitors. We've got people selling mobile services against NBN. We have competition in the new developments market, for example, and we have competition fixed wireless market. We've got competition in enterprise business. We've got competition. Lots of people. If we don't, we have lots and lots of competition.
Mr. Roux, I'm seeking to be clear about this. You've reneged on your previous commitment to inform the Senate of how many fibre to the curb lead-ins you plan to build, and that I'm assuming that this is therefore because you know it's more expensive than Paul Fletcher's announcement. In the last Senate estimates, you said it would be disclosed. In this estimates, now you're saying you cannot disclose it. Your lack of
No, Senator, not at all. The reason is, as we've laid out before, that now we are borrowing money internationally. We have new obligations, Senator, and that permits me from talking about future forecasts. That's the rationale, Senator.
So you're making a public interest immunity claim that those obligations override the Senate's obligation and your obligation to be transparent here?
I'm not familiar, as you would be, Senator, with what did you say? Public interest immunity.
Mr. I'm reminding you that you have an
Senator,
obligation to answer the questions if you have the information, And it was very unclear to me why you were unable to answer it when clearly you knew the question and knew the background behind it. The only grounds under which you have a premise for not answering the question is if there's a public interest claim to not do so.
And Sandra, you would know the rules much better than I would. So
Indeed, I probably do.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that claim is actually a claim that the minister makes rather than the company. But the thing that I think that's right. But the thing that determines that is whether there is harm to the company. And there is clear harm to the company about talking about long-term forecasts.
No, it's not. Yes, I understand what you're saying, but it's not harm to the company. It's harm as to whether it damages the public interest, and that might be weighed up by harm to the company. Can I ask?
I think you need to take the question on notice.
Can I ask, Mr. Roux? It appears to me that this is a ruse, if you like, to cover up for poor technology decisions and cost blowouts. You haven't been transparent around explaining the cost premises around having backed previous technology and why you've moved to other decisions in those costings.
So, Sandra, there's no, it's not my, firstly, modus operandi, nor my, not my gift to cover up. So that is not an accurate statement. Sandra, it's as simple as this, that when we looked at the development of GFAS, when we looked at how we would engineer that into our network for fibre to the curb, when we looked at the technology that has been built out and is very successful, by the way, and is serving it covers 1.5 million homes with 1 million customers. We took the view that on the long term that it would be better to roll fibre lead-ins rather than to implement.
So you changed your mind based on a long-term strategy from a short-term strategy.
We looked at a return on investment, Senator, and the return on investment.
Just wanted to intercede before the time expires. There has been some extensive discussion about this KPMG report, Mr. Roux. So will you be taking that as a question on notice to return with that report?
We'll take that on. What's your question? Sorry, what's your question?
The KPMG report, will you be tabling that as part of your answers?
Let us take that on notice.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Chair, I just wanted to say,
yes,
in the context of the ABC appearing today, that Russell Wolfe, the morning radio broadcaster in Perth, died last night, and I wasn't able to acknowledge that to the ABC earlier today because I wasn't aware. But all senators from Western Australia would have engaged with Mr. Wolfe, and I really wanted to, on our collective behalf, offer our condolences to the ABC community in Perth and to his family.
Indeed, we share that sentiment. Thanks for that, Senator Pratt, and we thank the officials for making themselves available later in the evening, the Minister and in particular the committee staff, broadcasting, Hansard, everyone else that's enabled us to come to work today in this COVID-safe environment. So the committee is adjourned. And I remind you that questions must be returned by 5 November. Goodbye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
See you soon.